You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the number one old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast number 126 with Lone Gym Rat. Lone Gym Rat, how you doing today?
Hey, greetings, gamers. Sorry, I thought it might be a little cringe if I said that at the start, so I'm just trying to make sure like everyone understands this might be a little cringy. And if you're like sensitive to cringe, you might want to like drink a beer or something. I don't know, whatever helps. But actually, I'm like on the real side. I'm actually very happy to be here. Super excited for this podcast. This should be a lot of fun, a lot of topics to cover, and a lot of knowledge that I've learned in the recent years that I can share. So I hope everyone's going to be very excited for this one. And
I'm really excited. This is definitely a long one coming. Like, it's finally here. So a lot of people have just been begging, when's LGR?
Oh, dude, I feel
LGR?
so like embarrassed every time they did that, dude. Like, help me RNG. No shame. That guy, no shame whatsoever, dude.
No, I don't.
It's so funny.
I don't mind it at all. I just feel like I feel awkward when I'm in a stream. Like, I'll pop into a stream, and if the streamer hasn't been on the cast, and then their like viewers are saying, "Oh, like when are you gonna go on the Sae Bae Cast?" Like, I feel bad because now like the stream's about me briefly, and I hate that. I just want to go like incognito. Like, I just like don't stop talking about it, please. Like, yeah.
Yeah, well, some people don't really care too, so I just kind of say it. But you're right, it is hard for you two to deal with that. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah, no,
it's awkward for the streamer too, so it's even.
It's awkward for everybody. Yeah, but there is definitely going to be a lot to talk about. As I was saying with you offline, like Connor, which I had on last cast, he had like his notes provided and everything, and then you provided notes, but yours is like way more in depth. So we're gonna probably be talking for quite a bit, but I'm really excited because I like these sort of old school casts that are just talking about the game and talking about, you know, current things that are going on, and we just get super in depth with it. So yeah,
we can talk about it in real life too, but maybe it'll be wise to leave that at the end, so people who don't care about it, they can wait.
Might take about 10 hours from now, boys, so just hold
Okay,
your
well,
horses. Hold your
dude,
horses.
why your expectations are so high?
We'll see. All right. So I have graciously allowed my guest to kind of lead this discussion as he has provided some notes and some outline, and I'm totally cool with that. So LGR, if you want to just at least have a brief introduction of who you are, and then we can just get straight into it.
Yeah, sure. So, I guess we can start with my OSRS history. So I started playing a long-ass time ago. Well, for me, a long time ago, but I'm still relatively young. I think I started playing around in 2005, 2006. I'm not sure exactly when it was, because I wasn't actually, like, playing consistently. Basically, like, I would visit my grandparents once a week with my dad and my mom, and they had a computer there, and I would play the computer. And obviously, I was playing RuneScape. I was playing Miniclip and other Flash games, and I was complete dog shit at what I was doing, of course. And eventually, my cousin, he was older than me by around 7 years. He was playing RuneScape back then, and I was watching him play, and I was way too young to understand what was going on. I was just kind of watching him, and he was showing me like a little bit, like I think he was fishing sharks. That's the earliest memory I have. He was fishing sharks. And he was telling me how they're worth a lot of money and he makes money off this. And eventually, like, I asked my granddad if I could make an account. And my cousin was like, whoa, you're way too young for this. You know, this game is rated. I don't remember what it was rated back then, but I was definitely too young. I'll admit to that. And my granddad was like, you know what, it's okay. You can use my account. So I use my grandpa's account. And that's actually where the name Bledgy comes from. That's my OG name for like gaming. It's not Lone Gym Rat. I changed it later on, which we can discuss after.
Okay.
So I used my granddad's account, which is funny, but it was still a tutorial island. So I have a feeling he might have just made it for me, and I didn't notice because I was too dumb, or I don't know. But I was only playing on my
developed. That's
100%, dude. I was underdeveloped. And I was only playing at my grandparents' houses because we didn't have a computer at home. So every week when I would go there, I would play for maybe like an hour, and I was not RuneScape wasn't my priority. I was playing other games, and I would always play like a little bit of RuneScape. And eventually, I got to like the tutorial island portion where you have to like prospect the rock, which that's not a thing anymore, by the way. I was surprised when I did tutorial island recently.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, so I got there and I quit, whatever. And a couple months later, my parents bought our first computer, which was like an old Dell, like, super massive, and I was playing on that. And I logged back into RuneScape, and I was at the prospect section. I was like, "What the hell?" Because I wasn't really reading. Obviously, I was just like spamming the, click here to continue. And I didn't understand what I had to do, so I kind of lost like probably 7 months because I gave up until I went back to my grandparents and my cousin was there. And then I was like, "Dude, can you like explain to me like why am I stuck here?" And he's like, "Oh, you have to do this." And whatever, we finished Total Island together. So I go back home, I keep playing, and like several months later, when I go back to my grandparents' house, my cousin is there, and he's like, "Let's look at what you've done since." So he opens up my bank, and I shit you not, I had 900 wheat in my bank, and I collected that manually at Draenor, and I have no idea why I did that, dude. Maybe that was like the start of my autism or something. I don't know, but like, I had 900 wheat, and my cousin was like, "Dude, why do you have 900 wheat?" And I couldn't explain it, and he just dropped it right in front of me. He just dropped it on the floor,
Oh my
and kept
God.
scrolling through my bank. And I don't remember why, but I always remember that. It's like a
Oh, that's heartbreaking. All that
Yeah,
work
but-
down the drain.
probably took me like 2 weeks to.
God damn it.
Oh man. But yeah, he was like so much more ahead of me because he was much older, and back then everyone was quite young. And I remember he had like party hats and like it wasn't a green cash deck, but he had like over 10 mil, and I was always freaking out when I was seeing that. And he eventually RWT'd and sold everything, by the way, when I was like 12 or something, and he was flexing that to me or whatever. But yeah, so that's what the cousin. So in elementary school, a few years later, we were like everyone in school was playing RuneScape, which was really crazy. I remember in the computer room, all the guys had like RuneScape up, and they were all just like low levels, under level 30, just playing, cutting logs and stuff. And that was always like such fond memories of like innocence time when you just kind of chilled, no stress, no efficiency, you just
Yeah.
kind of played. And I kind of miss those days. It was fun. And yeah, so I was basically just PKing Andy, but like I was really bad, and I would always remake, like free to play mage pures, and I would remake them once I unlocked like Wind Blast. I don't remember what level that is. Is that 41?
Probably with death.
The one
runes.
with death runes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would always remake because it was too expensive, and I was so broke. And I think I remade at least like 10 accounts with my friends, and we were just PK north of Varrock. And yeah, that was really fun. Eventually, I moved over to like range 2Hing and stuff like that. And I also botted back then, which is really crazy to think about because I would never do that today. But I remember botting U-logs in end of elementary school during the day. And when I come home, I would blow my money on like swordfish and lobsters and rune sets and lose it all in PKing because I was bad. Oh, dude, it was like a vicious circle, but it was so much fun. But eventually I got better and I started risk fighting and made a bit of money. And eventually I also made a Dragon Claw pure, where I rushed 60 attack and bought Dragon Claws. I spent months grinding those claws, and I lost it within 2 days. And I quit the game for a bit of a time after that. And eventually, of course, I came back. And I was playing on and off the game while juggling other games. I played like Dofus, which is a French game from France. I doubt people know it. And I played a lot of League of Legends, World of Tanks, CSGO, and a lot of Call of Duty on Xbox, like a shit ton of COD.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun days too with all the boys from high school. But yeah, eventually I came back to old school RuneScape. My cousin, we were at a family supper, and he mentioned how like there was a new RuneScape, and I was like, oh shit, really? So I checked it out, and I made a main, played giga casually, like a couple hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours a week, I would assume. And I was mostly watching a lot of Twitch too. Like Bodhi was probably like the first YouTuber I was watching back then with his one-man army series. And then I also started watching Foe. He had an unofficial Iron 2 back then. Was it Focus? I don't remember what the name was. But he was really, really ahead for his time. And I remember him doing bandos, and I was freaking out. And yeah, so I was playing casually on the main for like a couple years. Quit, came back. And when Ironman mode came out officially, I made an Iron. which is this one here, and played very casually as well. And when I made the iron, I used to be like a massive, massive gym rat. That's actually where the name is from. I used to work out like crazy at the end of high school, and so when I made the account, I didn't want to call it Bledgy because I felt like I wanted to have something different. And then I don't know why, but I found gym rat kind of funny, so I just put that, and then I put iron in front of it. So my name used to be Iron Gym Rat and not Lone Gym Rat.
Mm.
But turns out people don't like it when you put iron in your name because when I was doing Vedion, every time someone would walk by, they would stop, punch Vedion once, and run away, and I would always get so mad. So eventually I name changed to Lone Gym Rat to pretend like I'm not an iron. But I was so inefficient back then too. Like I didn't get barrels gloves until around 89 Slayer, which is horrible
Oh
to
my
say. Like,
God,
oh my
yeah.
God, I
Yeah.
can't believe I did that. All I was doing was AFK. No, nothing efficient. Just everything was AFKing. And I quit because I started university and I couldn't really afford to play while doing university. And eventually I came back around middle of 2019. And I remember like in middle of 2019, I logged into my Iron. It was like 1700 total or something. And I was like, do I really want to play this again? Like, I'm going to lose a lot of time. Like, is it really worth it? Should I focus on other things? And I was like, F it. I'll buy a bond and I'll try it out. And fucking been playing ever since, dude. That was a big decision, I guess, that I maybe should have not done. Who knows? You tell me.
We'll never know. We'll never know.
But yeah, this brings me basically to playing the Iron and getting to here, I guess. And when COVID hit, I actually started playing a lot more. I was working an internship, and my internship I had to like travel and do reports. And so when COVID hit, I couldn't travel, so I literally couldn't work. But they didn't fire me because the government was subsidizing most of the salaries, so they were basically having me for free. So they just kept me. So I think I was playing like 15-hour days for like a solid couple months. It was really bad, dude. I had nothing else to do, and that was
Wait.
depressing times, honestly.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because you probably couldn't work out either during that.
Yeah, I couldn't work out. The gyms were
Oh
closed.
man.
Like all my friends were inside, so we are all just chilling on Discord and talking shit and drinking beers. And I was always just like AFKing on the side. Basically, like worked on maxing, I guess you can say back then. And yeah, and then when I graduated uni 2 years ago, and then ever since then, I kind of cut down my hours quite a bit. Instead of like degenerating, like playing like 14, 15-hour days, I'm probably closer to like 7 now, which is still quite a lot. But remember, I do work from home some days. So that's like, I'm always AFKing like Amethyst or something when I'm at home. So it does inflate it. But I'll still admit that's a lot of playtime. It's not healthy. I'll admit to that.
It's healthy. No,
Uh,
but and you know what? You know what hasn't helped is the 25-minute logout timer now, because my time played is now getting so inflated because I'll literally log in and then I'll like, I don't know, do a birdhouse run and I'll let my account literally sit until it logs out. So it's like 25 minutes where I literally spent like a minute actually playing.
yeah,
So,
that is true though. That does help quite a bit. I always log out instinctively now.
mm,
I don't know why. I guess ever since I was a kid, I did that. Who
it's
knows? Sometimes I forget, but
yeah, it's easier now that you can just left click
oh yeah,
play.
I gotta give a shout out to the Jagex accounts, honestly. Like
Yeah.
at first I was very skeptical and I didn't download it right away.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually I was like, okay, I'll do it. And so far I've seen friends having issues, but I haven't had any issues. So on
Yeah.
my side, looks good.
I'm impressed with it. They did a great job.
Yeah, and I'm excited for actually, let's just do a tangent. Okay, so I mentioned earlier, by the way, before recording, like I do a lot of tangents, and sometimes I do so many tangents, I'm like turning in circles. So like be prepared for that. And but a tangent, like recently Jagex mentioned that they have a long term solution for the botting problem.
Yeah.
What do you think that'll be?
Well, people have, I think, who was I talking with? Probably multiple people at this point. But they've brought up the idea that like the Jagex launcher would be the only way you can log in, and so if you don't have that verification, like with a Jagex account or something, then it will just instantly like not let you play. So I think that's kind of their way they're gonna try to get around like bots. Is that apparently like the Jagex verification can verify if you're a bot or not, or like if it's a, I have no idea to be honest, because I feel like you can still just log in and then start using a script or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
So I don't really know what they're going to do. And plus, botting will never be fully eradicated. Like, the people will always find ways, obviously.
I think like all the kids that were playing like when they were 13 and botting, like myself, so most of them became like software engineers, and they're just like way too smart, and they're gonna figure out a way for sure.
Yeah.
It's like a hard arms race for Jagex to fight off bots.
The thing is like, I feel like they're not even trying, though. That's the problem. It's like they're not willing to. They're not willing to put in enough resources to make a dent, and that's where I get upset. Is like, there is clearly bots everywhere. I mean, it's just visible. They're just everywhere, and nothing's being done. And you're not giving any. And it's not like they need to give power to the players, but it would be cool if, you could have some P mods that could actually just ban accounts that are clearly botting, or clearly cheating, or clearly advertising websites. Like, just all this stuff. We could have players that are trusted, and if they lose that trust, then they'll get banned for, obviously breaking the trust that they got. And on top of that, they need to make the report button work. That is the most important thing. You need to make the report button do something, and also give a message to your inbox saying when you've reported a player. Yeah, you need confirmation. You need it.
They do that in League of Legends, and I think that's such a good idea.
It's
because every time you report someone for toxicity, it's just like, it feels good,
I know, it's a great feeling, and it feels like, and then that encourages you to report more. Yeah,
it's like a upward spiral.
Exactly. So
no, that's definitely good points too. Have you tried solo wildy bosses?
I have not even touched the reworked wildy bosses yet. Still, man, it's been months.
It's bad, dude. It's so bad. I just crash bots now. I'm not worth hopping.
Yeah, you have to. That's what was happening at Nightmare. In the early days of Nightmare, before Fasani's, there was like a point where there were so many bots, and so like I'm not even kidding, every single world would be filled. Like would have people standing there waiting for another kill. It was bad, and so I literally had to crash, and that's the last thing I want to do. But I cannot wait 20 minutes every kill just to be polite. Like, it's just, I can't. I don't have the time.
Yeah, I remember those days. That was a long time ago, dude. That was when Nightmare was really dog shit. Now it's dog shit, but it's not really dog shit.
Yeah,
it's slightly better.
Yeah. There's definitely a bunch of problems, and I feel like the biggest thing is just, you got to pour more resources into it. But we as a community also need to come together and address that botting is a concern that we all care about. Because when go for it.
Okay, sorry. Like, the thing is with botting, there's like, I feel like we have to split the bots in like a few categories. Like, the bots that do like fish sharks, I personally don't care. That's a good thing, I think, because sharks are cheaper. It's cheaper to PVM and so on. It does break fishing sharks for like regular players, but there's way better options, But the bots that do like bandos or CG or wildy bosses, that's annoying because that lowers prices for items, and it also makes it more competitive to find the world, which is annoying to regular players on top of that. And also, sometimes Jagex implements solutions, and it's not an actual solution. It's just like a band-aid. It's like if you show up to the doctor with a broken leg and the doctor slaps a band-aid, he's like, you're good, go back to work or whatever. Like, for example, I'll give one example that really, really irritates me. For revs, there was an issue with a lot of bots, and PKers could never TB them because they would insta-tele. So Jagex's solution was, let's add a 2-second delay for teleporting. Now PKers can kill bots. Yes, you're right. PKers can kill bots. But now I'm doing revs. A PKer shows up. I spam click my seed pod. It doesn't work. He gets 1 TB attempt. And he gets 2 sometimes because the rev is still attacking me. And I'm like, what the hell? How is this fair?
Yeah, that's bullshit. So first of all, I'm going to disagree with your point about shark botting and just simple forms of botting. I think all botting is bad.
That's fair too. I just think they should prioritize instead of trying to attack all bots at once.
Oh, I'm not in disagreement with there needs to be higher priorities of what's important for game integrity issues. But yeah, all botting should be against the rules, and there should be punishments applied equally across the board, because, like, seriously, it's ruining the game. It really is. It's just the fact that I don't know. I'm not gonna get. I get into this every. I feels like the past like
Yeah, I know. It's
10
just. I
casts I've
mean,
just been
if you get
talking
into
about
it every cast, it should be a sign that it's a big problem. You know,
I
that's
know.
how I see it.
But yeah, that's just my personal take. It's like it just sucks when you're playing the game, you've put in a bunch of time, and then you're just seeing these bots that have 200 mil thieving, 200 mil magic, 200 it's like 20,000 Volcano. It's like all this shit that's just clearly going unnoticed or just, nothing's happening. And that's a huge problem. Like that's actually just a really fat big problem that needs to be addressed now.
And I think that has to be addressed not by the JMods, but by Jagex upper management. I want to be very clear, like whenever we talk bad about Jagex, we're not talking about the mods. The mods do a great work, by the way. I just want
Yeah.
to be sure, like I don't want to offend anyone or be mean to the JMods. The JMods do a great job. They work extra and above and beyond the Call of Duty. I
Oh,
think Jagex upper
absolutely.
management has to step up and dump more resources or change priorities, find a solution.
Yeah, absolutely in no way am I targeting any individual or doing anything. I'm just saying this is a huge problem and it's going to destroy the game if things are not like drastically changed with botting. So, and just cheating in general. The thing that really irritates me is when like one guy will I always just think of the example of like Seven and like the Coxie situation where like there was like that TOA bug and
By the way, I can talk about that because my buddy, I'm not gonna name his name, discovered that bug,
yeah, you
and
can go for it.
he showed me. Do you want to talk about that? Have you talked about that before? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
I've talked about it and I even had Coxie on the cast and he went pretty in depth
I didn't
with it.
listen to that one. So.
Yeah, I mean the thing is what's really embarrassing is just the sheer amount of just absolute bots and flagrant just cheaters everywhere. Like really just like I'm talking like just repeated offenders of just cheating nonstop. And then Jagex makes a statement trying to like flex, like, look at us, guys. We're banning our like most dedicated players to this game. Like, look at us. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
it was almost like I understand you should ban all cheating, but are you really making like a flex post to flex that you're banning like actual players? Like,
Thing is with that though is that they didn't do it afterwards, so it kind of like just died out. They had to keep banning people to maintain that like leverage against players. And also like did you hear about the dude that got like a mining month record? I'm not gonna say his name. Someone can go figure it out if they want to. But apparently he was doing mining for a month straight, and his rates were like freaking crack, like better than high gear level. And the whole like HLC community were like arguing against him and saying how it's like he's botting and all that. And the dude, I think he's close to 200 mil, or he might have finished it. You should get a skiller involved for this, by the way, because I'm not a skiller. I don't know. But I was reading like a Google Docs that he posted where it shows like the proof that this guy is not actually playing and he's botting. And they said like he would have to average like disgusting rates, no breaks, 18-hour days, and stuff for a month straight.
interesting.
So I think botting is not just like botters. I think real players are also abusing it for XP. And
Oh yeah, no, don't
it's
get
for
me wrong.
sure.
Like but players definitely are using bots. It's not just like this account has only been a bot the entire time. I'm just saying like it's weird to flex banning legitimate
yeah.
players that have had like a one offense and like look at us, we just banned all these real players that have made one mistake. But what about like the accounts that literally have gotten 200 mil thieving? Like that have
Or what
literally
about
been
the
doing this
accounts that did the purple duping bug, which existed, by the way? One of my friends confirmed that it actually did work. I'm not gonna say his name, of course, but he did tell me it worked, and he discovered it. He discovered it accidentally.
Yeah, I remember Jagex made a statement
And
on
by
that
the way,
saying
like it wasn't just like a one purple. Like it would dupe. Like you can get two purples in the chest. Like it was really cracked.
yeah, I just heard, well, at least from the Jagex statement that I remember is like
They said no one did it. That's what
they
said.
didn't find anybody abusing it. It did happen, but they didn't see any signs of it being abused.
And I think they said abusing is when you go beyond twice, right?
It's just
Is
I
that
don't know what they consider it. It's just if it's clear that these are just happening accidentally or
Yeah, and also for like the seven situation, I don't think he should have gotten permed. They could have slapped him like a 3 month or something insane if they wanted to, but a perm is really brutal.
It is. It is brutal.
And it's not like he was a content creator. Like he had
Yeah.
a channel and videos and all that. Like
Yeah.
that's, I
Now,
didn't agree with that, but
now here is a problem is like, where do we draw the line with perm ban? Not we as like, no, we're not making the decisions,
me
but
and
like,
you.
yeah, like we're the ones banning everybody. No, but where should the line be drawn with giving people perm bans? Because they have to be given out eventually.
No, but I think they should have like I think they might, because one thing too that's weird is their bans are never consistent. Like you and I can both cheat in the same way, and you might get 3-day, I might get 7-day, or you might get permed, I might get a 3-day.
Yep.
It's not, and I think the reason why they do that is because they don't want it to be like, oh, I'll bot until I get my 3-day, then I'll stop. Because I'm sure people will for sure do that. Like that's common sense in human psychology to do that.
Yeah.
But also, like, if we're drawing the line between a perm and a temp, I think they should draw the line when you break like rules that are like, if you RWT, if you bug abuse and you RWT the money, like that should be a perm in my opinion, because that's just like you're breaking a rule on top of bug abusing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they did that, or maybe they did. I don't know.
It's just tough. It's just because like I made a ramble as soon as all that transpired, the 7 Coxie situation. Obviously there was a lot of others involved. I just bring up their names, but it's like eventually a perm has to be given out, or else, because if we're just constantly giving like longer and longer temp bans, like there's not going to be that sense of, okay, I can, or I really shouldn't cheat. People are just going to keep thinking like, oh, like I can just keep getting away with this, and if I ever do get, in trouble, then I'll just get a temp ban. Like, so that's kind of the problem. And I don't know the full history with 7 at least, but it looked like he had prior offenses that might have been quashed beforehand. I don't know how all that works, but yeah, it's just a tough situation, especially when people are, permed, when it doesn't look like that one incident deserves it or anything. But it definitely sent out like a precedent of like, okay, Jagex will perm people if you are abusing glitches. Like, don't do it.
And I remember a few days after there was the sepulcher bug with like I think it was a locator orb, where you would spam click the locator orb and you could never like get hit by any obstacles.
Yeah.
And I remember like everyone in my clan was saying, "Oh shit, that's so cool," and I was like, "Guys, no, don't do that. That's not a good idea."
Yeah. And nobody got banned for it.
Yeah, but I don't know if
people were streaming it. I mean, I love No Monkey to death, but even No Monkey was literally running that. Like,
was he doing like more than like a few laps, or
I don't know. I just remember there was some clips of him doing it, just running through fires, and like maybe he was just showing it off. I don't know the whole thing, and this is not to like.
He must have been. I hope he was showing. I think he must have been showing it off, because
I
remember they explicitly said if you find the bug and you do it once, that's like, that's like you accidentally discovering it, and then if you go twice, you're like confirming, and then 3 times, it's like you're basically at that point you're kind of abusing it. But did they make a statement on that, or am I just like remembering that from a Q&A?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it was something they said and I missed it, but that sounds about right. I mean, I think Jagex can tell if you're abusing something just by, going back to like your history of what you were doing at the time. I don't know how they decide those things, but what really annoys me is that they never reset the Hallowed Sepulcher high scores. So they're still months later. They're all like 3-minute PBs, the whole thing. I'm like, dude.
But did they reset it like 4 times before?
Yeah, they've reset it. I'm like, okay, I understand you guys are like, man, we have to reset this again. But it's better right now than later. Like, just do it. Like, just pull the Band-Aid off already. Like, you have to reset these.
Take the previous world record, and any record better, you reset it, and then you don't piss off too many people that way.
Yeah,
because I think the issue is the world record being freaking stupid. Like, no one's gonna be able to get a world record now at.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody can get any record right now.
That's not true. You can still get records for Sepulcher
for Sepulcher.
Oh yeah, for Sepulcher it's impossible.
Yeah, you can't get any records there now. Like, all the floors have been abused, and so
unless there's like a way to run twice as fast or something.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just all the records are people running the entire time to the next floor. Like, that's all it is. And so every single one is just the fastest possible time, besides if you were like lighting fires or doing some crazy glitch. But you can't even light fires in Sepulcher anymore, I'm pretty sure. So,
really interesting.
Yeah, I think they got rid of that. So, yeah, I'm a little bit butthurt that they don't just pull the Band-Aid off already, because I'm trying to go for some records again, and I know my record's not going to be there anymore, but...
Yeah, I saw you've been doing a lot of Sepulchre for the pet grind. That's cool.
Yeah.
Good clues too.
I love Sepulchre. Love it. I always get so heated when I start talking about botting and stuff. I feel like people are getting so sick of me talking about it, but it's the top priority in my mind. It's like this game is getting ruined by it. They're everywhere. All right.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
but if you want to talk about bugs, I have an interesting story to
Yeah,
say.
go for it.
So a few months ago, I was like goofing around, and I was talking to one of my friends, and he told me he found a bug with elite clues. Now your eyes are lighting up like crazy. I can tell. And he explained to me, and I was like, "There's no shot that works." He's like, "I swear to God, like it works." I was like, "Okay." So I tested out a few times. I tested out 3 times. So if I get banned for that, like, I'll make a UIM or something. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But I'm sorry, Jagex. Okay, I apologize. But I'm not gonna say how it works because I don't want to. I already made a report to Jagex as well, like with the the formal report option.
Okay.
And I also made a unlisted video, and I wrote like, if you want to PM me on Twitter, I can send you the the VOD to explain it. But it's really interesting. So basically, there's a way to get 2 elite clues in your inventory at once. Are you aware of it or?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, cool. It's good. So
Good.
this is more fun. So I'm not gonna say how to do it because I don't want to get into trouble.
Okay.
But you do something and you get 2 elite clues, and they're not like the same. They're like 2 different clues. And I was really like intrigued on like what would happen. So I started goofing around. And when you progress one of the 2 clues, it progresses both at once. So if you do like the step on the first clue, they both gain a step. And you know how elite clues are 5 to 7 steps, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
So imagine if your first clue is a 5-stepper, there's a 50% chance your second clue will be a 1-stepper, and a 50% chance it's a 2-stepper, which is crazy. And you can also have an 8-stepper elite. If your first clue is a 7-stepper, your second clue will be an 8-stepper, which is like technically going to be a 1-stepper. But there's a lot of interesting things I like discovered. Like if you do a step where you kill a monster and it drops the clue on the floor, you can't pick it up anymore because you already have one in your inventory. So it breaks. And if you do Sherlock and you get 2 Sherlocks, Sherlock ignores one of the clues. And I was like, I think I wrote that down in my bug report too. It's really interesting. But maybe that's like a mistake from stackable clues in the future. Oh, next topic. Perfect segue.
Interesting. No, I think so I have a theory. I won't share it right now.
No, please don't share it. Yeah, I don't want to.
But I'm pretty sure somebody like a year ago or something was telling me about this.
It's been a long time. It's a thing too. It works. It's been a while that it works. Basically, I'll just say that like that. Which I guess like I don't know if it's because no one reported it or because Jagex was not aware. But the bug is not it's not like OP either. It's not like now like the clue meta is like you do this bug. Like sure you'll save a bit of time, but it's not like it's not OP. That's basically what I'm saying. It's not broken. But it's still very intriguing. That's why I figured it would be cool to share. It's an interesting topic to discuss. But yeah, you want to talk about stackable clues now?
Let's do it.
All right, dude. I have a very, very like severe stance on this topic. I don't like stackable clues because I think it ruins the whole purpose of clues. Imagine if you're like doing Slayer, you're going for a 200 mil Slayer, and you get like 10,000 hards. You just stack them in the bank, and then you spend like a month doing hard clues. Like, I think that's kind of cringe. For main, I don't think it's a big deal because they already have implings and so on. So okay, whatever. But for irons, that just like kind of breaks clues for me. And it devalues clues quite a bit too, because now like you just stack the clues in your bank and that's it. However, I'm willing to compromise if we allow stackable clues up to 3. Because if you're doing like raids or whatever and you get an elite clue, like I personally don't ditch my team when that happens because like the team is worth more than like the elite. Unless the team's bad, then I'll probably ditch the team, but that's a different topic. But if the team's good, I'll stay and I'll just do more raids and accept like an L on my clues. But if you can stack up to 3, that would be really cool. But that's my compromise. What do you think about it?
Yeah, no, I'm in complete agreement with the whole clue stacking being against the spirit of clues. they should be distractions and diversions like they are. Now, implings were the biggest giving clues to implings was the biggest mistake
Bro,
ever in
you
the
want to know
history
something
of clues.
funny, dude?
Go for it.
I was in Marnie's stream and I said Implings should have been untradeable, and the dude just went like, bruh. Like, he was pissed.
Oh yeah, they're all butthurt.
Well, it's because I understand their point. Like, the thing is that imagine if Implings were untradeable. The main clue meta would be the Ironman clue meta. It would be the same. You have to get your own clues, right? There would be no difference.
Well,
would there even be a difference? Like,
yeah,
there'd
there
be
would.
shades.
Yeah, shades
for elites, which is already the case technically. But for hards, you'd still do jellies. For mediums, you'd probably have no choice to do eclectics.
Yeah.
For easies, you'd do hams.
The meta
for beginners,
for the most part would probably just be Sarachnis, to be honest.
Well, they'd still do. I guess yeah, because you do get passive hards, but
yeah, you would either do shades or Sarachnis.
I think what if you do shades and then you do barrage jellies? Would it be overall better? I'd have to calc that one day.
Oh yeah, well here's the problem: is like it depends on what your ultimate goals are. Because what is your ultimate goal? Is it just to complete all the collection logs, basically? Because in that case, you only do. I think you only do like. Okay, now I'm trying to think because you don't really have to do that many hard clues technically if you want to be fully efficient. You only have to.
Well, you do hards at the end. You do hards until you greenlock the hard section, and then you come back to hards once you finish like master third age, which like bruh, like that'll be in.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you are right. You would do shades for the most part because.
But you still have to do hards because you have to get a hard clue for your trade in your master. So you'd still have to do hards.
Yeah,
actually, I'll bring up another topic that I think you're going to be like very intrigued. So this is about Jai Hai, which I'm assuming you know who he is, but I'll just mention it quickly. He's an Ironman with all pets, and I think he's the only person right now with all pets as an Iron.
And he's rank 1 Sarachnis at 50,000.
Yeah, he's your arch nemesis.
Bastard.
But I was talking because I've been doing some toes with him. He's going for 2k cape, and we've been doing like 150s together to farm kill count. And I was talking about his Sarachnis and all that, and he told me something that blew my mind, and I think it might blow yours as well. So do you know how he did his some of his masters?
No.
Sarachnis, of course, right?
Well, yeah,
but he went a step above that in terms of like kind of 200 IQ, and I respect it. That's why I'm giving him a shout out for it. What he did is he used 7 alts, and he scouted crystal implings at Prif. And the crystal implings have a 1 in 50 chance to give you an elite clue. Mm-hmm. So he would do Sarachnis. If you got a hard clue, he would go to the bank, open crystal implings, do the master. If you got an elite clue, he would go barrage jellies.
Dang.
He told me, I wrote it down somewhere, 1 second. I don't want to quote him correctly. He told me what the rates were. Which is actually like really good, but at the same time, it's not really sustainable. Like if he told me he did 1 + 7 with 7 alts was around 85 implings an hour. So that's like what 1.75 elites an hour that you bank.
How many wait, are you saying? Sorry, when you're saying the 1 + 8 is his main account at Sarachnis, by the way?
No. I mean, no, that would be pretty cracked. No, he would stack them and bank them.
Yeah, no. So what I'm wondering is what is the activity he's doing while those 7 alts are?
He's running around on his main catching the implinks on his iron, sorry. And then he has 7 alts, which were his friends. It wasn't him playing all 7. That would be like kind of cracked. But he had his friends scouting implinks saying like, yo, world 329 northwest. And he would run, catch it, bank it, run, catch it, bank it. And he would do 85 imps an hour. He said he didn't do it too long because it was really AIDS to do.
Yeah, that sounds really AIDS. And it also doesn't... I would be actually surprised if he was actually getting 85 an hour. Is that actually accurate? Or is that just like his best hour ever?
He told me he was getting 85 an hour. Maybe you can test it one day if you have a bunch of friends.
The problem is like with those kind of methods, it's not like you can just say, oh, it's 85 an hour. Because literally, if you have 2 people doing it, like if you had...
You have to set up, you have to pay for people. Like,
or I mean, if you even had like 5 Ironmen that are like, oh, I'm going to do this method. Like you're just...
it's doomed, yeah.
Yeah, the implings...
If 2 people do it, it's doomed.
Exactly.
It's halved. Which is not like it's not sustainable, 100% not sustainable. It's just very clever. That's why, like when you told me that, I was like, damn, why did I not think of that? That's so smart.
See, here was my problem is like, I remember thinking, I was like, okay, I want to do Sarachnis, and then like I was about to start paying my viewers to scout me crystal implings. I was like, okay, if anybody wants to go get me crystal implings, you can do that. And then I realized you actually lose time doing that. And this is assuming you're going to be at Sarachnis. If you're doing some other like bankable skill, but you're already in Periph for all this time, that's one thing. But I was thinking, okay, if I'm doing my Sarachnis,
gear, run out, and
it's like, it's not even like, I mean, because technically you wouldn't have to de-gear. It's just the run back. It literally takes a full minute. And so
and
when
you
you're
have to
thinking,
find it and so on.
Exactly.
But I think in his case, he was like fully devoted to doing that, running around,
see.
scouting, and there must be like I'm sure there's like you could ask G Challenge or something, someone smarter than me, to figure out like spawn points and where to put your alts. And
Yeah.
you can also use rune light notifications to ping you when there's a crystal impling nearby. But it's a very interesting method. I'll be intrigued if someone figures out an official like clues per hour from that.
So what is the average clues per hour, like efficiently doing Callisto 10-mans?
All right, so Callisto tech. Where do I begin, dude? Oh, what a roller coaster, bro. So basically, like when Wildy was released, they eventually released the clue score rates. But fun fact, the Ring of Wealth was bugged on release for a couple. I don't know for how long, so I don't want to say how long. But it took a while for them to fix it to make Ring of Wealth actually work in the Willy. Sorry. And so eventually they fixed it and they announced the drop rates, which was a 1 in 50 if you have a Ring of Wealth equipped. And I remember looking at that and going, "What the hell? That's so cracked! Like that's really good." So I figured I would theory craft the meta to be able to do Callisto in masses and try to see how many kills per hour you can get. And I remember talking like if it was anything above like 50 kills an hour, it's worth doing like for elite specifically over Sarachnis. So I was like, I should probably test it out. So I PM'd a few like cloggers, a few gamers in our clan as well, and I got 10 people to come help. And for your information, by the way, Callisto, the first 10 people with the most damage get kill credit. So if you're doing like a 12-man, 2 people that do the least damage won't get kill credit, so they won't get a late clue chance. So that's why it's 10-mans. And we went in the cave, 10-man, and I told everyone, like, if you get a clue, just type it in this chat so I can track it. Because I wanted to track the data to see if it's, like, bugged or if it actually works. Because we didn't know, like, for all we knew, like, elite clue could scale based on damage contribution. And we are just wasting our time.
Mm-hmm.
So we did 120 kills. That means we expect 24 elites. And I think we got 21 or 20. So we were pretty much on rate. So the math checked out. So that means that the tech worked. So then the next issue is, okay, you want to do 10-man Callisto. It's already hard enough to make an 8-man Toa team. Now good luck convincing 10 people to do Callisto of all things. So what I decided to do is I used my YouTube channel, made a YouTube video saying new Elite Clue meta for Irons, and created a Callisto Discord, which I invited a ton of people for. And the method blew up, by the way, for the first 2 months. It was insane. We had teams so often. We had almost no PKers. Teams were forming like super quickly. And I think I did some disgusting records. I killed like 8,000 Callisto in a month. I did 491 Callisto in a 6-hour session, which was cracked. And the reason why is because I didn't get lucky on clues for like, I think I went 350 for my first elite. So like I was like, oh shit, I'm doing a 6-hour this. And eventually PKers started figuring it out. They, I guess like it traveled quick. Also, I made a few mistakes. Like I was streaming it on Twitch back then when I was doing Callisto because it was such perfect Twitch content. Like you just kind of sit there, click every 40 seconds and read chat and get like 2 clues an hour. So we'll talk about the clue rate later. And eventually PK started figuring it out. I guess they started seeing the method on YouTube or on Twitch, and eventually they infiltrated the Discord. The Discord was open invite, so people were inviting their friends and so on, which was the goal, was to create teams faster. And PK started showing up and ragging us. Now, I want to be clear, there's like a difference between a PK and a ragger when I'm talking here. So a PK is like someone who shows up, in PK gear and tries to kill you. And maybe has a few friends, whatever, but they just try to kill you for your money. A ragger is someone who his sole purpose is, he comes in with 100k risk and rags you, and if he dies, he re-gears, comes back. That's all they do. and they have like so many sets, they don't care. They just keep coming back. And we had a lot of issues with raggers because I don't know why, but like I feel like 2.2K World PVMing is like really like important for certain PKers, and they feel like the need to like dedicate their entire time defending that, which is, I guess it's fine. Like you do you at the end of the day. Um, yeah, I'm trying to be polite here, okay? And they kept ragging us for a while, so we tried to find ways to like circumvent this. We initially we would like fight back the PKers, and if it was a PK, we would fight back. We'd trade a couple deaths, a couple kills, and eventually the PKers would say, "All right, this is not worth it. I'm making no money here," because we would fight back in like RCBs and stuff. But the raggers, they feed off like dying, or I don't know what they feed off, like ragging you, and they just keep coming back. Like there was one guy, we killed him 10 times. He killed one person on our team once, and he still kept coming back. And every time we killed him, he would write BRB. Like what the hell, dude? Like I don't know what to say to that. Like so we decided that whenever that happens, we just kind of, if it's a ragger, we just end session. Fuck it, end session, do something else, which was fine. It works. And one guy in our Discord, he this is gonna be a little cringe, so this is my cringe warning. He updated the guy's temple every hour for a month, and then he graphed his playtime over the last month, and we were able to track like his play patterns, which was like 15 hours a day, by the way. Kind of a little scary, but we ended up figuring out when he sleeps, and we would pot on those times, which is very cringe.
Jesus Christ!
But we were down bad, okay. And yeah, I'm not gonna say his name because like maybe he wants credit. I don't know.
Yeah,
he joined the Callisto Discord and finds out.
He wants the attention.
I think it was Donald. I'll give him a shout out. It's fine. He's a beast. And yeah, so the raggers just keep coming, and it's getting like at one point I literally closed the Discord for like a couple weeks. I was like, I can't manage that. It's like so annoying. And you try to form, and it's really hard to form too. Like yeah, what we do is we have like a channel where we ping Callisto role, say react if you want to do bear, and then people react to it. And once we get 8 reactions, we join a CC and kill bear, and people join us like retroactively. People would leave for clues, come back. People would log in, see that we're doing Callisto, they would join us, and so on. And yeah, so that's basically the method. And the method is really awesome, by the way. Like I was actually contemplating doing 100,000 Callisto at one point because I was like, this is just too chill. Like I would be editing videos, I would be watching movies on the side, like basically not playing. I also found a tech where I would bring like a bunch of restores, like half my inventory would be restores. I would sit with auto retaliate and my prayers up, and I would just AFK for like 3 minutes straight. And every time Callisto would hit you, you would turn around and attack it, so you'd get kill credit.
Dang.
So I would have like maybe like 3 or 4 kill credits on the floor. My record was 4 elite clues on the floor that I had to juggle. I was doing a work meeting, and I was like fully AFK, and I got a clue, and I was like, oh, I should probably just grab it and log out. And I was like, I'll juggle it. And I shit you not, like 10 kills later, I got 3 more, and I was like, oh fuck, what did I just do? And I was in a meeting, I was talking, I literally couldn't like do the clues, so I just grabbed it, logged out, and just rain checked.
Yeah, you got it. That is a nice thing. You can log out and all your untradables stay.
Yeah, shout out for that change. That's really cool.
Huge.
And it also follows you if you hop worlds, by the way.
Yeah,
really cool.
Yeah, very cool.
And yeah, we got some insane records. I also claimed rank 1 Callisto. And funny story, the old rank 1, his name is, I might butcher it, S. Vani. He did like 9,000 Callisto before the wildy change for pet, and he was rank 1. And within a month, I went from like 200 KC to rank 1. And like we were doing Callisto one day, just chilling, and he joins the CC, and he's like, what are you doing? Like, how are you doing this? And I was like, and I looked at him, and I was like, shit, I recognize this name. Where do I know him from? So I look him up, and I see rank 2 Callisto, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Poor guy, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty...
He showed up. But that's just like the multi, shared mechanics issue. Same thing goes with Nex, or Nightmare, or even Volcano at that point.
Yeah, those changes, making a change is going to affect somebody negatively, but
I think the only thing negative there is like losses ranks, of course.
Exactly.
I don't see it as, it's not like a big devaluation. He still ended up having to go Giga Dry on the pet, so.
Yeah, that's interesting. So let me ask you about just having wilderness be meta for clues in any way.
I hate it, dude. I fucking hate it.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I agree with that.
It's what I dislike. Okay, so I was speaking to one of my friends. His name is Sally. He's a PVMer. Now he's a clogger because I've convinced him after a month of hassling him. But he was talking to me about PKing and PvP, and he's saying like the way that Jagex implement PvP is not always doesn't always work, and it's very hard for them to do because back when we were kids, teenagers, when we were like 13, 14 PKing, and we would get shit on by like better PKers. Like you can't recreate that today. Like you can't grab a noob and force him into wildy and have someone else prey and be a predator and kill him. You know that we're not 12 or 13 anymore. Like we're all in our mid 20s, some of us in our 30s. Like I'm sorry, but like force me to go to the wildy for someone else to just rag me and insult me and call me names. Like I'm not interested in that. Like I do it because I don't have a choice, and I know the argument. You don't have to do it, you know. You don't have to be in the wildy. You can do other things, but I'm a clogger. I need to do it. Like I'm sorry, it's just what my goals are, and it's I don't know. It's I think the issue with the clues metas being in the wildy is because of the Ring of Wealth. It's just way too OP. But I don't want them to fix that. I like that it's OP. It's a tough subject. I think the PKing community is dying, and I think the Bounty Hunter definitely. I feel like it helped. I don't know if PKers enjoy it or not. You'd have to get a PKer on to discuss that side. But I think that was a good idea. You're getting two consensual players fighting each other for their loot, and not a PKer fighting a PVMer that just wants to kill Callisto or Venom or whatever. And yeah.
Yeah, I personally think that there should not be any efficient meta that's not PvP related out in the wilderness. Like imagine
What do you mean efficient as in GP, XP, loot? Like what kind of because GP makes sense. I'll agree to that. Like
I don't even agree to that.
Makers,
I literally don't even agree to that, to be honest, because it just gets fully abused. If the best in slot money maker, GP maker, was out in the wilderness, we already saw that with Revs.
Yeah, it gets fucking protected and all that.
It's just like, and that's fine. Like there's a little bit of fun with, just being able to, run the mafia out there, I guess. But a lot of really negative
a lot of
game health impacts happen. So it's just tough. And then of course, like you get just people dominating worlds and making absolute just filthy amounts of money. So this is again my personal take on it. I don't think anything in the wilderness should be best in slot. I think you can have things that are close and stuff. But like the Chaos Altar was one of the worst updates of all time, and I don't even think Black Chins is a healthy update. People have it's like the longer an update's been out, the more people just become very dogmatic about it, and they're like, no, this is how old school needs to be, and you change this, you're destroying what old school is. It's like, no, we don't need best in slot skilling methods out in the wilderness. I'm sorry, we don't need best in slot clue gathering metas to being out in the wilderness. Like we don't need this stuff. You can have methods out there, especially like alternative methods. For example, like the wilderness agility course is fine because it's not best in slot, but at some point in your journey to getting 99 agility, you could go out there and get more XP. So if there was like a red,
but I think the agility course, like you risk nothing, so it's like PKers see that as pointless. The other problem too is like I feel like if they had nothing good in the wildy, no one would go. And it would just die out.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't really care, honestly. If the wildy dies out and there's no PKers, I'm happy, bro. It makes my grinds a lot easier.
Like we could still have activity in the wilderness, just don't let it be best in slot. That's the problem. And it's like, so when I had Connor on just last Tuesday, he was saying like the Chaos Altar, for example. The Chaos Altar could have been in the wilderness. Just don't let it have any bone save. Like it's literally acting as a gilded altar. So there are just thousands and thousands of accounts that would still really love to use the Chaos Altar out there, but it's not the best in slot way that is you're being forced to use it, basically, because it's so fucking OP. Like not everybody has a gilded altar, believe it or not. There are some accounts that would
do it at level 3.
Yeah, like they would go out there and risk, just they're like, okay, I don't have a gilded altar. I don't want to just bury my bones. I don't want to just use it on some crappy altar. So I'm going to go out in the wilderness and use it on this one because it's basically a free gilded altar for a little bit of risk. And that would have been a great way to implement it.
But I think the issue with the gilded altar is for irons, because for mains it's not actually best in slot because it's just cheaper.
It still
so
is
I think
best
for
in slot,
mains, it's
actually.
like it is.
It
Can't
still
you just
is.
use an alt and run in the regular POH?
Yeah, you can, but
Get the same XP basically.
Well,
just save GP.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's actually faster, but it's assuming that you have alts protecting you and stuff like that. Because I think it was Jenny Death like a couple of years ago that did like it was like it was like a week record to get 200 mil prayer, and it was all done through the Chaos Altar. And the reason is because you have to trade half as often, because obviously your bones are being used twice as much. So just that fact alone was making it like efficient.
You save a bit.
Yeah.
And also half the cost. I think for irons though, it's definitely a way too OP. Like I'll agree to that. Like I did it for maxing, of course, and I went beyond.
Yeah, you have
Giga
to.
OP.
You have to
It's
do it.
So good.
Every iron has to do it. So now prayer is now a wilderness skill. Like you got to go out there and, which is
also
just
cut in half.
It's just stupid. And now your gilded altar that used to be really iconic to the game, and you're pimping out your POH to use your bones there. It's just completely useless. I don't know. So that obviously that's another discussion, but like just anything out in the wilderness, you don't have best in slot stuff. That like GP would probably be the one I care least about. Like sure, whatever, if you want just GP being shat out into your game, if you think that's a healthy thing for your game, then fucking go for it, I guess. But yeah, I'm just not a fan, and especially like clue methods, especially when I hear the idea of clues or of wilderness clues. Oh my god,
dude, that's
stupidest.
What I hated too is the PKers like advocating, we should have implings in the wildy, we should have this in the wildy, and it's like, dude, that's not your problem.
We should have the farming guild 2.0 out in the wilderness. We should have
gosh, dude,
just like everything needs to be in the wilderness, so there's more people out there, so we can kill and make videos on it, and just like, oh my god,
at the same time, like I'll just say this, and I'm sure like you'll get a couple dislikes, so I'm sorry, you can cut it out if you want to, but like if you want to PK, go play another video game, dude. Like there's literally games that are designed to fight other players. This is literally like a role-playing game where you're supposed to like go on adventures and shit. Why are you PK? Like I was thinking that, like, and I said that to a few friends, and they're all just like, dude, good luck telling that to PKing community, like they're gonna get upset. And I understand, like I used to PK too when I was younger, when I was much newer too. And I enjoyed it. I love PKing. It was so much fun. One of the funnest times in my life doing Bounty Hunter Crater. I was really shit, of course. Doing like Edgeville PKing, multi PKing. Like those are fun. But I was also fighting other PKers. I wasn't killing PVMers that were killing a boss.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't mind if people PK. If that's your thing and that's how you enjoy RuneScape, I'm totally cool with that. But just giving incentive for just headless pinatas to be out in the wilderness for you to kill is just like not a healthy way to, people that have no desire. It would be like, hey, you want to PK? All right, go grind to 99 agility right now in order to start PKing, or in order to PK, you have to start questing or doing something that PKers hate. PKers love PKing because that's the activity they like to do. Skillers love to skill. They don't want to have anything to do with PKing, but then you're kind of enticing them to go out there when they don't want to. So just imagine the opposite end of like a PKer now has to do 3-tick 4G before every session of them PKing. It's like, we want to enjoy what we enjoy. And if you enjoy PKing, okay, PKers. Like you all can enjoy your time together on the wilderness. And the skillers don't want anything to do with it. So please allow them to not have that in just complete incentive to go out there because it's the best in slot XP rates. So that's my big problem. And like most clue hunters are like collection loggers. Collection loggers don't want anything to do with PKing. They don't want anything to do with it. And we're all adults.
Dude, most cloggers don't even touch LMS, dude. That tells you something. Like no one likes PKing in the clog community.
Yeah, and that's fine because that's what they enjoy. So please stop forcing and stop giving great incentive to go out into the wilderness, and then masking it behind the idea of high risk, high reward. Like, just, oh my God, it's so cringe. Like,
I'll say this though, like they had a good opportunity with PvP Arena, and it flopped. And I'm really disappointed it flopped because I know I hate PKing and PKers, but I still like they should still have something to do that doesn't affect me, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And if PvP Arena was good, where they could have like an elo system where it's very competitive and all that, and you can have ranks, or even do the same thing with LMS, because right now the LMS score is a meme. Like you just play LMS and your rank goes up.
Yeah,
Unless you die every single game, like your rank's always going to go up. They should have an elo system. They should have tournaments. They should also bring back DMM. Like I'm sorry, but like I know they've done it, but they should bring DMM more often, because that does help PKing satisfying their cravings. I could say.
Exactly.
And they need that. That way they're not going to kill me while doing Callisto.
PvP updates are amazing. Just don't stop trying to push players that have no desire to PK out into the wilderness or out, and I don't know. Just I want PKers to enjoy themselves, and I want other people to enjoy the way they enjoy playing. If a new clue meta comes out that's wilderness, I'm gonna be fucking butthurt because I don't want anything to do with the wilderness. I don't want to kill anybody. I have no incentive to kill anybody because I'm an Ironman. Like, stop with that.
And that's why you haven't done Callisto yet either.
Yeah, I mean I did the wilderness grinds, and you know what? That's one thing. Like, going for wilderness stuff when there's pets and there's other things to obtain, that's totally fine. Just don't make stuff meta. Like, don't make the clue meta out there. Don't make skilling metas out there. Don't make the collection log meta be. I mean, I don't know. I know I'm kind of just repeating myself at this point, but just
I think we should just move on, dude. Yeah. We're just like freaking beating a dead horse right now. Yeah, wilderness. Hopefully Jagex figures out something. They're smarter than us. I'm sure they can do it.
One more thing I'll say is, like, there's also just no moderation out there. So, like, ragging and, like, harassment, like, that's against the game rules. You can literally go to report abuse, and there's, like, harassment and
yeah, but they're basically like trying to PK you. Like, I guess they're just bad. I don't know.
It's disruptive. Disruptive behavior is literally an offense, but nobody actually thinks it's an offense because nothing ever actually happens when you're pissing off.
Well, isn't it like that dude that was ragging Castle Wars games for like a freaking decade? And he got like a temp ban and then came back into the exact same thing.
I know, it's fucking stupid. Just get rid of these toxic assholes already.
Yeah, like I'll tell another story about Callisto. Like, there was one ragger. I'm not gonna say his name because he's gonna be so excited if I say his name. Oh my gosh, he was ragging us, and eventually I just ended session. I went to Edgeville Bank and I was just chilling there, and he came to Edgeville Bank and he started shit talking me.
Yep.
I was literally working on editing a video, and I was like, look at my second monitor. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? Like, I'm not even talking, and he just kept going. So I typed like a few words. And dude, the guy like lit up, dude. He just kept going. He was insulting me, calling me a failed YouTuber, going on and on and on. And eventually he starts saying he's superior than me in every way possible. And I'm like, okay, like, grats, I guess. Like,
dude.
And then he says he has a Zuckam on his main. I'm like, grats, good on you. And then he says he has more clock slots than me. I'm like, oh, grats. I guess you're top page for mains then, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, cool. And he says he's superior to me in real life after. And I'm like, oh my god, like, no way he's going there, you know? And I shit you not, I have a screenshot proof if you don't believe me, because I'm sure no one's going to believe me, dude. He wrote, I have a master's degree in comp sci, I'm 6'2", I'm rich, and I'm handsome. And I just died. I couldn't do it. Yeah. I died of cringe. I had to log out. I couldn't. That was so cringe. Who would write that in a freaking public space? Why would you write that?
Well, he's just full baiting at that point, obviously.
Yeah, I think he was baiting to try to get me to like say something mean or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I'll just say the best thing I've ever learned is just ignore people. I used to never ignore anybody in the game.
I ignore him now, that dude. Like he kept trying to flame me. I just hop worlds and do something else. There's no point. They thrive on the attention, so yeah.
Exactly.
That was funny though. I laughed for a long time after that. That was funny. Okay, sorry, I got sidetracked.
Yeah, no. Okay, let's continue with the program. So
with the Callisto tag. Okay, so that Callisto tag. So it was. So I mentioned two elite clues an hour. Now that is possible but like you'd have to be like giga freaking like you'd have to have a whole team that just peels you. Like they do everything for you, they set you up, and then when you show up, someone leaves, take your spot and all that. In reality, it's closer to like 1.6 elites an hour, which is still really good, and very AFK. My record was I did 100 elite clues in 2 weeks, which was nuts. And I wasn't even playing that much too, because like that's like what 70 hours in 2 weeks. It's 35 hours a week. It's a lot, but it's not unheard of. I'm sure some people have done way crazier records. But yeah, that's the only part I forgot to mention about Callisto.
So I don't think this is like the next topic necessarily, but I want to just jump to it. Like, what are your thoughts on Third Age and the idea behind like the collection log not being completable?
Okay, so that's a really other topic I'm really intrigued about. So I know everyone says the clog is not completable. I disagree. It's completable. I just don't know if someone's going to be willing to devote their life for that, because you have to devote like a good portion of your your adulthood for completing the clog. The estimation for mains is around 60,000 hours right now. So that's like going for 200 mil all, like, what, 4 times maybe? So probably doable in like 15 years.
No, not.
And also, you need to account that methods are going to change, and we might get a better clue method. We'll get new stuff for sure, but things are going to get faster for sure. So I think it's doable. I just don't know who's going to do it. And I don't definitely Basilicus is not going to do it for sure. But I think it's completable. That's just my opinion. I know most people disagree, but
There's
you
no
can
way.
Tell your take.
The reason I'll share my take on it. I respect that you have a different opinion to most people, but the collection log will not ever be completed because even though they could devalue. Okay, so here's one thing. Like, obviously, if they ever came out with microtransactions or something, yes, then it could be completed because you just pay real money for it.
Yeah, but that doesn't count, dude.
Yeah. So if we're assuming the game's not going to get incredibly devalued anytime soon, doesn't it take like 120,000 masters or something on average to
it's
get?
It's like 100,000 masters. Yeah.
So it's 100,000. So 100,000 masters, literally, like, it takes about, I would say, like, if you are an absolute giga gamer, you could probably get 10, or you could probably do a master in 10 minutes. But that's assuming just insane speed consistently, which I'm not going to accept that. So I'm going to say 15 minutes to do a master. And that's assuming Dragon
You got all the
Implings.
clues.
That's assuming spamming Dragon
I did the
Implings.
calcs, by the way, for Dragon Implings. This other section's cringe, by the way, so you might want to close your ears or something. But it's 1.3 trillion GP to buy enough Dragon Implings for.
But that's the thing. If you're dedicating your life to it, you'll do it. You'll send it. You know.
Well, I mean, good luck getting 1.3 trillion unless you're like RWT or something. But
I mean,
I know
bonds.
it's like controversial. I don't
bonds.
think an Iron's definitely not going to complete it. I'll agree to that.
Yes.
A main, maybe. You'll see. Like, imagine if one of the dragons, the Desert Treasure 2 bosses, drop noted Dragon Implings. That changes everything. Literally changes everything.
That'd be crazy.
The clog would be like the clue DMs would crash, and then it would be pretty cool for Irons too. But that would be really cringe, by the way. I'd be very surprised if they ever did that.
I mean,
but you never know.
Even if there was, let's just say there's a method in the future that's twice as fast as Shades of Morton. So you're getting an elite every 15 minutes. And then let's assume you just absolutely spam open the lesser tier ones.
Yeah.
And so
30 minutes per master.
Yeah. That still takes 50,000 hours.
Yeah, of doing masters.
50,000 hours, and that's if you get on the average rate, and that's assuming.
Yeah, but also remember you can spoon, and like of course if you go dry you're fucked, dude.
Yeah.
In the clog. But if someone gets like if Marnie keeps streaking, like okay, you know what? We'll talk about Marnie quickly. Just like 2 minutes. I did the calcs last week.
Yeah.
I always do that. Just if you don't know me, for others listening, I always do calcs for cringe shit. But I did the calcs for his third age luck. Because a lot of people are talking about it in the Clog Discord. Because he's definitely like the most lucky person in terms of like third age. Unless I'm missing people, but as far as I know.
You're not. That's him.
So he has, from memory, he has 9 third age pieces. And I calced, and he's on rate for, is it 4 or 5? Let me check. 1 second. I wrote it down somewhere. I don't want to spit BS. It's on my another sheet. But I did the calcs. I think he's on rate for 4 third ages. And if he did 6,700 master caskets with the mimics and got no third age pieces, he's on rate.
Yep.
Which is frick.
Yeah,
it's really fucked. Like,
yeah, that we have to also remember, like, there have been people that have gone extremely lucky on a lot of things, but luck balances out over time.
yeah, with the more numbers. Well, the more amount of like
Yeah.
like the more items you have to get, the variance lowers, so
Yeah.
it gets less and less. Like, it's still possible, but it's just less and less
Exactly.
likely.
But there's 24 pieces of third age, right? Or 23?
I don't know from the top of my head.
I think there's 23 or 24 pieces of third age. And it's like, yes, I mean, to be honest, if he spoons the rest of the master ones, I mean, then he's seriously got a shot. But the thing is, it's just so
odds are
incredibly
low, yeah.
unlikely.
But I'm not gonna say something's impossible because I know that, like, you know, like in your case, I'm throwing you under the bus with the Zuck helm for the hardcore. You got proven wrong twice so far. Now, hopefully, you don't get proven wrong for the gimp, like the hardcore. I don't think you will.
I would literally put up a bat if somebody. Listen, I'm gonna do this right now. Actually,
I'm gonna PM Adicon and all the gamers and ask them to make a 5-man gimp.
Well,
team.
I'm not. I will say this. I will say this. If a group hardcore ever gets a Zuck helm, even one of them gets a Zuck helm.
With prestige or not prestige? That's my second
it has to be prestige because it's a hardcore.
Because they can't, because apparently the TOA is not fixed for prestige. That's what I've heard for the 8-man TOA speed.
I don't know.
They literally can't. Unless they fix it.
That's got to be fixed eventually, because I heard that if you're in a duo group hardcore, then you don't even have to do any of like the 5-mans or anything else, because you can only do the 2-mans. That's what I've heard.
So they get auto completed? Are you serious?
I think so. But I'm not positive on that.
So that's the meta then, dude. Make a duo group iron.
But even then, I would literally, you have to keep in mind,
because you can't die in Inferno, which that's
you can't die.
I died so much for that one.
You can't die to 6 jads. You have to do 5 and 6.
Dude, I died like 200 times to that.
To be fair, I actually never died to 6 jads.
I remember. Yeah.
So I'm a fucking god at this game.
6 jads.
No, but all I'm saying is, like, that will actually never be completed. It's actually impossible for a group hardcore Ironman to have a Zuck helmet. It's impossible.
See it to believe it. What's who you betting against? I'm not betting on this, by the way, because you never know.
It's actually impossible. You can't do that, because think about this. Let's just say you don't have to do any of the 3-man, 4-man, 5-man, whatever. Which doesn't that actually eliminate all TOB speedruns, actually?
There's the duo speedrun.
Okay, there is a duo speedrun.
But like all the masters get ignored, all the
yeah.
But you still does that ignore perfect theater then? Does it say trio or does it just say perfect? Doesn't mean you have to do a duo perfect theater.
Yeah, you have to do a duo perfect theater.
Oh,
and and you have to. The thing is, you have to get all that gear without dying in the first place. Like, just enable to do enough DPS. You have to not have died on a group hardcore Ironman just to get to that stage where you can start doing those speed runs. And on top of that, you have to do 6. You have to build up your way to 5 jads, do 5 jads, and then 6 jads without dying. And then, like, it's too hard. It's too impossible. When I think,
I'm not gonna say it's impossible. I think
it's impossible.
People could do it.
It's impossible. There's no.
Bro, have you watched like streams of like the people speedrunning Inferno and shit? Like, they're cracked nowadays, dude.
It doesn't matter. It's impossible. You cannot do that. You cannot get a group hardcore Ironman helmet. Listen, I'm gonna even. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's just. I was about to go into the list of tasks and I realized there's like 500 of them. I'm not gonna.
It is a bunch.
Yeah, but it's impossible. And I'm literally willing to pay somebody like $5,000.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah. And that's not even that.
Well,
I mean, I could literally say like 50. I don't have $50,000, which means like I can't say that. But like I would literally be confident even saying $50,000 just simply because it'll never be done.
All right, that's I mean, you remember when Bodhi made a challenge for the lowest level Inferno Cape, and then Exac beat it,
Yeah.
and then I think he donated. Was it 10 grand? Is my memory right?
See,
Then
here's the
Exac
thing
spread
though.
it to others. That was so humble of him, dude. My
Here's the
gosh.
thing though. It's like there is a difference. That's a one-time thing you do. With
Yeah, it's
Zuck,
not the same level,
Zuck
but
Helmet is on a whole nother just level of insanity, pure insanity.
dude, I have faith that someone in the community can pull it off. I believe. Prove say they're wrong, guys. Clip it. Someone clip
Nobody
it.
will prove me wrong on this one. I was proven wrong on the normal hardcore, but we
And
have
now
to
you're
keep in mind
stepping up, you know.
like half of the things there are completely safe. So it's like doing it on a normal Ironman.
Yeah,
So
I sure as shit can't do it, so good luck, whoever's doing it. Let's move on.
yeah, all right.
Okay, what else? I'm all over the place now. Where do you want to go next?
Yeah, so we were just talking about collection logging. Okay, so let me ask you actually. Who is the greatest collection logger?
Oh, that's a hard question. I mean, they're all like everyone has their own sections that they're like they excel in. Like most people would probably say like Hey Jace or Basiligus, but I disagree. I would put Marnie above both of them just because he has more EHC. And I know the EHC, which, by the way, for those who don't know, EHC is efficient hours clogged. It's a metric used to calculate how many hours you've invested in your collection log. Giga cringe, I know. Don't have to tell me.
What's
And
his percentage, by the way? Do you know?
I think he was 22,000 EHC, so that's what, 30%? Is that 30%? I can go
That's
check
close.
actually if you want to give me like 1 minute.
Yeah.
I'll go check. But remember, the EHC sheet is not fully accurate. There's a few mistakes, and I actually took over the EHC sheet. The clog Discord community asked me to take it over, so I'm redoing it. But it's gonna take me a long ass time because I'm so busy. Where
Yeah.
is it?
That's and we also have to remember that they could literally just come out with another clue update that
And
gives
screw him over.
that gives another 5,
Or like second
third
age,
ages.
like they have in the RS3.
Exactly.
And
Come
that
out.
just
Yeah.
resets everything like from zero.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, nothing. This shit's not going to be completed, which is
He
good. I like it.
has where is it? Oh, yes, 37,000 hours? What the hell? Okay, that's a lot more than I thought. That means he's like halfway. Is that right? Yeah, that means he's like literally halfway. That's crazy. They should add a percentage here. I'm actually gonna make a note of that and ask to add it for the next time.
Halfway, and his luck.
But like
Yeah.
he's like at least like 10,000 hours lucky, probably even more.
Yeah.
So, and that's the thing too with the clog. It's like end game clog is just everyone doing clues, and if you hate clues, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Like you're just straight up screwed.
You're
Like,
you're only a clogger if you enjoy clues. Like, that's the end game.
some people like I know Basiligus doesn't really enjoy clues too much.
He's not a true clogger.
I wouldn't say that, but you know, he's definitely not gonna win long term. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, you gotta start loving clues if you want to play long term end game.
Oh,
What do
dude,
you?
fun fact, by
Yeah.
the way, he started streaming today, Basiligus.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he's doing a 500 clue opening right now. I
Oh,
was
shit.
I was there right before the cast started.
500 what? What tier?
Hard clues. He's doing hards, which he has green lock, by the way. But I
Yeah,
guess he's coping for a third H piece or something.
he's definitely a beast player. Don't get me wrong at all, but it's only just the way he's described clues. He just hates them, and I'm like, dude, you should not be going around saying that. Like, you gotta just at least fake it till you make it, because that's literally like 90% of the grind is just doing clue scrolls.
Well, he does do Callisto with us, like whenever we do teams, because he hates shades. He doesn't. I think he just hates shades, honestly, more than anything. And I'll agree, like shades do not look fun to do. Like I'm glad I'm an iron for that reason. I don't think I would enjoy shades. Like the tick manipulation part of it. I'm not a fan of tick manipulation. That's a subject on its own. Opening the chest looks fun though, but doing the bark with the logs and the remains does not look fun.
Yeah, not great.
But definitely a cool method though. Good option for mains.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is like that was never pulled. It was never pulled
Yeah,
as
it's true.
Shades
Just
is going to be
random.
the new best in slot elite. So that's why I'm always fearful of doing long grinds now. Like for example, Sarachnis. Obviously, everyone knows I had a goal of just doing some crazy amount of Sarachnis. But imagine I did like 200,000, let's say, and then randomly just 1 week they come out with an update that just makes elites every
Just
15
breaks it.
minutes or something. Just
Yeah.
because Jagex wouldn't care, obviously, and they could literally just
Well,
do it.
I think there's like some of the mods today. Like I'm sure like Husky, Arcane, Aiza would probably step up and say, "Whoa, guys, this is not okay." I think they would. I would hope they would know that it's not a good change and they would notice. But fun fact, by the way, for Shades, the Elite CAs used to not work, and they eventually allowed it to work, and that's what 2,500 hour time save from that one change.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just a random number I threw there. Sorry. You keep going.
Yeah, no, they also did that with Sepulcher because Sepulcher didn't get the boost either until
Ah, see
just
that
recently.
I did not know. That's
I'm
cool.
I'm still butthurt that they changed the
Yeah, they nerfed
Sepulcher.
it.
I know, so butthurt.
But it used to be like, was it? Did they half it? Was that
Yeah,
the nerf?
yeah,
They halved it.
yeah,
So
they
that
cut
means
it
it
in
would have
half.
been how many clues an hour? Like 1.7, 1.8 elites an hour?
No, it was about if you were to just do floor 5 looting, you got to keep in mind you can't just do efficient Sepulcher because you do have to loot 4
Yes,
spots.
fours.
But it would have been about, I think, 45 minutes for an elite.
Okay,
And
that's still really good. It's better than Sarachnis for
yeah,
elites specifically.
yeah, and it would have been good. I would have personally also looted probably floor 4 as well, so it would have made it like
A couple hards. Yeah.
52 minutes or something. But that was just a great change in my personal opinion. Like I think that would have just been phenomenal for the game, and like you now have variety, and obviously they could have adjusted it a little bit to make it about an hour. You know, like they could have just made a slight change, like 20% nerf. But I mean, holy shit! Like just the fact that I don't know,
They
just
nerfed it, yeah.
nerfed it way too
I
hard.
remember you saying you wanted to go for 200 mil agility when they announced when they announced
100%
it.
would
Yeah.
with their initial proposal. I was literally set. I was like, I'm doing 200 mil agility.
That would have been pretty cool to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. I think it's cool. I think they should try to focus on adding alternatives that are similar or slightly worse.
Yeah, that's
And that
the
way
big key.
players can like, diversify
The big
and not
key
just
is
do like shades.
yeah, the big key is just like have various methods. Like just have a variety of different things to do that are all around the same that have different pros and cons, So,
Actually, can I bring up another topic? We'll do
Yeah,
a
yeah.
whole other tangent. So, you want to talk about the clue metas for irons, each tier?
let's hear it.
So for beginners, me and my friend Abe, we were talking about a new method for beginners. You have to blow cannonballs though. You do goblins at Lumbridge with a cannon, and you get easy and beginners. And max efficiency, you can get around 18 beginners and around 9 easies an hour, which is still like pretty good for beginners. So I think that method's really cool. And then ham members, I think it's really cool. But freaking medium clues, dude. I despise Puro with my life. And I hate it so much that instead of doing Puro for mediums, I'm like running around the game trying to figure out an alternative. And I found a couple different alternatives, and we can discuss them if you want. So the first thing, let me just find it. Where are my notes? God damn it.
They have to fix Puro. That sucks.
Well, there's actually like a one method that Purple Thorax and Sally showed me. I think you actually might have mentioned it a long time ago, if I recall. But there's like a spawn with an eclectic and is it a gourmet, I believe?
Yeah,
And you
go
run
back
between
and
the two
forth.
and you catch them. But what Sally does is he uses like I don't remember what it's called. It makes you go through faster. I don't remember. It's like a crop circle in Gielinor, and if you use it, you can go through faster through the wheat.
Yeah, you get like the farmer's affinity or
Yeah,
something.
that's
like
what it
that.
is. Farmer's Affinity. And there's like a plugin on RuneLite that scouts it for you and tells you where it is. So he
Yeah.
goes there, he uses it. And it seems like a really good method.
No, it is. I mean, Puro
try
is
it.
just dominating. It dominates everything with mediums. So if as long as mediums are in your book of like I need to get mediums, Yeah, like it would literally be efficient to do your easies through it as well. But I just fucking hate Puro Puro so much that
Yeah, me too.
keep me out
I
of there.
refuse to do it.
Yeah.
We can talk about the Venom bug because that actually comes up with one of the overlaps with one of the methods here. But there was a method I was doing that was Venom tech lava dragons with Puro Puro. So I would back. Oh, dude, I have to like do another tangent for this. God damn it. What do I do? I'll circle back. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to break the medium clue method, and I like you can AFK Ice Warriors for like 3 to 4 clues an hour. You can Venibo Dagonauts for around the same thing. And I tried a new tech which is really cringe. So the Mammoths and the Wildy, they have the same drop rate as a medium clue as Ice Warriors. And they're very close to an obelisk. So what I was doing is I would telly in with a Dinny B and like tank gear, spec them twice, POH telly and run back. And I was using like an alt to try to lure them because they're very annoying to lure, by the way.
Yeah.
And I was really hoping it would be like, even if it was like 20% worse than Pro Pro, I would say screw it, I'm doing it. And it was so bad, it was barely 4 an hour, and I was like, oh my gosh, and you have to de-gear, re-gear, it's very annoying. And you're in the wildy too. I was like, oh dude, there's no alternatives, dude, I'm screwed.
You know what there was a method, it only if the terror dogs had a larger range to roam. If you use your Slayer ring, you can get to the terror dogs in no. Terror dogs in what is the let me just rub the ring real quick. I'm losing my train of thought.
Terror dogs. What? Dude, I've never heard of this.
So if you teleport to Tarn's lair, I'm actually gonna go there right now.
Oh, the terror dogs.
There's a
Guys.
passageway
Okay.
immediately, and these terror dogs, you can use a Dinny B against them, but the problem is they don't respawn fast enough, and a lot of them along the side, like they only have like a 5x5. No, probably a little bit larger than that. Probably like an 8x8 like range where they can wander. And so they back up, which is really annoying. Like they start backing up when you hit them. But there's a way where you just use an Arda necklace and then go back and you're just instantly in there. And if they would just spawn a little bit quicker, they drop medium clues. And you could just do that method over and over and over. That would actually be incredible. But they have to update their aggro ranges and their...
It's such a niche, dude.
Yeah, no, I went around the game a lot, and I also love the method of so there's actually a method where you can. I think this is definitely not efficient because it's always more efficient to be out in the wilderness, but you can actually do your mossy or like your bryophyta grind just through going to Narda using your Dinny B and then going into the catacombs and then just specking the moss giants down there. And what you do is if you are missing the Ober Club too, you just go back and forth, like going north or east over to the moss giants or going to the hill giants, and you just Dinny B spec them, wait for them all to respawn, and just keep going back to Narda and back. I don't know the actual rates of that, but that is a great like beginner clue meta / totem meta / getting your keys.
I'll have to try that too.
Yeah.
I'll have to test that. I had one theory too in my head for mediums, but I don't think it's viable.
What?
But you drop a cannon in Fally, you fill it up with 60 cannonballs, and you go do other shit, and you come back if you get a medium clue.
Yeah, that would only be meta if like cannonballs were truly 0 time.
Yeah, they're not, so it's not really.
Yeah.
But I would be willing to blow my entire cannonball stack on that.
Yeah.
If it was good.
I'm curious how many cannonballs do you have in your bank?
I only have 80,000, but that's all from Callisto, by the way. I don't actually do Corp.
I
don't like
I did
Corp.
a huge cannonball sesh. I have 436,000.
Yeah, I remember watching that on your stream. That's so crazy. I guess you can do the method.
Yeah, I'm set for a while, but I need to just be. I'm cautious of using my cannonballs prematurely. There could be an update that comes out. It's crazy.
And also like the time you would like invest cannoning Valley Guards or whatever, like you can probably use your cannon on like Konar Tass and all that, and it'd be much more effective.
Exactly.
Yeah, and also for hearts, by the way, and elites, if you do your Abyssal Demon task in the Wildy, even if you have a task from like Neve or Duradel, you can still do it in the Wildy, by the way.
Oh, really?
And with the Ring of Wealth, it's really good. Like it's actually over 1-to-1 EHC right now.
I thought you had to have a Cristelia task.
Yeah, I thought so too, but I tested out and you don't have to.
Wow. Okay.
That's really good, by the way. But you don't get Laren keys, of course, but you still get the...
Oh, that's
I think it's a 1 in 600 for elite clues.
Yeah,
that Abbey Demons in the Wildy.
that method's pretty cracked. Just barraging and cannoning is just crazy.
Yeah, but
Or
will be
smoke barrage
sucks,
or
so.
whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, that's another interesting tech
Did you
that's
ever
low key.
did you ever try like black dragons, like the black dragons in the wilderness cave? They have a for wearing a ring of wealth, it's a 1 in 125 for an elite and a 1 in 64 for a
Really?
hard.
That's pretty good. I did the Slayer task like skip for points back in the day, but I never noticed that the clue rates were good.
I don't know if it's like it's probably nowhere near meta at all, but it did feel good getting a black dragon task. I would extend them so I'd get like 60 or so. And you're
Get
just
an elite
out there.
clue.
Yeah, and you can cannon them as well. And you get elites and hards. So it seemed pretty good. But yeah, so
Yeah, Ring of Wealth is busted.
let me ask, like, what would you do for elites, hards, and masters if there were to be no more updates coming out?
I mean, honestly, dude, like if I get to it, like I want to finish the elite clue log, like with the tuxedo, but I don't think I'll ever grind like beyond that for like third age and stuff. I think if I ever get to that point, I'll just go back to raiding and just have fun, honestly. But if I were to like grind the Bloodhound, for example, I would probably just do Callisto and then do other things on the side when there's no team. Or if I had no choice, I guess it's really just Arachnus, the other option. I know that like Wildy Slayer is not too bad if you turtle skip for Barrage tasks in the Wildy. You get like decent amount of hard clues, but the elite clues are not as great.
Yeah.
So it's a tough spot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much just Arachnus.
Oh yeah, it's like it's just I mean Musfa is like pretty decent too, but it's so boring. Actually that's another question too. Why do people love Musfa? I don't understand. I really hate that boss, and everyone that I talk to they love it. Am I like an old man that like grumpy old man or something that doesn't like it or?
I'm trying to like be unbiased with my thoughts here. Like I think Musk was actually a pretty good fight. The problem is like there's a few issues. One of them is like those stupid spikes that follow you and just chase you. That's annoying as fuck and they last way too long. And then the fact that the smite skip hardly ever can happen because it's just you have to hit huge is really annoying. I wish the smite skip was able to be done more commonly, but the fight itself is really not that bad, and I think part of the reason a lot of people like it is because it just like Musfa doesn't have that high of defense. You're just smacking, but it's not particularly challenging. That's I think the thing that just gets really boring for a lot of high end players is like there's just nothing really going on. It's just like okay, just
I don't know. It just doesn't feel. I don't understand why I don't like it too, because it's not like I don't hate it. I'm not gonna publicly say that it's a shit boss. I don't enjoy it. I just don't see myself grinding it long term.
yeah. Well, let me ask you, what are your favorite bosses like that and like in that caliber?
Honestly, just raids, dude.
Well,
I like the raid bosses, but that doesn't count. So
yeah. So what would you? Well, let me ask you this:
I like
out of like Zulrah, Vorkath, Fasanis, CG, like what are the things that what are those kind of bosses that you enjoy most?
thing is, I like bosses that are very AFK because then if I want to be more active, I'll do raids. That's kind of my entire mindset. Like I like DKs a lot. I think DKs is like so chill. I used to like do a lot of DKs back in the day when I was a noob, and I like KQ as well. But they're not like they're not challenging bosses, so I'll give it that. Maybe I just want to chill. Maybe that's
No,
why.
I think you actually have a point there. I've always tried to like be able to formulate why I enjoy certain bosses because I love KQ. Like if I have a task and I have a KQ task, like it's just chill because it's so simple. Before I had the KBD pet, I loved going to kill KBD because it's just simple.
It's chill.
And
Yeah.
you can you have these little optimizations with gear and step unders if you want and like little things that can help, but those are really like the fun little bosses to kill. As when they start getting too in depth where the thing has a program to it, like Muspa is like it's a program. It's like you do this, you do this, you do this, you must do this. Like here's the mechanics that are going to come up. It's like sometimes it feels way too scripted and it just gets bland and boring. I feel like bosses actually do better when they're it's just here,
simple.
just attack it and find a way to make it more efficient if you want to, or just, I don't know. Like
But I feel like they're never gonna release a boss like that in the future. Like there's no way in hell the Desert Treasure 2 bosses are gonna be like
oh yeah,
Kraken.
they're going to be completely
There's no
scripted.
way.
It's like it's a scripted fight that you do this. As soon as you
With
hit this HP, it
mechanics and
does
all
this.
that.
And you know what was a really fun fight in my opinion?
Which one?
Venenatis pre
What
pre
the like
Wilderness.
the lure with the
Yeah,
crossbow?
the little lure. Like there was something I fucking loved, and I even said this pretty openly. I didn't want to see the wilderness bosses get changed. Now, I think the wilderness bosses change was actually pretty good. It looks like they're still just simple. They're not
Yeah,
overly
I think they
complex.
overall did a really good job with the wilderness rework. So I'll give them a shout out on that too.
I personally loved like Venenatis discovering a way to kill it where you can set your cannon up, it shoots it twice, you have to get the spawn right initially, and then you just kill it, you just kill the boss. Like
Chill.
I love that. And
Yo,
if you
whoever
fuck up,
discovered that is really too smart. Like,
Just-
how do you even discover that? Like,
dude, how did
gotta
anybody
goof around a
discover any
lot.
of those wilder safe spots? Just weird.
yeah, I mean, I guess it's like the max range of the aggro distance, but how would you know? Like, I would never be able to figure that out. That's way too.
I actually like the Sarachnis fight too. I enjoy Sarachnis.
I think it's like I like your Seali tech that does like spice it up a little bit. But I did Sarachnis for Greenlock and I kind of enjoyed it. The clues were nice, the boss, but at the same time, are you enjoying Sarachnis because of the fight or because you're getting the clues?
I enjoy Sarachnis because of the rhythm of it. Like the fight itself is not tedious. It's very rhythmic. Especially when you start doing like thousands and thousands of kills. It's all the same. It's like you're standing on these four corners and you can use the Sea Halotech. You start feeling that like you're not even counting. You're just feeling the movements of like, okay, I can see Hallie here. And it's just a really quick fight. And I just really enjoy that, honestly. And the clues obviously are the only reason I would kill it. But the fight itself is pretty enjoyable. It's like soothing, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like a chill. It's relaxing.
Yeah.
It's good streaming content too.
Yeah, it's chill.
And I guess those bosses are over for us in this game. Damn, I never thought of it that way. That's kind of sad.
Yeah. Let me go on a little tangent real quick. So, what is your favorite raid?
Oh, Tob. It's not even a question. It's Tob.
Okay. Why
There's
is
no
that?
debate. If anyone says otherwise, like, nah, I flamed them. Sorry.
Why is
I
it
don't.
Tob?
I took like okay. So when I started raiding, I was like the biggest shitter ever. Like I spooned the Tebow. Fun fact: same kill count as you, 20 KC. That like really like got me.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, really got me addicted to Chambers.
Legends.
And I was like doing casual trios unscaled, and they were like 40 minutes, by the way. Like it was really bad, like with the some friends. And like I had one friend, he would take a bong rip before every single room. And like, dude, like I remember we would show up to Muto, he's like, 1 second, boys. And then you hear like the the bubble sounds. And I'm like, oh my god, dude. Let me come ready. I'd go in. But it was fun, but it wasn't challenging, I found. Because once you learn Ohm Fight, it's kind of just solos is a whole different ballgame, by the way. Like,
Yeah, for
not
sure.
the same thing whatsoever. But then when I started learning Tob, I got instantly addicted. I just full sent Tob. And even when I greenlocked, that was super sad. I was like, oh, I'm missing pet. We'll go for pet. And then I got the pet, and I was like, 2K cape? Okay, let's go for 2K cape. And I don't know how to explain why I enjoy Tob. I think it's just the consistency, and there's so much depth on like small things you can learn. Like learning 5 tick Scythe Zarpus was so satisfying, and learning to Pog Tank was like freaking amazing. And what was fun too is I didn't watch any guides when I was doing Tob. I learned from like talking to people and learning from others. And when I saw my friend Pog Tank, I was like, oh my god, that's crazy. And like it's when you look at someone doing it and you really think about it, it makes sense. You understand the pattern, but setting it up is really hard. And once you figure it out, like it's the best feeling ever to pog. I don't know if you ever gone to that when you were tobbing, but learning Pog Tanking was amazing. Probably one of the best things I've ever done in terms of like game knowledge, I guess. But it's not like I won't say it's hard. It's just like a
You just gotta
pattern.
learn it. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's the same as like just learning Verzik initially. At first, it's like, what the fuck is
Oh, yeah,
going
at first
on?
it was brutal, dude.
It's so
Oh my
crazy
God.
how we used to think that was brutal. It's like
I remember.
it's just 4 ticks. Like just think about it. But back then you're just so clueless and you're in the moment and you're like, oh my god, like.
But I don't think I was counting ticks back then. I think I was just like You know,
Just
okay,
looking.
it's around now.
Yeah.
Okay, it's around now.
It's
But
crazy when that intuition starts being just
that
ingrained in
click.
your brain. Just like, okay, I understand
Yeah, I
now.
think Inferno was what like when I started like actually understanding the game and I was able to like apply it everywhere. I think that
Mm,
was a turning point for me with the like one tick blob flick alternating. You just understand everything from there.
yep, yep, yep. Yeah, it's
But
cool
yeah, it's
getting.
for sure top. Top is my favorite raid by far.
Okay.
That's why I actually did 2K cape and afterwards I like CMs, but not like I wouldn't do like three in a row. You know, I'll do like one or two and then do something else. I like CMs for that. But
I
I think
see.
it's because I haven't done like max efficiency CMs. Like one of my friends did a Discord for max efficiency Ironman CMs, and they're getting like 24, 25-minute trios, which is really good. And he says they're really fun, but I haven't tried it because I'm like holding off to do Toa first because I know once I go back to Chambers, I'll never go back to Toa because Toa
Mm,
sucks. Oh, Dragon Axe.
yeah, Toa's decent if you have a fun team to go with. Toa
In 8-mans,
solos
it's really
suck.
fun. I love 8-mans.
Yeah, I
I'm
feel like
addicted.
Toa actually did a good job in encouraging you to be with players. Actually doing it in larger teams. Like it's legitimately more fun in larger teams, which is really cool.
Yeah. And
Where
I like that you can still solo, unlike Tob.
yeah,
They really balanced it like somewhat well. The only downside is if you solo, Monkey Room is really in
it's
aids as
fucking.
opposed to teams.
I just realized I hate doing Toa solos. I just don't enjoy it. It's just like the whole thing just feels tedious the whole way through, in my opinion. Or
You should do. We've been doing 8-man 400s, and we do pathless invocation. So we turn off walk the path,
oh,
and
so you
so
just
that way you blaze. Our PB
yeah.
is 19-minute 13, which is cracked for
Dude,
a 400.
I remember like before I really understood the rates of purples. This is like before the plugin was really out or before I was using it. I was just sending 300s. And dude, you can literally just fly.
I
It
know
like
it's so
those are
satisfying.
when Toas were fun. When I didn't know what the purple rates were, and I was literally just trying to maximize my 300s. Dude, when you go into Zebak and you kill it in a minute 30, like you're literally in and out in a minute 30.
Yeah.
Just like this is fun. Like this is fucking fun right now.
We did 8-man 150s, and we got world record. And like we weren't even trying to get world record. We were just going fast for KC. And that raid was crazy, dude. Everything was dying so fast. Like we were doing Akka. The dude would red Karis the shadow. We would all ZCB, and the Akka shadow just disappeared. And we would kill Baba so fast, the mechanics would bug, and we'd get boulders dash with like the boulders falling with the boulder rocks on the same time, and like what the fuck's happening? It was so fun, but
Yeah,
it's so hard to find teams for that because no one wants to do 150s.
yeah. Damn, yeah, 158 man, it's gotta be crazy.
Oh, it's so fun, dude. I've been going pretty hard on those in the past couple weeks.
Yeah, we'll see what the future holds. I'm excited to see what they do for Desert Treasure 2 bosses. Oh, what are your thoughts on the Awakened variants that they announced?
You mean for Blood Torva?
Yeah.
I think Blood Torva looks really sick. They did a really good job. Shout out to the art team for that. I don't have Torva, so it's gonna be a little awkward.
I
I
don't
guess
have
I'll be like the.
yeah.
You don't have the plate body, I remember.
Yeah.
But I do plan to go back to Toa soon, so
Do
but not in time. So
what do you expect the Awakened variants to be? Because right now they're planning on coming out with orbs that you get from the normal variants, and those orbs can be purchased for a one time kill of the Awakened variants.
that's a really clever concept. Actually, I didn't think of that. It's really smart. I think it'll be like cool to see how much they sell for, because you can bet your ass that all the like top end PVMers are gonna be streaming, dumping their bank on orbs and trying to get the first completion. And I wonder how much it costs on release. Like you
Well,
can probably make bank doing that.
Well, here's the thing: is like they're coming out with the Awakened variants later, and they're already the boss.
Oh, it's later. It's
Yeah,
not at the same time.
yep.
Oh shit.
All the normal ones are going to be dropping orbs from day one. So there's going to be a huge market of
huge
orbs
supply.
already before the Awakened variants even come out. So that's a little concerning.
That's not good. Why did they do it? I thought it would be at the same time. Because what's the point then? I thought the objective was for lower level players to do the boss and make bank with the orbs, and then high level players getting the satisfaction of doing difficult content. I thought that was the whole goal.
Yeah,
Is it
I
not?
know it is a little strange, but the thing is, like they literally haven't even started in development with the Awakened ones. I don't think because they're waiting for us to
Oh, okay. See, I
pull
didn't know
yes for it.
that.
So that's the
Ah.
problem. So there are gonna already be just thousands and thousands of these orbs in the game, but I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. Obviously, I would have preferred everything to come out all at once, but
Yeah, I think so too. But they might have issues with like dev time and all that to make it
exactly.
happen.
And
So,
knowing what the difficulty is, like them coming out with the original versions is going to give them a ton of data that's like, okay, we can push the limits this far and this will be appropriate. And because if they just drop both at once, who knows what the difficulty would have been.
and how hard do you think it'll be? Like, do you think they're gonna be? They said Infernal level, but do you think it's actually gonna be Infernal level, or do you think they're gonna make it too easy?
I just think, honestly, there's just going to be a lot of one-shot mechanics that, like, if you mess up, you just die instantly, which is kind of the way they have to do it. Mod Arcane was talking about in the Q&A that they had like a couple days ago. He was saying that the reason the TOB hype and Inferno hype were so great was because you have to literally reset all your progress before you can continue. So as soon as you wipe, you got to redo everything. And that's what made the content like really prestigious and stuff, is this idea of just being gate kept by just spending another 2 hours getting up to the point where you were at and then just, planking again because of the unknown. Like you don't actually know what's going to be happening. So they're trying to give this orb thing a try. They're just experimenting with it because they need something where you can't just go in freely over and over and over and just get it done within the first hour. You still could get it done in the first hour if you're like just giga chatting and you just have unlimited orbs and you're just sending it. But yeah, I think I don't know. But
I guess it's hard to balance for sure. Because Toa with the infinite resets, you did one raid, you learned everything.
Exactly, and
It's not like you have to reset.
They're gonna come out with like guides. Like players are gonna come out with guides that's literally just gonna tell you exactly what to do within like the first month. It's like okay, like
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so it's gonna be
those videos are gonna get crazy views. By the way,
I know. Dude, I'm excited though. I think Blood Torva is awesome. I think it looks great, and I just hope those 4 bosses are fun and not just really tedious.
Oh yeah, dude. If it's 4 Musfas, dude, I think I'm straight up gonna ignore it, dude.
I'm pretty sure 2 of them are gonna be Muspas.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what it is. I have faith. I believe in Jagex. Hopefully they deliver.
Yeah.
And, I honestly, I was talking to another friend about this a few days ago, and if these bosses flop, it might be really bad for the HLC community. We might lose a lot of people.
I doubt it. I doubt we'll actually lose anybody.
I doubt it. A lot of people were not really pleased with Musfa, though.
Yeah, no, but they're never pleased with anything, to be honest. So I just don't think people are going to quit over that. There's going to be reasons. People are going to quit regardless just because of other, just losing interest and just getting older and having other things. But I don't know. I don't think simply, this update not satisfying exactly what you want is going to make anybody quit. Because, and it's so hard this is so hard for Jagex, in my opinion. Like, even with the Awakened variants, it's like, what are you supposed to gauge it to? Are you supposed to gauge it so that Scotty and Adicon and, just like the greatest, speedrunners of all time, or obviously I'm just mentioning that there's tons of incredible gamers. I'm just talking about them because I watch them a lot. But just like the very advanced 0.0001% of the game is having a really tough time completing these, because it's just not going to be the case. Like Jagex needs it to at least be completable by a percent of the player base, not just like the
if they make it too
players.
hard, they have to nerf it. People complain. If they make it too easy, people complain. It's not an easy balance to get. That's for sure.
It's so difficult, especially now that Blood Torva's on offer. So it's like players are gonna want Blood Torva. You can't make it too incredibly difficult. It's so hard to balance. I hope personally that it's on the level difficulty of like solo Tob, where it's not long, but it's like that difficulty. Mainly because if it's a short fight, at least, like imagine solo top condensed into a 5-minute fight. Like if somehow you could even imagine that, like if they could nail it down. So you need to have tick perfection for 5 minutes.
Like
basically.
it would be like solo top, but like the Zarpus or Nilo level difficulty, like it's just that room.
Exactly.
Because that's like one of the hardest parts.
Yeah.
Of the solo.
Imagine just like a Zarpus, so, like a solo top Zarpus. Like that's like the boss itself, like in the Awakened variant. Like,
And
that,
what's interesting too with the orbs, like imagine you don't get enough orbs, and you have to go back to kill the boss, and you're so close. Like, oh, dude.
as an Ironman, yeah, that's gonna suck.
Well, I mean, I guess as an Iron, you just wait for watch streams, learn from that way.
Yeah. Don't send your orbs too early.
And as a main, you do it, you send it, and as a mid-level main, you sell all your orbs on the GE.
Yep.
Make bank.
I'm excited to see what they come out with. It's got to be a lot of tick perfection if they want to come out with like a really.
But how do they add difficulty in a point-and-click game with 0.6-second delay for everything? That's the hard part.
I mean, I mean, again, like when it just comes to Zarpus, like you just see like you get to a point where you're having to redemption, like you're just low
quick
HP
decisions too.
Yeah, it's like that
on
low
the
HP
path and so on.
Yeah, and I think part of it is like during the fight you're just constantly draining HP, so you're just at this very low level where I think honestly being at low HP just makes your nerves go crazy, like especially the average player. When you're sitting at 1 HP, you're like, oh fuck, like don't die.
I also doubt it'll be at the level of solo top. I think it'll be slightly under Inferno. That's what I think the difficulty will be. It would be sick if it was solo top level though. That would be.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but I will definitely put in my all.
Maybe 3 of them will be like just under Inferno, and then one of them's just gonna be like crazy. Just so if you actually want to get the full blood Torva, there's just gonna be one that's gatekeeping everybody. I hope that's how they do it.
That would be sick too. But do you? So how does it work? Do you need all 4 pieces to make the full set? Or?
So you kill all 4 awakened bosses. You have to do that, and then you get access to having blood Torva. And however they do that, but you do get the full blood Torva as soon as you kill all 4.
That's sick. Hopefully it's I'm excited to see how they do it. Quite a challenge. Good luck to the J-mods.
For real. All right, what's the next topic we want to talk about?
You want to pick one? There's a lot.
Let's see. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm only seeing this. It's just a word I saw on the outline. What are your thoughts on completionist cape?
Oh, yes, that's a good topic. Okay, so I think it's okay. Maybe I'm elitist. I don't know. I think it's kind of weird that the comp cape requires elite CAs. I don't necessarily agree with that. Even my friends that don't have Zuck helms, they even say it's weird. And like you should be completing. It's a completionist cape, not a partial completionist cape. But at the same time, they can't have full claw completion. So I guess it's right and wrong at the same time. But what I think they can have the untrimmed version be whatever the hell they want. They can have it be I think right now they're proposing elite CAs, quest cape, max cape, and the achievement diary cape. So basically anyone who's maxed should have it. And the trim cape, however, I think they should put some really disgusting requirements on that. I don't know at what extent though. Like if it was up to me, I would be really cracked and I would put like 2 capes on there and all the shenaz, and like probably like 1200 clog and all that stuff. But I do agree that that's definitely excessive. So I would be okay if they didn't go that crazy. But definitely Zuck helm on the trim cape. But I don't know what they'll do. Did they announce what they'll do for the trim version? Or they haven't announced
I'm
that?
curious where they've even announced any of this.
Well, they said, didn't they say it was elite CAs for the untrimmed version?
When did they talk about comp cape? To be honest,
It's been a while ago. I'm just recalling it from vague memory.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what they've said about it. To be honest, I know some JMods have brought it up in past Q&As, but I don't know if they've ever said anything certain in stone or anything. I think they've just been throwing out ideas. At least that's what I think, unless I've missed stuff.
And at the same time, they don't want to make it too hard either, because like I know in like RS3 some of the requirements are like stupid. Like I think it's 5,000 Castle Wars games. Like why would you have to do 5,000? Is it? I'm pretty sure it's 5,000, right? Am I
no
correct?
idea with RS3. Yeah, No
I'm
idea.
not good either. That's someone told me that, and I was like, that's so stupid. Or a few people told me that. That's why I think it might be correct.
I personally think Comp Cape is just too. We'll never be able to decide what it should be. And I honestly think Comp Cape is a bad idea for the game's health, because Comp Cape makes it so people vote no to updates.
Yeah, because they don't
Because
want to have to redo shit.
exactly. And if any skilling thing comes out or things like, most pet hunters get incredibly butthurt when a skilling update comes out with a pet, because they don't want to do that activity. They just want to kill bosses, they want to kill monsters and get the pet that way. So as soon as you have this completionist cape that involves everything, skilling and maybe probably some PvP and shit that people don't want to do, they're going to get butthurt and they're going to vote no to it. They're going to start spite voting. So my opinion is just come out with the wieldable collection log. That's what we need, and it upgrades every 100.
Yeah, I think that was a cool idea too. It doesn't have to be like crazy.
That's the way to go, in my opinion.
And would the comp cape just be like you get a certain tier, you have the comp cape?
I don't even think a comp cape should be in the game, to be honest. A comp cape sounds cool, kind of, because like just a new cape that's gonna probably have some OP crap attached to it. Don't get me wrong, it sounds nice, but when you actually start thinking about every negative consequence to a comp cape, I just don't enjoy. I already don't enjoy having to reobtain Zuckhelm every fucking boss update when they come out with CAs. Like, I don't like the idea of just constantly keeping up this item because you need it to look good. And that's my personal opinion. I don't like having to upkeep things indefinitely just for the end of time. And I think the collection logbook nails it, because it continues to get upgraded as more collection logs come out, but you are not under this pressure to be like, oh my god, now have to do this new shit that came out into the game just to get my OP teleports back and wearing this cape again. I think it's just unhealthy, personally.
I think the book idea is pretty cool. I would definitely like to have cosmetics to flex your log, because right now there's literally nothing. The only way you flex your log is through the collectionlog.net website and the plugins associated to it, which are not even like Jagex related whatsoever. And they're not everyone is on it either. So for all we know, some people might be sleeper loggers and have crazy slots.
By the
A
way,
book would be sick. High scores would be freaking sick too. That's another thing they should push.
Yes. Just the number.
But I understand it's difficult, but
like
with their programming and all that, but still.
If they were to just have a high scores of the number, just this is your number. This is how many collections. By the way, how many collections log do you have?
1,281.
Damn, you're almost pushing 1,300, dude.
Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna get this high, to be honest. I just kind of go with the flow, and then eventually I was like, oh shit.
What's Basiligus at? He's not at 1,400.
1,394.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's crazy.
I think it's 1,394.
See,
but he's screwed, by the way. Like, we can talk about him a little bit if you want.
Yeah, go.
He's really screwed because he only has raids to go and still baguette. And if you do raids, you're in an instant, so you don't get random events. Now, of course, you can do clues and all that, but what he does instead is he does raids, and every 3 raids, he steps outside for 5 minutes to roll a random. He comes back and keeps raiding.
That's funny.
It's kind of funny. But actually, I have some notes here about him. So I did the calcs because he recently finished the PVM section, as I'm sure most of you guys know. Where is it? Where did I write it? So yeah, I did the calcs on how lucky and unlucky he got, and he actually went smack on drop rate. He was 24 hours unlucky.
Wow.
Now, I had to do a couple assumptions. I didn't actually calculate in full on detail. I just made a shit ton of assumptions to save time. But 24 hours unlucky is kind of crazy to be smack on rate. And so he went 234 hours unlucky at Wintertod. He went 105 hours unlucky at Gauntlet, 194 hours unlucky at Temporos, and also at Skatizo. But what's really interesting is he actually went lucky on Nightmare.
Yep.
He was around 300 hours lucky on Nightmare, which is really messed up to think about. That really shows you how Nightmare is just so difficult to complete.
Yeah. No, it's totally. And this brings me back to the point of Curtis. Do you remember when MMORPG was on his Ellie
He
grind?
did Corp. Yeah, I
Yeah, and
remember that.
everyone was just like, "Oh my god, he's so unlucky." I'm like, dude, he got lucky.
He wasn't even
there.
on rate.
He got lucky at Corp. Like, we have to remember that. Like, these rates are absurd. Like, Fasani's Nightmare rates, even though they've buffed it multiple times, it's still super out of control. Just the fact that a jar is 1 in 4,000 at Fasani's.
Yeah, you wouldn't do Fasani's for the jar, but
yeah.
What's crazy is to complete the 3 orbs on rate through Fasani's is 5,500 kills. Just the orbs.
Yep.
5,500. That's disgusting. That's like 900 hours of like really efficient PVM. Like that's nuts.
The most depressing thing is I'm still missing an orb. I still have to go back.
That's painful.
And it's the best one now. Used to be the worst. Now it's the best. Eldritch.
Table's turned on the orbs. It's really interesting. Could have made bank if you were merching that.
For real. Yeah, that is really crazy to think that he actually got lucky there. And he was
it's only
Twitter.
4,500 hours, by the way, for but he didn't enjoy it because like I'll agree, like that's a brutal grind to do, and especially if it's last and you have nothing else to do. Like, man, his mental strength is like way beyond my understanding. And I was talking to him a lot, by the way, like when he was doing that, and he was telling me when he hits 4,000, he's gonna quit. Thankfully, he got it before. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, he is a beast. He grinds consistently. Him and Casey, I see, they're just very dedicated gamers that play a lot every day, and they keep up that consistency. That's what makes them.
They're always efficient, which is what I find impressive is they're always efficient. I'm never always efficient.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, they're not always efficient, actually, because just the fact, well, it depends what you mean by efficient, because Casey, he's going for the 2,000 TOAs, but he's doing like 400s. And I'm like...
Yeah, about that, by the way. So I did talks on that too. From memory, I remember. If you do 150s versus 400s, the time you save versus the extra money you would make, it's 32 mil an hour.
Sheesh.
So it's actually worth to do like 400s and spend the money on DMs.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess
that's very interesting.
That's actually a really cool calc to know.
But the other problem too is DMs have been rising like crazy because a lot of people, including Marnie, have been dumping their banks on it for elites.
Yeah.
I don't know what the price is now. I don't really follow impling prices because I don't have to.
I wouldn't. You know what would be cool is if they literally just came out with a Puro 2.0 that's got twice as many rare implings and half as many of the shitty implings and no wheat fields. So those mains and stuff that, can't be fucked doing, just whatever shades of more, and have a more inefficient way, but they can just run around this little square and catch some dragons.
But imps are tradable. Like all that would do is reduce the price and they would just buy it.
Exactly. Let's do that.
Unless you can get a lot of, I would be down for it. As long as it helps medium clues. Dude, I'm voting yes. Yeah. I don't care.
just fix it. Nobody likes pushing through wheat. Oh my God. Like just get rid of that.
That's actually one of the reasons why I'm pushing off medium clues a lot, because I feel like if it ever gets devalued, it's the one thing I'll be very upset.
Yeah.
If I greenlocked it before.
I do all my mediums just passively if I get like one through birdhouses or whatnot.
Would you want to switch topics, or do you want
to?
Actually, I have a few more notes about Domas because I did speak to him last couple weeks ago, and I asked him if I can use what he said. But yeah, so currently he's working on all the 2K capes, finishing with CMs, and he's trying to do 10 raids a day. That's what he told me, but he doesn't know what he'll do beyond 2K capes, and he also doesn't think he's gonna hold rank 1 because Marnie has been going freaking hard lately. I don't know if you've seen.
Mm-mm.
He's cracked. He got 2 Torva pieces in one day, and he's really pacing the log. I think Marnie's gonna pass him in maybe in like a month. That'll be my guess.
Damn.
And
what's Marnie?
I also
right
asked. I don't remember. I have to go check. I also asked Basiligis if he wanted to do a podcast with me, but he said no.
Yeah, I asked him as well. He said no.
Well, he told me that he's not podcasting is just not his form, or is not for him.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Marnie's he's 4 away. Wow. Tomas is 1394.
Holy. Okay, I didn't know he was. What's Casey?
Yeah. Casey's 1378, so he lapped Casey by 12 slots.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. And there's only 24 players with 1300 clog.
That's crazy. So Marnie is literally. Wait, what's Jace at? He's not even at
Jace is
1300, is he?
1334. Yeah, he's at
Okay, he is
1300. But
1334.
Jace, like, I know everyone keeps saying that like he's the best clog or whatever, but I don't think he can compete against Marnie. Honestly, I think Marnie's just way too cracked, dude.
I don't know.
Like, unless you want to talk long term, like in like
That's what I'm
5 years.
saying.
Okay,
Long
I
term.
can maybe see like it being a fair fight, but right now, like Marnie's just on, he's just on fire, dude.
Yeah, no, 100%, and it's clear that he's past what Jace has done right now. But the thing is with Jace is he set himself. When you think of all the factors, he set himself up for success. He streams for a living. Like
Yeah,
he
that
literally
helps a lot.
plays this game and makes money from it. So like he's got that going for him. He could literally play all day. In fact, him playing more just directly affects his income. So like, and
Yeah, it
the
correlates.
fact that he literally has done 200 mil all is just insane already to think. So you already know he's got the
Yeah,
dedication.
I mean, I know he's consistent. Like, there's no doubt about that.
I think Hey Jace is probably the most dedicated player. I think he's actually. I need to look up what Iron Higer's done because this Iron Higer
He's
hasn't.
clogging, right? Is he? Let me
Is
go
he?
check.
Yeah, look him up because
I know
feel
he.
like
I saw he was clogging recently.
I feel like
What's
he's
his
kind of
clogs at?
slowed down dramatically and hasn't really been playing much since getting 200 mil all on his iron.
He's 1146 clogs. Still quite up there.
Okay,
See, he got a few clogs 2 days ago, so I guess he still plays.
he's past
But
me.
I
in
don't know if he
collection
goes
log.
like hard or not.
That's the thing. I'm wondering if he's just like playing casually, kind of.
Honestly, I hope he does, dude. Like doing 200 mil all that efficiently is like on an iron is freaking insane.
I know.
It's like,
He did a 50 mil agility month. Like what the fuck?
yeah, and also like a was 64 mil mining month. Like,
Yeah.
dude, that was a
Dude.
500-hour mining month. Like,
Jesus.
you could pay me, I couldn't do that, dude.
Yeah.
What the hell, man?
That's insane. So we do have some
really.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying we do have some gamers, and I obviously Marnie is the top collection logger currently, but Jace is he's like the what we imagined the Lynx Titan was.
The marathon runner. And
Yeah,
that's
he's
how I
that
see
guy
it.
that just he's behind a little bit and then he just dominates and he's just rank 1 forever. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the future.
Yeah, also, like, you have to remember that Marnie has some of the harder shit done, like the 2K capes all completed. That's, like, really a lot of hours.
It's true.
I don't know how close Jace is. I haven't checked his KCs, but we can move on to a different topic
Well,
now.
I'll also just say one more thing is even though Jace isn't an efficient PVMer, that doesn't matter because all you need to really have as a long-term collection logger is a love for clue scrolls, and that's what Jace has. He
Yeah, because
loves
if Marnie
clue
burns
scrolls.
on clues, it's over.
Yeah. Anyway, we can continue.
Yeah, he does love clues. I do respect. I think his goals are really cool too. Like, I like that he's going for clues first. I think that's really like no one's. I mean, a few people are doing it, but not to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely nice to see that perspective. And his openings are kind of cool too. Like he does have fun with it, and I think that's what counts more. What other topic would you like to move on to?
I guess let's actually cover. I saw this. You're just talking about other top page cloggers, so I guess we'll give them a shout out.
Yeah, sure.
So
So I mentioned, I think I was off stream, off recording, but I reached out to a few cloggers that typically don't tend to share their goals in a public space. So we can go through a little list. I'm not necessarily promoting them. I'm just giving them a shout out because they're not always present in like in podcasts and so on. So start from the top. So Tor Tunama, he finished all raids capes, and he has 2 sections left for PVM section. So he's working on that in clues. That's what I didn't actually speak to him. I know a few people that are friends with him, and that's what they told me. There's also Siege, Sejj.
I call him Sedge. Yeah.
His goals are really cracked too. I respect that. He's going for Master Clue Green Log, but without. I don't know if he's gonna go beyond for Third Age, but he got 200 mil prayer through Shades, which is like really crazy. Like that's kind of a nutty goal too. There's Marnie, which we already talked about, so I'll just skip. But he's going on. He's working on mechs and dumping his money on Dragon Implinks, which is kind of cool. Not a lot of people do that. I also want to give a shout out to Master Barter. He's an Ironman clogger, 48 pets, fire caper by the way, and he's hunting the Gardens of the Rift pet, doing a bit of Callisto and Toa, and does a shit ton of birdhouse runs. I think he's at like 1,600 eggs, which I kind of feel bad because I spooned the set. So, who else we got here? Deer. I think he's rank 2 Iron Clog, and he's going for 2k CMs. But Ruzi, which is rank 1 Ironman Clog, he's just so cracked, dude. He's way ahead of Ironman Clog. I think he's like rank 5 for mains too, which is nuts, or maybe 6. And he's working on PVM section. We got Friend, who's an Ironman Clogger as well. He makes YouTube videos, by the way. Shout out Friend. Working on 2k capes as well, and Slayer. Curry as well, same thing, working on PVM items, and Tob. I also talk about Browntree. Browntree, dude, like, man, I feel like I could talk about like 20 minutes about this guy. He's okay, I'll give a bit of backstory if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Sae
go
Bae.
for
So,
it.
like, when I was making in my YouTube series, I would always advertise my clan, and he randomly joined. He didn't even say he knew me. He just joined the clan, and within 2 days, he randomly Max K broadcast, and everyone in the clan was like, "What the hell? Like, who are you? Like, what's happening?" And turns out he's like he's a clogger, and he's trying to catch up to my clog. I think that's like his whole goal right now, to bump me, which he's probably gonna do soon actually. But this guy is so unlucky, dude. He went, I think it was 86 purples for his shadow, and he went 104 purples for his T-bow, and he's currently hunting his scythe. He's at 900 KC, and this dude, I shit you not, he did 14 solo CMs a day for 3 months. He's 1,500 solo CMs.
Oh my god.
What the hell? I don't even understand how he does it. It's insane. Yeah, I just wanted to give him a shout out because he doesn't talk often, but he's a gamer. And then I also got Valor over here. He streams though, so but he actually has all Wraith Cape, and he has a life because he has a wife, he has a job, and he doesn't actually play that much. So I think, like, honestly, if Collection Log had like in real life slots, he would probably be rank 1. That's what I would say. That's a little cringe, I'm sorry. And lastly, I got Jai Hai. So I spoke to Jai Hai. I've been doing Toas with him, and it's kind of like scary because if that guy decides to go for Clog, like, we're all screwed. Like, he's gonna catch me up to me in like no time. But this dude did 1k LMS wins in 3 weeks.
Is that the alting thing where you have like 24
No,
alts?
he did legitimately 1k LMS wins.
What?
But with the bots, like, there is bots, so
Yeah,
it's not
true,
as
yeah.
hard, but
Yeah.
it's still like, it's crazy.
Jesus Christ.
And he also did 800 CMs in a month, which is like,
Oh my god.
I don't even know how
that's,
you do that, dude.
So exhausting.
and I have friends that raided with him, and like, he was doing nonstop trios, and he was doing We Do raids too, like,
Dude,
but he's
I remember
like,
I remember having there's no way I was even ever on that level, but I do remember that desire, just that burning desire when you wake up in the morning and you just want to gig a game. Like, you just want to play like 16 hours a day and you don't want to sleep, basically. But man, doing that for a month fucking straight of one piece of content, like,
yeah, it's dedication to another
what is
level,
going
dude.
on? Yeah. That's crazy.
But he's working on 2k Toa Cave, so he'll be the first Iron to complete raid section, which is sad because I was trying to do that, but I was definitely could not compete with him. And yeah, he says he's not sure if he's gonna go for Clog or not. Like, he kind of just does his own thing, which is really like a nice playstyle, honestly. But he might go for like XP and Clog and so on. So just a quick shout outs right there. A few people.
Let me ask you a little bit. What are your thoughts on skilling XP? Like, just XP in general, 200 mil all.
I will never go for 200 mil all, but I do like doing small things for passive XP. Like, if there's bones, I'll pick it up. If I'm doing Slayer, I'll bring an Ash Sanctifier, you know?
Yep.
Like, I'll do, and using up the supplies, I only do it for like skilling comps, because we do like skilling comps every 4 months in our clan, and I would like usually dump some banked XP. But if I ever go for 200 mil, I'll probably go for like farming and herblore, because I do enjoy those skills. But I don't see myself ever becoming a skiller. Like, there's no way in hell I'm gonna be tick manipulating granite. If I'm doing that, I'm probably botting or something. Report me.
No, just give it like 5 more years when there's just like those
Nothing else to do.
No. I mean, there will be completely just brain dead mining methods by 5 years from now. Just like, what are those
Like
things
better
called?
than
The
VM?
living rock caverns or whatever.
Oh yeah, in RS2, I remember that.
Yeah, they're just like, they're gonna come out with stuff where it's just all skilling becomes just completely brain dead and efficient. So never say never, but I'm curious. And the reason I kind of ask that is because I wonder if people, like if you or others, like put that into consideration when you're thinking of an overall account. Because let me just ask you this: who has the most prestigious account in RuneScape?
Damn, that's a hard question to answer.
Yeah. And there's obviously so many factors. Like
There's factors. Like Exac's hardcore was pretty impressive. The
Praisefoot, Mutts.
and Mutts, that's giga impressive as well. But that's like a hardcore impressive, you know?
Yeah.
In terms of Iron, like I think Curtis's account is really, really sick because he didn't drop trade anything, which is really, that's what makes it a lot more cool.
Yeah.
Seeing those stacks of PVM items. I don't know who I would say for the all-time best. It's funny because we're not even mentioning mains.
I know. Well, I was gonna say like, hey, Jace is like, when you think of his account, like,
Yeah, clog wise and 200 mil all. That's
like 200 mil all, rank 2, you know, up there 1300
Bunch of third age.
Yeah, tons of third age. And then you think like Iron Higer, only Iron Man, 200 mil all. Like, you just there's so many people. But whenever I really think about it, I actually usually go down to Hey Jace. I think I generally lean toward his account being the best, like the most prestigious account in the game.
I wonder who has the most time played. Would it be would it be him or would
No, it's not him. There's a lot of people that have actually like hundreds of days more than Hey Jace actually that
really
just haven't done much. Like, they're just super inefficient,
just
but
chill,
they're just always online.
Because that would be an interesting question too. I'd be curious to see what rank 1 is on that.
Yeah, they actually had like multiple years. This is like 5 years ago or something. They had one of those like yearly end of the year streams, like Q&A things, and they were showing who had the top days played. It was something disgusting, and this is like 5 years ago. It was something like 1,800, 1,900 days.
Oh my gosh.
Wasn't it? It was something
I don't
like
know. I don't
it was
remember
something
that.
like they've been online for like 19 hours every day since release or something. It's just like something like weird, but they're not even. I'd have to go back and see that data. I'm really curious now though, how many days.
Yeah, I'd be intrigued as well. Because I'm sure some of those people, surely they burned since, but
yeah,
new people came up.
That would be interesting.
But that's not a good stat you want to share publicly though. I don't think they would. Were they announcing the names, or they just
no, they didn't announce the names, which was confusing because initially I was thinking, oh, this must just be the top page players, you know, it must be one of those. But like, no, there's people that are just constantly logged in all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people they do a raid, they talk to friends, you know, they don't actually.
Yep.
They don't have goals that are like efficiency based, which is perfectly fine. If you have fun doing that, go for it. I want to talk about, okay, this thing I know looks weird because I'm just like initiating a topic about myself. God damn it.
I love it.
I just want to give context. We discussed, we're going to go through everything that we missed. No, I don't look that selfish.
I'm letting him lead it, boys. Everyone listening, I'm letting him lead it. So
thanks for the backup, dude. Yeah. Make sure you don't cut that part. I'll look weird. Okay, so I want to talk about the history of YouTube because also, it was kind of crazy.
Sorry, I got to interrupt one more time. This man also has his own podcast, and he's also a YouTuber. So me giving him the gun, like he's used to this kind of stuff. So
yeah, I'm usually the host though. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Which is it's kind of just like on the side, another tangent. Sorry, like it's really weird when you're like the host versus when you're the guest. Because I'm the host, like it's funny because I can talk to you about this because we actually like. I mean, I don't have the same amount of experience as you, but I still have like this general concept. Mm-hmm. But when you're like a host, you don't want to talk too much, but you don't want to talk not enough.
Yep.
But when you're a guest, you don't give a shit. You just freaking talk.
Yep. Great. No, I was on 2 podcasts last week, Real Homie Hour and Base After Dark, and both of them I kept whenever there was a little bit of dead air, I was like, okay, I gotta kind of keep this up. Like I gotta ask the next question. I'm like, no, I'm the guest. Like calm down. Like I just calm down. Just wait.
Are they work? Should I? Because I listen to your podcasts while driving to work. By the way, well, not just yours, but other podcasts too. Should I listen to those? The
Oh,
Light
they're
After
great.
Dark, and
Yeah,
they're good.
they're fun. I mean, I love like okay, so the Real Homie Hour I was on with Solo Mission as well. So just us four, me, Solo
Yeah, I
Mission,
love
Nick,
Solo
and
Mission. I'll
Mopsy.
be very intrigued for that one.
So that one was good. And then of course Base After Dark is more like IRL talking, not as much RuneScape, but just talking
No, that's
about
fine
life.
too.
So
That's fun too.
yeah, they're good.
Nice difference. All right,
So
sorry
let's
for the
talk
tangent.
about
Let's keep
your
going.
let's talk about your YouTube history. That's what we want to talk
Yeah,
about.
sure. So, like when I was younger, I used to make videos back in the day as a kid, and my videos were like complete dog shit, by the way. Like I was so bad at editing, like mistakes everywhere, but I still enjoyed it. It was fun. I was making videos about like random stuff, other games in real life as well. And eventually, like I stopped making videos when I was like maybe 12 or something. And when I was working on Inferno on the Ironman, I started recording my clips, not my clips, but my runs. And honestly, like if you're trying to do Inferno, Kate, by the way, it's great, like thing to do to record your runs, and you can clip the parts where you die and send it to your friends and see like what you can improve on or rewatch them. And we actually have a channel on our Discord, the 07 Iron Discord for Inferno, and you can use that too to help you. And so I started posting like my Inferno runs until I got the cape, and then I started posting random shit. Like at one point, one of my friends had a question about drop trading dupes. And you can shop trade them to get the money back and also the item on your main. So I made a video on that just to showcase it. And I sent it to my friend. And I just did that video for my buddy. I don't remember who it was. It was a long time ago. And that video blew up out of nowhere. Like the first 4 months, it had no views. And then randomly it spiked up to like 37,000 views and everyone was talking about it. And the method is basically go in the wilderness. There's like a shop where mains and irons share the same shop. So you could sell an item on your main, on your iron, and then buy it back on your main. And your iron gets alg value, but your main gets the item back. So you can sell it on the G after. And people were like telling me like in the comments I'm luring people and I'm like baiting them in the wildy and I have PKing accounts. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? I'm literally an iron. That was funny.
Yeah. They've been overexposed to scamming in RuneScape. They just are super cautious about everything now, wilderness related.
That's a good thing too, though. Yeah. And so eventually I started listening. I was also listening to like other rambles, like yourself and Vaddy, Jack, a few other gamers.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember in one of your rambles you mentioned, I don't remember which one it was. It was too long ago. You said you should, like, you encourage people to do their own. And honestly, same thing for me. I encourage everyone to do rambles. It's freaking great. So I did my first one, and it was kind of felt weird, but it was kind of fun at the same time. And eventually, Not Hard, who's another YouTuber who has burnt since, he made a YouTube series for Completionists, and he was trying to convince me to do the same thing. So eventually, I pulled the trigger. I started recording clips for like 4 months, and I just recorded clips, but I never like edited. I just kind of stacked them for 4 months straight. And one day, I was like, okay, I have to start doing something with this. So I uploaded my first episode and it was so bad. Like if people have listened to it, like I made so many mistakes. I had my Windows notification on. It was pinging. Like, oh, I should redo the video, honestly, I guess. But what's cool is if you watch from like episode 1 to today, you see my like learning curve through, progressing through the clog, but also progressing through editing. And also, you can see my mental health get better as well because I was in a tough spot in real life when I started that series. But one thing that I want to mention too, like, imagine if in like you had videos or like documented pictures or whatever of like some of the parties you had when you were younger, like when you were in like high school and so on, and you could relive those fun times with your friends when you were talking shit, drinking beers, and so on. Like that would be really cool to have. But rambles and series are literally the same thing. And I think, like, I actually do rewatch my videos sometimes, and I think, like, in 10 years, I'll rewatch my series and I'll turbo cringe. 100% I'll cringe. But I think it'll be really fun to just see what I did and how much fun I had and good times it was when I was younger.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I like about the Rambles podcast and the series as well. More so for random rambles, I find, because they're very, personal, I guess. But yeah, and I actually never thought I was gonna get any views in the videos. I just kind of did them for myself. But ever since Bodhi started clogging and made his one clogging video, like all clog channels blew up instantly. It was crazy. Shout out Bodhi for that. Like everyone started getting interested about clog, and Bodhi's log was like really low back then. It was like 400. So
Hmm.
me being at like 900, people were like, "Oh my god, that's crazy,"
Yep, yep.
and really popped off from there. And yeah, I just try to have fun, you know, just goof around. Some of my clips are funny, some of them are cringe, some of them are clogs. Whatever I think is worth, I add it there and include it in my video. And replay buffer on OBS is OP for that. If you want to do a series, look into research that. And also one thing to note too, like unfortunately, it would seem like the collection log scene is kind of, I wouldn't say dying, but I would say oversaturated is like a better word. Like there's a lot of new creators that are popping up that make very good quality videos, and like their videos are on par or better than mine, and they're just not getting above 100 views. And I think it's because it's just oversaturated. Like for example, Purple Thorax, he does a Ironman clog series just like me. His videos are basically the exact same quality as mine, and he gets 100, 200 views. I think it's just because the market's oversaturated. It's just how it is, I guess.
Yep. It's
But
just
shout out to him, by the way, for that.
mhm.
Giving a shout out. And yeah, so that's essentially YouTube. Now, why lone gym rat? That's a question I get asked often, and I've never actually answered it. But in CEGEP, which in I live in Quebec, so we have like a school between high school and university. It's called CEGEP. So we do one less year of high school and one less year of university, and then you do 2 years in CEGEP. So it's like a middle step, I guess. It's really cool. I had so much fun there. But when I was in CEGEP, I was starting to play my iron, and I was like a massive gym rat back then. Like I was working out 6 to 8 days a week, like on all the supplements and super insane diet, super fit. And so that's why I thought it'd be funny to be called gym rat. But now today it's not the case. I'm not a gym rat anymore. I work out very casually, like 4 days a week, and I
Very
just try to like,
casually 4 days a week. Okay.
well, I mean, compared to
Okay.
freaking dude, I used to wake up in the morning, do a leg day, go home, and then text my buddy, say, "You want to do chest day tonight?" And he's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Bet." I'll go to the gym twice. Like, what the fuck?
So
I don't do that anymore.
let me ask you, what got you into fitness at an early age?
Okay, this is funny too. So when I was like 16, I started working out, and like all guys, when they start working out, they can whatever they say when they're under 18, it's all BS. They're working out for girls or guys if they swing the other way, whatever, it doesn't matter. But they're working out for for attractiveness. And then as you start working out, you get to a point where you're like fit, but like way above average, and you start actually enjoying working out. And your mindset changes, and you go from working out for aesthetics to working out because it's satisfying and it's fun, and you want to grow and improve. And that's kind of what happened to me in CJEP. But the reason why I work out is just today it's different than what it was 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I was working out because I wanted to be big and fit. Today, I work out because I want to just maintain health, not necessarily be crazy jacked or crazy cut, just somewhere in the middle. But yeah, sorry, that was quite a few tangents there. Hope I answered that question.
No, no, I think I always find it interesting. Did you have like family or friends that got you uh, inspired to do it at like an earlier age? Because I feel like, I don't know, you need some good influences to get started pretty early on. A lot of people don't even understand the value of like really training until like mid 20s and stuff.
Well, I used to play hockey, so we would like have like actual training and stuff. So that definitely helped. But also my dad was really like helpful on that. Like he was going to a gym and he would bring me along when
Mm,
I was like maybe 15, which is really young to be working out, but I like it felt fun for me back then, so I guess that definitely did help. But also like one thing that's interesting, I had a teacher in CJEP, a gym teacher, and she asked the whole class like, "Why do you work out?" And I remember raising my hand saying like, stay fit, and also meditation because it is kind of soothing when you work out. Like if you have, especially with good music, if you have like a good playlist. And then her response, like I never forget. She said like she had a friend that couldn't walk. Like the friend was paralyzed like from the waist down, and still works out. And when she asked, like, why do you work out? Like, you're literally paralyzed. Like, what's the point? And then the girl said, I work out because I can. And when she said that to me, I was like, shit, dude, what the fuck? Like some people, they literally can't physically work out. So you might as well work out because you can. You might as well take advantage of your body and actually move. And
Yeah.
that just stuck with me for since actually.
Damn.
It's very intense. I hope I don't break people with that, but
So are you are you happy with your state right now of just kind of more casually
I think
lifting?
I need to definitely cut it a bit. I'm definitely like have too much mass, I think. But I'm comfortable with it. I'm not. I just because it's a big time investment when you want because I gain weight very fast, like very easily. Like my metabolism is very like fast for that. And to lose weight, I have to really grind. Like incredible diet, no booze, no nothing, just always eating like solid and clean. And it's hard to maintain that. Like when I was doing my because I would do cycles, I would cut during like 5 months during summer, and then I would like not bulk, but like go like not control too much. I would be like lenient.
Yeah.
And when I would cut for 5 months, like on the last 2 months, it was brutal. Like I would feel tired, exhausted, but I was ripped. It was worth, but I just couldn't hold it. I couldn't maintain it. It
Yeah.
was brutal.
Yep.
And I would go out drinking on like a Friday, and then on the Saturday, I would like lose my six pack, and I'd be like, shit, gotta work out. It was hard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, I feel like the idea for a lot of people, they think like if you want to be healthy, you must be shredded. I'm like,
No,
honestly,
no.
being shredded
It's
is not
healthy.
healthy.
No.
It's
Yeah.
so bad
Well,
for you and mentally.
some people they have a metabolism where they're like naturally shredded.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's a different
that's
situation.
the exception, though.
But like to maintain being shredded, it's like if you look at bodybuilding competitions on what they do before they get on stage, like it's really scary. Like they purposely dehydrate themselves. They don't eat, and then sometimes they have like a slice of cake right before the comp so that they like their body absorbs the sugar and they like bulk a little bit. It's really messed up if you look into what they do for their bodies to get to that stage. I wouldn't say it's help. Like I had a bunch of, by the way, like at the gym I go to, it's very old school gym, and a lot of my friends they did all kinds of drugs there. They offered me some. I always said no because for me it just wasn't a goal that I wanted to go for like that amount of growth. But I know a lot of people do, which is perfectly fine. Like you do your research, do what you want. But yeah, you got to find the balance. I feel like everything in life you have to find a balance. Like something else that another professor told me, like I'm gonna butcher this, god damn it. They explained like what is an addiction? Like how do you define an addiction? Would you be able to define that to me? What is an addiction?
The only thing I can think, I mean, I wouldn't probably be able to get it perfectly, but probably just something you don't have control over, basically, like a compulsion, basically, that you aren't in control of. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't, this definition I'm giving probably isn't accurate, by the way. It's just something that someone told me and it kind of sticked. But they explained to me that an addiction is you have a lot of things in life that you do that give you pleasure, whether that be like sports, video games, YouTube, Netflix, Twitch, whatever. And an addiction is where you ignore everything around you and you focus on one thing, and that's the only thing that gives you pleasure. So, for example, all you do is play RuneScape all day, and that's what gives you pleasure. Your YouTube, you don't care. Your health, you don't care. Sleeping schedule, you don't care. That's how they explain it. That's how someone explained to me, and I don't know why it always sticked. So when someone explains something well to me, it just sticks for life, I think. That's how I am, I guess.
Interesting.
It's an interesting mentality.
So do you have any long-term fitness goals before we move on topics? Like anything that you're like working toward, or is it kind of just stay healthy?
I used to be like very into calisthenics when I was in CJEP. Like I would do handstand push-ups and everything. Now I'm getting back to that stage, but I'm not at the same level as I was. I'm stronger than what I was before, by the way, because I weigh more. But I'm not at the same calisthenics level as I was. So that would be a goal I would like to attain. I have friends that do like really advanced calisthenics things like planche and front levers. I was able to do muscle ups, but now I can't do it anymore. I weigh too much. And all human flags and stuff. Like I would like to reach that level, but I don't think I will with my current workout routine. I need to up it up quite a bit to get to that, which I don't think I will, to be honest. Because what I do right now for my workout, by the way, because I'm sure that's a Twitter topic later, I go 4 times a week. I go twice on weekends in the mornings, and I go twice during the week when I work from home. So I would finish my day working from home at around 3, hit the gym, shower, come home, and then finish my workday. Because the gym I go to is giga packed in the evenings. Like it's insane. I don't know what's happening. It's been very packed in the past like year now. Um, I guess people are going to the gym, which is good. But that's my current workout routine. That's how I do it.
Nice. Yeah, so you're just okay. Well, I think that's cool to still like have a pretty solid routine. Working out, going to the gym 4 days a week is amazing.
It's. I think the hard part is not the gym itself. It's getting in your car. Once you're in your car, you're committed.
Yep.
That's the way I see it.
Yep.
That's the hard part. For me, at least, that works. Maybe for someone else, it might not work, but
Yeah.
give it a try.
Well, that's cool. I wish you the best of luck on your health journey.
Thanks, dude. Hopefully, I don't think I'll ever reach ophthalmology powerlifting levels. But I was actually really surprised when he was talking about his weights. I was like, what the fuck? Holy.
Yeah,
wasn't
he's a
expecting
beast.
that.
He's definitely a beast. I'm really glad he's pretty transparent about a lot of things too. In fact, one of his like most recent videos, he showed some pictures of him like kind of like not off season, it's not like there's like seasons of it, but like him just kind of being more lenient with his diet. And it paints a better picture of people that are getting fit. Like a lot of the time when you see like a transformation, you're seeing a dude that's like at his leanest point after a big pump, and then he takes the picture with great lighting, and it's like, holy shit, he looks like this all the time. And it's like, no,
Nah, there's no way.
you don't look like that all the time. You actually look pretty normal when you're just rested and you're sitting down and you don't have great lighting. Like,
Yeah, most people, if you wear a hoodie, you couldn't tell.
yeah, exactly. That's like, especially if you want to get cut. Like getting cut, you look like skinny. Like you look like a
you
skinny
look
little
small.
dude. So,
And then when you take off your shirt, you see like the veins and all that.
Yeah.
And that's when and the definition, that's when you know. But
exactly.
it's impossible
But
to tell.
normally you wouldn't be able to know. So I think that's always cool. And that's like a good thing to realize is that like natural health and fitness, like you're going to look like a normal person, but you are going to have like a lot more stamina and energy and strength, but it's not going to show at all times.
Yeah, I think people, they look too much at like Instagram and stuff when they're
Exactly.
working
It's
out, and that's what they
dangerous.
expect.
It's dangerous.
It's also one thing that I find scary is like the kids. I'm saying kids, but they're still similar to my age. But like the kids are like 17 to 19,
Mm-hmm.
and they're popping like SARMs and other performance enhancing drugs. They're
Mm.
just popping that like it's cookies and candies, and they're just going hard at the gym. Like there's some kids at the gym that I go to, they're like 17 and they're like bigger than me, and I'm like, dude, how? Like what the hell? That's insane. And I don't know if they're natural. Maybe they are, but
I doubt
still,
it.
it's crazy.
You've been working out for how long? 7 years, you
Since
said?
I was what 16, so what's
Okay.
9 years now. But I did take a break during university, so
Yeah, you don't get big in,
nah, it takes years to gain. Like it's even if you gain like 1 pound a week, like that's crazy to gain 1 pound a week.
you
Like,
could
it'll
probably
still
do
take
that
you months.
initially for like the first month or two, but that's not going to
Yeah,
continue.
then you wouldn't sustain it. There's no way. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the other thing that's the brutal reality that I discovered only like a few years back is like you can work out for 10 years and your first 2 years you've gained just as much muscle as you'll gain for the next 8
The
years.
last 8. Yeah, and even that would be quite impressive.
Yeah. I mean, because apparently, like by year 9, year 10, you're only really putting on like 1 more pound of muscle if you're natural. Like,
The other problem too is that like at one point your body hits like a plateau.
yeah,
And then to break that plateau, you have to like do a lot of changes, and it's really hard to know what to do. Like one thing that I really like doing is I wrote my workout routine myself when I was like in high school, and I wrote it myself through like talking to friends and learning from the gym. And I was also like I was really like sociable when I was younger. I would like at the gym I would go up to people that were like talking. I was like, yo. Do you mind teaching me what you did there? And people would show me, like, people at the gym are super. Maybe today with COVID they're different, but back then people were so chill. They would tell me stuff, and I would like write it down and I would try it out. So my workout routine, what I do to shift it around is I would like kind of grab all the exercises I do and just mix it all around and do a different pattern, and it would really help for like a couple weeks, and then I would revert back. It would like shock the body a bit. Now you have to be careful. You can't like start off with like biceps and then go to chest. You'd have to like make sure you do the primary muscles first and then but you can still goof around with it. It's kind of fun. It helped me a lot. I guess we can close the
Yeah,
topic.
let's move on.
Cool. Next here I got is my OSRS goals. So one thing I do, which a lot of people told me was really smart and interesting, is I split my goals in three sections. I have an AFK section, a mid intensity section, and a high intensity section. And essentially the reason why I split it is because depending on how I feel, I might like hop around. And it's really good to hop around content if you don't want to burn out. And that's assuming your goal is to like, complete something very extreme. Obviously, don't complete the clog, don't go for clog. It's really a big time sink. There's better goals you can set. But if you want to set goals efficiently, you can split up in chunks and different types of intensity. So my AFK goal right now is amethyst mining for mining pet. And I basically do that if I'm trying to edit videos or if I'm working. And once I get that done, I'll probably push more Callisto. And I might get a Venator bow and do Gorax, or do jellies or AFK Gorax for the hard clues, which is pretty chill option as well.
I'm
I
curious.
don't have a Venator bow. So
How many crystal keys do you get per hour at Gorax?
okay, so oh my gosh, another tangent. Here we go, dude. I did this calcs like a year and a half ago, and I still freaking remember because I'm.
And is this
weird.
with Venator bow, assuming?
No, do you actually use Venator bow and Gorax?
I thought you said. Oh yeah, because it is a
misspoke.
singles
I meant
area.
Venator
It's not multi. You're right.
But for the average crystal chest completion for Dragonstone armor, there's 5 pieces. You need 5,700 keys, which is a shit ton of keys, but you get some back. Let me actually open up the video because I wrote all the calcs down. I made a video for this like a year and a half ago because I thought it was interesting.
Now, let me ask you, is there any Ironman that you know of that has completed the full set?
I've seen 4 out of 5, but I've never seen full completion.
Okay.
So maybe there is, but I don't know. I could ask a guy in the Clog Discord to pull the data for me, actually. That's a good point. I'll make a note on that. It's smart.
Because I'm just thinking, like, you would need quite a few from Gorax for it to be... That's the other really nice thing about Sarachnis, is, like, Sarachnis, you're getting a full crystal key every 100 kills.
Yeah, they add up. But the meta is actually really cringe. Okay, you'll be ready for this. So the average completion is 5,700 keys.
Okay.
You get a shard return of 28%, and you get a key return of 16.4%, but you have to compound it, right? Because you get shards off the shards, and you get keys off the keys. So it's actually a 39% shard return and a 20% key return.
Okay.
So you actually only need 41,000 shards and 4,700 keys. Now, there's 2 ways to get crystal keys, and I'll see if you can guess the second way. It's really cringe. So the first way you mentioned is Gorax, but there's a way that's actually better. Can you figure it out?
I mean, I'm gonna assume jellies, because right? Don't you get?
No, it's not jellies. It's even more cringe.
Let me think about this.
I mean, I guess jellies you get zero. You get hard, so technically we zero time. But I'm not considering. I'm considering like today.
Okay, just real.
You wake
time.
up in the morning. Yeah, you wake up in the morning. Like I'm completing crystal keys today because why not? You know?
Let me ask you first. What's the keys per hour at Gorax?
It's 4 an hour.
Okay, like exactly 4, basically.
Yeah, plus or minus a little bit. The other method is actually 5 to 6.
Ooh, okay. Let me think about this.
If you guess it right, I'll be pretty impressed. I'm sure some people know because maybe they watched the video a while ago.
The only thing I could think is implings, but I just can't see that being better than 4 at all, even close.
I don't know how many it is, but it's not that.
Okay, let me guess one more time. It's got to be some sort of barraging something, right? Is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, you get just.
It's really cringe. I'll tell you the answer, and you'll die of cringe.
Okay. Okay, go.
Do I give the answer? Or are you still determined?
Give it up. I give up.
So it's deranged archaeologist.
Really?
Yeah, you get 5 keys an hour with Trident, but you can get up to 6 keys an hour with Shadow.
Wow.
Deranged archaeologist.
That's the one in Fossil Island.
Yeah, exactly. The one that a friend died to.
That is actually crazy that can actually be a meta for something.
Yeah, and so it's actually really cringe too because if you want to imagine if you wanted to complete on raid the full set, so you obviously for shards you do thieving elves around 175 shards an hour, and you'd get around 41 million thieving XP if you did that. By the way, now for the deranged archaeologist, you'd have to kill 76,000 deranged archaeologists.
Damn.
That's a lot of runes, dude. That's what I'm scared of.
I mean, you would have already had passive crystal keys anyway, but
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
But at the same time, like they also drop a 1 in 200 elite clue, which is kind of cool.
That's true.
But I would probably still do Gorax just because it's like 10 times more chill.
Yeah, the deranged archaeologist drop table is pretty shitty too, for the most part. Besides the elites,
they drop dragon arrows, I think, but very uncommonly, and I think that's really it.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's really interesting to know. So 6 an hour if you have max mage.
Yeah. Hopping worlds.
That's pretty impressive actually, because like Sarachnis is not even 1 an hour, and Jellies isn't even 1 an hour if you're doing the hards. But yeah,
but of course, like the
time.
actual true way to do it is to do it 0 time. Like
yeah, obviously.
That's for sure. But I think if you imagine if you wanted to be the first Iron to complete miscellaneous section on the log, then you probably have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Friend is going for that, so I might not try to do it. But it's also like 1,200 hours, so
that's crazy though.
And for mains, they just buy it. It's kind of crazy too.
I know. I've seen some mains go crazy dry on that Dragonstone armor.
Oh yeah, dude! If that happens on an Iron, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm 3 of 5 right now. I actually have had 4 pieces, but
really,
yeah,
oh, wow.
I'm 3 of 5, and I think I'm at like 1,400 opened.
That's more than me. I'm at like 900 with 1 out of 5.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens because that last piece can be really brutal. I'm also 4 of 5 out of. For Dusk, and I'm like, this last piece could be pretty brutal.
But yeah, that was a nice tangent. That was an interesting tangent too. Okay, so that was my AFK section. So for my mid intensity right now, I'm working on Wildy completion. So the 3 bosses. I'm missing the pet from Venenatis, the ring from Callisto. I'm 14,000 Callisto, no ring. 28 times dry, by the way. I'm trolling. I think I'm like 2.5 times dry, but I say that because it's funny. And I'm missing the Vedion pet. And once I get that completed, I'll probably do Eternal Glory because I still haven't done that. And that'll completely finish Wildy, which is going to be such a great feeling, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Then I want to do Venator Bow because I really want to get that. But Mespa is kind of hard to do. I don't really enjoy it. So I might have to suck it up one day and do it. Then after, I want to do something really cringe that I thought about, and I told a few people about that, and they all just died of cringe, so I want to see what you think about it. I want to dismantle my blowpipe, my Serp, and my Trident, and then go do Zoro to get it back, because I'm down bad on scales. I think it'll be funny.
That'll just motivate you to do it.
Yeah, exactly, because I won't have a choice.
Interesting. That actually really is a way to do it. Just dismantle your blowpipe if you really want to just force yourself to do Zoro.
But if you go drown the blow, like imagine I spoon both mutagens and I'm greenlog Zoro, but I'm missing the blowpipe.
You go 3,000 dry on a blowpipe again. Yeah. I mean, you'd
That would
have
be
more
funny,
scales.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I'd have infinite scales at that point.
Yeah, that's
and
the
then
way to
afterwards,
do it. Yeah, go for it.
I might do it. I'll see. I'm waiting to complete Toa first because I need blowpipe for Toa, right? So if I dismantle my blowpipe, I can't Toa. Like I could, but I'll be like giga leashing. After I want to do Zuckhelm and not Zuckhelm, Jadpet and Zuckpet with like passive Slayer. Then I want to work on Konar, but I'm waiting for the superior change for Konar where they guarantee a key, which will be really cool. And doing clue openings here and there as well to have fun when I get burnt. And right now I'm working on 2K Toa as high intensity. I'm around 350 Toas away. I'm trying to do like a couple a day here and there. I'll probably finish it by like November, honestly. Maybe sooner if I degen. And afterwards, I'll do CMs and mechs for 2K CM Cape and for Torba. So that's my generic goals.
Very cool. Let me ask you this. Do you ever, or recently, have you ever burnt out?
Recently, no. I mean, I got there was a phase in like January of last year where like I was getting shafted at work really, really hard, and I was giga burnt from in real life, like from work, and it kind of showed in game. And I was basically just logging in, catching red chins for like an hour, and then logging out. But I didn't like. I wouldn't say that I burnt. I just kind of lost motive. Like I think I was just depressed. I didn't burn. But I haven't really burned. Honestly, it's kind of surprised. I cut down my hours, but never burned.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Because usually the burnouts happen when you're playing like too much. Like when, and everyone's idea of too much is obviously subjective.
Yeah.
But when you feel like you're overdoing it, that's when the burnout usually starts happening.
But I'm pretty like self-conscious about it. Like
good.
2 weeks ago, I was doing TOA on a Saturday, or I was doing TOA on a Friday because I had a day off work, and I degened 150s with Jai and Basilicus. I did 31 TOAs in a day, and I remember like I finished. Like I was like, guys, like I'm done. Like this is. I can't do this anymore. I had to take a week off TOA because I was just like, this is too much. I can't do this.
Literally 31 in a day. Oh my god.
It was, and it wasn't even that bad. Like Sally and the other guys from Oblivion, they did a 30-hour TOA record. They did 95 TOAs in 30 hours, 300s.
No, thank you. No, thanks.
Like I joined them for like 4 hours, and my hand was hurting, and I was like, dude, how the hell do these guys do 30 hours? Because it was max efficient. They're getting GM time every raid. It was crazy.
Oh my god.
It was nuts. Like I remember going to bed. I woke up. I joined the Discord, and no one was talking. Dead silent. And then one guy was like, "I need to restore." Dropped it. That's it. No one else talked. They must have been so burned. Like,
dude, I just think of like those like 30-hour sessions of something high intensity. Like, dude, it just really puts me in my place. I'm like, dude, I am not a gamer anymore when I think of like these just giga sweats. I mean,
yeah, it's excessive. I did 6-hour records, and I had to log out for the rest of the day after. It was just like, I don't know how they did that. It's nuts. Yeah, they got 2 shadows too, I think, which is they made good money.
I mean, I just think back to like some of my prime. Like, there's obviously been multiple primes, I guess, of like peak gaming for me. But one of them was definitely just 9 months of Nightmare straight. I still cannot fathom how I did that. Like, I really
regular Nightmare solos. Oh my god.
Yeah,
dude.
and just one tick flicking everything.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that either.
I'm
You
just
could have
like,
done other things.
I'm like, how did I even do that? Like, where did that motivation come from? Literally.
I think honestly, I think when you go dry on something, like I know you went dry, but not like ridiculously dry. You still went dry though. Like when you go dry on something, it's kind of like you feel the need to just do it.
Yeah,
you know?
kind of. Yeah.
I guess it like self motivates you, but it's different. Like other people, they would straight out burn. They wouldn't make it through the 9 months. I guess it differs from person to person.
Yeah, I don't know. It also just depends on, like you said, like kind of like IRL, like what's going on IRL. Because if nothing's going on, but you're cool with it, like you can definitely just start motivating yourself to game like super hard. If you don't have any, like,
honestly, I don't think I
IRL
can do that anymore, dude. Like even when I get days off work and I'm just gaming all day, like I just like feel guilty like when I'm like 10 hours deep in my day, and I'm like, dude. Like, but it's because I lost like the like when you the flow of like doing it consistently of gaming, and then so I think I lost
no,
it.
It's also just like awareness. I think the biggest problem for me is just like growing older and becoming more aware of reality, and it's just like, ah, shit. Like I actually start like questioning what I do every day now. I'm like, is this like gonna make me happy long term? Like playing RuneScape for 12 hours for the next, week straight, like every single day. Like, is this?
Actually, like I spoke to I spoke to a friend about that, Iron Stevo. He's financial banker in real life, makes bank, dude. He works like 100-hour weeks in his job.
Jesus.
And during COVID, he like wasn't working as much, so he was gaming with us a lot. And sometimes I reach out to him and I talk to him and ask him advice, like career-wise and all that. And I asked him because I was speaking to someone else. I'm not going to name their name because I don't want to be mean towards them. But I basically asked them like what their goals are, like after what they were currently working on. And his answer was, I have nothing else to do in real life or in games, so I'm probably just going to do this. And when he told me that, I literally just sat there, like contemplated my life, like, what the fuck, dude? That's kind of crazy to say that, like.
Yeah.
You have nothing else to do in real life, nor in games, so you're gonna do this. And the grind itself was kind of like, it was hard. It was an intense grind. It would take him like thousands of hours,
Yeah.
And I was just like sitting there like, geez. I remember talking to Steve. I'm like, dude, Steve, should I really be like playing? Like, I think I'm averaging 7 hours a day, so that's what 50 hours a week. With YouTube, maybe 55 hours a week. Like, is that like excessive? Is that worth? Should I not be doing that? And his answer was like, dude, if you're having fun with it, and you're able to like live healthy and all that, like go for it. It's no shame.
Yeah, I think
So
that's the big thing. It's like everyone's different, and you have to find like satisfaction in life. It's like you have to find fulfillment in your life, and
yeah,
to get peak happiness or whatever. At least that's my idea. Is like, I don't know. And when the game's not doing it, or when something in your life like used to do it maybe and isn't doing it anymore, you have to like reevaluate. And it's just like the harsh reality of it. It's like as soon as you start becoming like aware, it's like you got to make changes or figure
and
out
I
what
think
you can
one
do.
thing too is if you're doing something in game and you don't like it, you're not having fun, just log out. Straight up, just log out.
Yeah.
Don't do it. I refuse to do content I'm not enjoying. That's why I put off a lot of grinds that are kind of easy, just because I didn't feel like doing them. I didn't enjoy it. Eventually, I ended up doing it when I was like in a different mindset, and I was like, okay,
Hmm.
maybe I can do it. Um,
That's definitely key. Like if you still love the game and you still want to get far, like that's where I'm at right now. It's like I'm burnt from a lot of pieces of content, but there are things I genuinely enjoy doing. Like Sepulchre is one of those pieces of content I actually just genuinely enjoy doing. It's just fun. It's chill. I feel like I'm working toward, getting the pet and just getting clues
XP and all
passively and
that.
just chilling out. And there's certain things like that are keeping me like, they it like motivates me to log in and have fun. But there are some pieces of content where I'm just like, I'm not there mentally right now. Like doing TOA is
Yeah,
just
just don't do toe at
I'm
that
just
point,
like
bro.
not there right now. But I know I could be in the future because that tends to happen. You'll have these burnout sessions of like I never want to do this, and then you're like, oh, I actually wouldn't mind doing this now. So it's like seasons. Like you,
Yeah, I feel the same way too.
yeah,
But it's never worth doing something you don't want to do because you're either gonna burn from
totally.
the game, or even worse, you might like hit a depression or something in
Hmm.
real life, and that's way worse. So got to be smart with it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we give good advice with this. Remember, guys, we're not psychologists. We're both freaking degenerates playing RuneScape, so we got to give the disclaimer sometimes.
Disclaimer: this is a Sae Bae cast you're listening to. A fucking Sae Bae cast. Just keep that in mind, everybody. All right. All right. What's the next topic?
All right. It's okay. So I got. We can talk about clan events. I know you're not in a clan, but I think it might be interesting to share with others.
Yeah. Tell me. And
So in our CC, we host clan events every 2 months,
what's your
and
CC?
it's oh 07 Iron. It's already full, by the way. Like there's literally no room. We have to start purging people. I don't know what we're gonna do, honestly, but that's a whole other topic. But we do events every 2 months, and we've been having a lot of fun with it. Like we do classical bingos. We're doing a PVM comp right now against another clan. We're actually against Iron Clan, which I think you were in Iron Clan back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're doing a PVM comp where every single PVM drop in game is on the sheet. So it's like a bingo, but every tile exists,
Hmm.
and it's individual. So if your teammate gets a scythe, you can still do top. Doesn't matter. You do you. And I think we're losing actually. Let me go. Do I even check? I'll check. You want me to send you the sheet and you can show it, or do
Sure.
you not show? I'll show.
Yeah.
I'll
I
send
don't
it to
mind.
you. Actually, really cool. Shout out Abe, by the way.
Let's see it.
We're losing by 230 points.
I have to make sure my shit's not getting doxxed. I swear, whenever I open a Google Doc, it starts like,
It
"Oh, here's your
shouldn't.
email, by the way, if you didn't know." Like,
If you open the form, it'll leak it though, so don't open the form. It should be fine. Yeah, it's actually a really sick event. Like, basically, if you have you opened the sheet, I'll
yeah,
wait.
I'm opening it. Yeah. Wait, is there where's the actual, here, let me, Jesus Christ, there's a lot of stuff to this.
Oh yeah, it's cracked.
What's,
Abe's cooked. So if you go in, are you on the sheet?
yeah, I'm just,
If you click on oh 07 Iron sheet, the second sheet. So we
okay,
have
this
all
one.
the names of everyone who signed up. 173 people versus 173 people, by the way. Like I've never had an event with this many people. The sheet actually crashed on day
Bruh,
one.
what the fuck?
And then you have every single boss, each item associated with points, and you also have speedrun categories. And everything you do gives points to your team, basically.
What the fuck, dude?
Isn't it? It's sick, isn't it?
Jesus, the top just has every goddamn boss.
Yeah.
My God. And what, you're supposed to get a fucking bingo this way?
Well, the goal is at the end of it's a 9-day comp, so after 9 days,
Yeah.
whichever team has the most points, they win. That's basically it.
I see. Yeah, that's how like all bingos kind of end up being. It's like you don't actually go for bingos or blackouts. Just like whoever gets the most.
Well, it depends how the board is designed. You can design the board for it to be uncompletable, and you can also design it to be completed in time. It's really hard to balance. I've done like 15 events now, so I kind of like know the calcs. But yeah, this event's really cool. We've never done a clan v clan before. It's like kind of crazy.
Jesus, man.
Oh, dude, I wish Jagex could do like shit like this, dude.
They've
Honestly.
said they wanted to too. It just takes a lot of engine work.
Like, you remember they did the group Ironman ticket system, where like every boss they killed gave tickets with group irons. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
So it was a while ago. Like if they killed like bandos, they got 2 tickets in a raffle, and if they killed like temporals, they get like 3 tickets, and so on. Like they should do that for everyone. Why was it only for Gims?
Interesting.
Because like the amount of like this was created by me and Abe, and we both have jobs. We did this on our side for free. Like, you know, it's definitely. I mean, of course, it's a smaller scale. For Jagex to implement something in game, they would need crazy amount of dev time. But like, people are having a lot of fun in both clans right now doing this event. So
No, they've definitely talked about having like expanding the clan system to giving like tournaments and bingos and stuff like that. Wonder if they're ever actually
that'd be so cool.
I wonder when they're going to implement it, because they definitely have said that it's possible. So
that would be so sick, dude, if they ever did that.
and it would be completely legitimate too. Like you can't cheat it, you know.
Well, we have like a way to submit form drops, and we check it and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you're caught cheating, like we're very clear, like you're in 1 tick ban from the CC. I told the staff, I'm like, if someone cheats, I don't care. We're not even voting it. We're kicking them.
That's good.
Like,
that's good to do.
It's not. And I've never had like we've had issues where like group irons were like PVMing together, and then we were like, bro, you can't do that. But like never like any cheating, so it's good.
Okay, what's next?
I just wanted to show you clans just because it's. I don't think everyone sees it. Like if you're not in a clan, dude, join a clan. For anyone listening, it's find a nice clan, join it, and have fun.
I've been looking for some clans myself, to be honest. I kind of miss being in a clan.
Yeah, you were in Olympus for a bit, and then eventually you left.
Yeah, I was in
I remember you in Solitary too.
Yeah,
you were in
Iron Clan, and then Solitary, then Olympus. Then I made my own CC, and then I just destroyed it because I realized I'm not a good clan leader.
Well, it's hard being a clan leader. I'm technically a clan leader, but I just do events. Everything else, I just like say, nah, I'm not dealing with that.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult. I used to be in Solitary too back in the day. That was a little intense, but it was still fun.
Yeah, I liked Olympus too. I like the system of Olympus.
Yeah, with the hours.
Yeah, everything was hours based, and it just was cool. And it was also cool because everyone was pretty like minded. Like everyone just had crazy passion for the game, and we could actually have like high level discussion without trolling involved. Like we could actually talk about like nerdy RuneScape stuff, and it felt right because you're in a safe, quote unquote, safe space to just nerd out, which was fun. So that was cool.
I liked how they talked like the efficient hours bossing. They factored in like the XP you get killing the boss and the drops you get.
They did.
I thought that was really cool.
Good with effective rates. Yep.
Yeah, effective rates. That's what it was. That's cool.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. Next topic. The next topic I have here is Venom tech. Were you familiar with the Venom tech back? I think it was like 4 months ago now, 5 months ago.
Well, I know there was some glitch or something that was happening because I just remember a video from DKHO that was just venoming every Tazar.
Yeah, that was nuts.
And they all just stay venomed, like even if you've left their aggro range and stuff, which is fucking nuts. I remember because I would kill lava dragons with a trident, but the problem was it was like as soon as you left their aggro range, they became immune to venom. So like you couldn't even re-venom them. Like they're done with venoming. At least that's how at least what I saw. I never actually got any like concrete evidence on that, but yeah, there was, and I know like some things are venomable, some things are not. It's just like really weird. So you can go into it.
Yeah, sure. So basically, like I was chilling on voice with like a bunch of friends, and they were doing next, and I was watching, and I noticed that one of like the next minions, not the minions, sorry, like when you're KCing,
Mm-hmm.
one of the monsters, they were walking around and they were venom taking, and I was like, dude, what the hell? That's not normal. And I told my buddy like, dude, can you go check that out? And we were watching this NPC walking around and casually dying to venom, and I was like, dude, is venom bugged? And I was giga confused, so I went to test it out. And I think I like hit a bunch of random NPCs with my blowpipe and SERP, and it was ticking down. And I was like, no way. So I right away the first thing I thought about was clues. So I went straight to lava dragons, and I tagged all 8, and I just sat in the corner and watched them die.
Oh
And
my
the whole time they were
God.
dying, I was literally just looking at them like, no shot, this works. So I was like, okay, what can we do with this? Like, what are the applications? Because obviously I'm not gonna sit there for. They take 4.5 minutes to die.
Yeah.
So I right away figured out, okay, I can teleport to the bank and do skilling at the bank, and then when they all die, I run back. But there was one concern with that. I didn't know how Ring of Wealth worked.
Ooh,
Do you have to have the
yeah, it's probably
Exactly.
you, huh?
what? Do you have to be in the wilderness, or does the monster have to be in the wilderness? So I
According,
did a super, I
Yeah.
did a super innocent tweet to Mod Ash. I'm like, hey, I'm investigating something about clues. How does Ring of Wealth work? And he replied. He told me that the way it works is if when the monster dies, whatever tile the drops is on, it checks if that's in the wildy if you have a Ring of Wealth equipped. So it worked. And I was like, oh shit, that's
Really?
cool. Yeah, you can check. If you look at the wiki, they actually quoted my tweet.
that's
from Mod
so
Ash.
crazy because I remember. Oh, okay, I guess that is different because I know with Crystalia Slayer, if the monster dies in the wilderness but you're outside of the wilderness, you don't
Oh yeah,
get
that
the.
doesn't work. That's interesting too.
So it's interesting that it's like flip flopped.
I mean, that's a good thing.
But it is different, obviously. But that's interesting to know. Okay.
So yeah, so I figured out that the Venom tech worked, and I made a video on it explaining the method. It was like I think it was like 2.8 elites an hour effectively, but like not really. And I posted that. And by the way, for like more context, I think the reason why the bug happened was because BA healer role was bugged, and Jagex made an attempt to fix it. And that attempt to fix it, I don't even think it fixed it, but it caused the Venom bug. And I don't think they noticed it, and it took a while to fix. By the way, like when I figured it out, it was around a week after it was in the game, and it took another 2 weeks before it was patched, and it was crazy. By the way, the whole thing. I'll keep going, and one of the applications I figured out too is what I was doing is I would tag a lava dragon set, run to the bank, teleport to Puro, catch an inventory of eclectics, bank him, telly back to the wildy, tag another set of lavas, and then do my medium clue, and then repeat. It was kind of fun. I think I did like 50 mediums. It made Puro kind of fun because I was doing Puro and I would see like a lead clue broadcast and I'd be like, oh shit, I would instantly telly out and go grab it.
That's
And
yeah. So how long?
okay, so wait, I'm not done. This
Yeah.
gets crazy, by the way. So sorry.
No, go for it.
Okay,
I'm
so
loving it.
when I posted the video, some dude in the Clog Discord, I think his name is Borat. My name is Borat. He PM'd me. He's like, bro, if you hop worlds, it still works. And I was like, there's no shot. So I tested it out.
Holy.
I go to the lava dragons. I tag all 8. I log out, log back in. They're still ticking down. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Do you still
that's
get
insane.
Do you still get the kill credit even if you've logged out and logged back
You only
in?
get the kill credit if you're logged in the world as it dies.
Oh, okay. I see.
So you can imagine the first thing I did, I started doing 2 worlds. I went
Holy
from
shit.
I did 1 world, tagged all 8s, hopped the other world, tagged all 8s, and I still had downtime. So I was like, oh shit, I'll do 3 worlds, and I still had downtime, and I did 4 worlds. I was doing 4 worlds, 8 lava dragons each, and I couldn't loot. By the way, I had no time to loot because if you looted, you would lose kills in the next world.
Yeah, that's true. But all you need is 1 elite though.
Exactly, and I also brought Bone Crusher. You know how much prayer XP I was getting per hour?
Oh, with the Bone Crusher, it actually gets it does get
I guess
the
yeah, because it's on the
boost.
island. I was getting
Jesus.
120k prayer XP an hour.
Jesus
So fun.
Christ.
I think I did around 45 elite clues with that tech until it was eventually patched.
So how long
And,
was it until it got patched? Was it just a week?
It was like a week and a half I was able to do it. And
That's
once I
nuts.
uploaded the video, like me and Sally, we got in the Discord call and we opened up the Bestiary Wikipedia page for all monsters, and we went through every single monster one at a time. We're like, is this Venable? Yes. What's the applications here? And then, okay, this is useless. Like we had Dark Beast, no point. I don't need a Dark Bow. And there was a few applications that worked, like False Line Wyvern worked. We also identified Tazars, but I was green log, so I didn't actually care. But I should have probably dug deeper because it was really cracked for Tazars. And False Line Wyverns was pretty cracked. It also worked for Deranged Archaeologists, by the way. Like I would run up, tag it, and then teleport to the bank, chill, and I would get the kill like 5 minutes later. So funny. I think it worked for Scorpia, Mole, but there was no really point to do it. It was inefficient whatsoever, but it was still cool. But turns
Wow.
out the Tazar eventually, like people figured out it worked on Tazars, and the whole Clog Discord was talking about it, but no one made a video because no one wanted to like, be on Jajex's crosshairs for that because it's a bug. Like, see, yeah, it depends how you define a bug, right?
See,
If
this
it's
is exactly where it gets to that
yeah.
gray area of like, who's deciding how Venom works? It's changed so many times throughout the years.
Well, the way I saw it, I ran around venoming monsters.
Yeah.
That's all I did. It's not like I was doing stalls and freaking random shit. Like, it was literally just Venom. That's how Venom worked. Like, maybe it's bug abuse. If it is, I guess so.
I mean, it really just depends on, again, like, because some of the time they will break the game, but it stays like that forever. Like they've broken the game,
That's
and now
true.
that's just how the game is now. So they literally could have just never patched that, and that now Venom's just in the game like
But
that.
they had to patch the Zars. It was busted, dude.
Yeah,
For
no
Clog,
shit.
you went from like 35-hour completion to like 12 hours
Holy
from the Venom
fuck.
tech. It was really busted. And the XP per hour is really good too. That's what DKO was showing in one of
Oh
his
yeah,
clips.
if you were on a task.
And they also eventually they made Tazars not venable as like a
Mm.
temporary fix, and then they eventually fixed the Venom bug. So I was still able to do Lava Dragons for a bit after. But that was really interesting. That was a really fun period, dude. I remember at work I was on Discord just reading everything because the Discord was just popping in the Clog Discord. It
See,
was
one
nuts.
one of the best game breaks they ever did was when they allowed you to be able to do the auto cast to like all skilling methods, basically.
Oh yes, I remember
So you
that.
could just two tick every tree.
Was that you could also like do like plank make while fishing bombs? Is it that? Or am I mistaking with something else?
I mean, you probably could have done that, but I'm just thinking of like all you had to have was an air staff and some
Oh, I
mind
remember
runes,
now, yes.
and
For
you
like
literally,
fishing in the wildy, you'd do that. I
yeah,
remember.
yeah, it was
That was
that,
a
but
long time
it
ago.
was everyone in the game, yeah.
I was
And
too newbie.
I loved that because it literally was fair. That's the thing. It was actually fair. Like it didn't break anything. It just made it
Did
so
two
the
tick everything.
yeah, it
Yeah.
just made it so the game was a little bit wonky because you just see everyone with an air staff like two ticking. But the thing is like it involved effort. It's like two ticking teaks basically. Like, but you're two ticking worse trees. That's all it is. So it literally was not game breaking whatsoever. It just gave you more variety. You could like two tick magics, which is still dog shit XP.
Oh,
Um,
I remember you were making videos on like every single location.
yeah,
I
well, that
remember that
wasn't with the
too.
two tick. That was the
That was
more.
something else.
That was the 1.5 tick player owned or player grown trees.
Uh,
That's still in the game by the way, and that's I think that's really fun.
that's a cracked method, by the
Yeah,
way, dude. I don't know
it's
how people do
cool.
that.
It's cool, but I loved that they broke the game like that. I thought it was really cool, but it broke free to play. That's for sure.
Oh, because it worked in free to play too?
Yeah, it broke
Uh,
it. Yeah.
yeah, that's rough then.
I know. I'm like, God damn it, free to play. Because that was the only reason it really had to get patched because it just broke free to play. Okay. What's the next thing you got?
So what? Wait, I have to scroll down. So what belongs and what doesn't belong on the clog? That's not currently on the clog, or that's
Ooh,
currently on the
this is gonna be
clog.
a heated one, I think. Let me hear
I
your
have I,
take.
I basically there's a thread. I'm gonna like I didn't come up with all these lists, but there was a thread on the collection log Discord where they talked about it, and I basically just went through the thread and took all the like the good like calls that were or the good ones or the hot takes. I took everything and I just said, all right, let's talk about it. So how should we proceed? Should we just go through like one at a time, or should we
Yeah,
like,
you just
or do you
let
want
me
to?
know. You tell me, and then I'll share my thoughts.
All right, let's go with the first one. So VLS from LMS. It's not on the clog. Should it be on the clog?
Well, I'll just tell you my take. I think everything could be on the clock. Does everything need to be on it? No, but there is an argument for everything that can be obtained to be on the clog.
I think the issue is it's not consistent. Like some untradables are on the clock, some untradables are not. Some
Exactly.
tradables are on the clock, some are not. So I don't know how they could fix that. I don't think they should fix it either. I think they should just add. I think Jagex should add shit on the clock if they feel like it should be on the clock,
See, this is
and that's it. Like we shouldn't have to argue about that. That's
See,
how I see it.
this is my point, is like the collection log, in my personal opinion, will never be completed. So it doesn't matter what you add to it. I'm indifferent for the most part. You can add as little or as much as you want, but I don't think there's ever a valid argument for things to be withheld from it. I think you could literally add anything that you can obtain to be on the collection log. In fact, I would actually fucking love that. I would love the collection log to have like 12,000 items on there. And it's just,
Like even the dumb shit, like bronze full helm,
yeah, just fucking everything.
everything?
Like everything that you can obtain from a monster or from a drop or just from anything, like just send it. Like why not? That'd be dopamine city.
Honestly, like I don't really mind either. It'll be really funny to like,
Like
because
you
everyone would be like inflated like crazy.
Yeah, like you've literally obtained everything. But the one thing is like you'd have to kind of make the collection log thing a little less obnoxious. But seriously, I'd be totally okay with that. Every item you can get, that would obviously be a shit ton of work. So again, I'm indifferent.
I think
to
within
it.
reason, of course, like bronze dagger does not deserve to be there, you know. But
I don't
anything
know.
that's like from a boss specific that's untradeable or that's like a unique, it should be on there.
That's for
I don't
sure.
think Jagex
All
should try to
untradables
should try to avoid adding stuff. Like when they didn't add force on the log, I was literally so confused. Like I woke up in the morning and I was like 1443? That's what?
Yeah.
That's not normal.
That's actually
And
honestly
eventually they
that was
added
actually
it, but
a pretty base take to not add it initially, because almost every update's broken and people could just like, because
Abuse
forestry
it.
was broken, you were just able to buy everything on the Grand Exchange, I think, briefly.
Yeah, for the first day, they changed it
So
eventually.
them not adding everything to the collection log actually is kind of smart on their end, but it's kind of
It was an
annoying as
accidental
well.
mistake. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like people complain too much on things that should not be on the log, but I think they should just freaking go hard, dude. Add
That's what I
stuff.
think. I think, dude, that is the collection log. Like everything is on there. You can. I would even, okay, this is the one debatable thing is leagues, because it's actually not in the game. It's a separate
Oh, I would
game.
be sad if that was on there. But it could be. Like, I would not be mad if it was on there. I just probably wouldn't do it, though.
Yeah, I think we need to
Or
get out
I
of that.
probably would, actually. God damn it.
But that's the thing. If you're a true clogger, you're doing
You do it,
everything.
yeah.
That's the thing. And so we have to keep in mind that the people that get really butthurt, it's always this way. The people that get the most butthurt that you're adding things are the people that go the most giga hard on it. It's the same thing. Like pet hunters get so butthurt when new pets come out. So butthurt.
I don't think it's all pet hunters, but I do get your point that, like,
It's all the most.
if you're a
it's the
clogger,
elite.
you should
It's-
want clog slots.
it's
Like,
the-
you should want more clogs.
It's the elite pet hunters that hate it when new pets come out, and they are just complain to each other. Every single time a new pet comes out, I always go into Coxie's stream, and it's just a bunch of elitist pet hunters that are just fucking whining. Like, God damn it, just don't be a pet hunter then. Like,
Or just don't do it. But yeah, I guess
I know.
they have
so,
to, because they're
but it's the same thing with collection loggers. If you're a super elitist collection logger, you don't want new collection logs. That's just the fact. You don't want it. So stop listening to those people and just fucking send it. Just, I don't know. That's my take on it. Like, don't listen to
I think they still need to have within reason. Like, I do think it would be cool if everything was on the log, but I think that would be a little too hectic. But I don't think they should be shy on adding new content on the log. That's all I gotta say. Like,
Yeah, that's fair. And again, I'm pretty indifferent with at what extent you need to add everything, but I don't think there's a valid argument to be withholding things.
yeah, I agree. But there's a lot of things here. Let's keep going. So, you know, for example, the Godsword ornament kits, not ornament kits, sorry, the Godsword like animations from LMS, they're on the log, but they're not actually an item. So people were debating that in the clock discard.
Yeah, that's weird. That shouldn't. That's weird.
I don't really care. Like,
That's like adding
it's-
the Yuri emote to the fucking collection log. That just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
That's a good example too. I guess
Wait.
it's not an item, so you cannot
the-
add it.
Is the clueless scroll?
No,
and
it's
the-
not.
Why are those
It's not.
not on? See, that's another.
That's true. That should be on it too. Is that on my list? No, it's not. Hey,
Yeah, they should add that.
how about like capes, like 99 capes, max capes, use a cape? Should that be on the log?
See, that's the thing. We can get to that space of like, do we add everything? Because okay, here's a problem: is with that, yeah, okay, yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody
I don't
can
know,
break
like-
my argument down potentially, like pretty easily. I think there's a flaw in my argument of just adding everything, because then it's literally like you need like a fucking Slayer Ring 1, Slayer Ring 2 on it, Slayer Ring 3, like the little parentheses, like every single item. So I understand.
Bro, but imagine the dopamine, dude. Oh,
like there's
that'd be
clearly a
cringe.
flaw in my logic, but
Yeah,
at the
but that's
same-
why I said within reason. Like,
yeah. So
like even slayering is like, I guess it's an unlock. I don't know how to post anything, dude. Add it on the log if you think it should be there. Like that's Jagex decision. They should honestly just be more consistent though, and have like maybe like a rule or a checklist on what item deserves to be on the log. And every time new content comes out, they compare it to the checklist and say, should I add this on the log? Yes or no? No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's untradeable, or no, it's this, or whatever they decide. They should decide that.
yeah.
I don't think we should have a say in there. I think they can consult us, but they should make that decision for themselves. But there's a lot of things here. I'll just name it out, and we can
Okay.
like you can
Yeah,
call out
just-
shit
just
that you find
name 'em out.
interesting.
Yeah.
Because I think we're like kind of going hard on time, but whatever. So Zuckhelm, Jadhelm, and Verzikhelm, the other Slayer helms, the unlocks, graceful, like all the graceful colors,
Yeah.
which would be brutal if that had an unlock, dude. Because I traded them all for amylase. That'd be so rough. And Granite Shield is not on there. The you know, the Fremenic items like the blade,
Yep.
the helm, the shield, but Tazar is on there. You know, that's basically the same thing. Ice gloves, the ancient tablet from Chambers, the brittle key from Gargoyles. Auto Weed is not on it, but Bones to Peach's spell is on it, which is basically similar. Spirit Angler is on the log, but not Golden Prospector. Instead, they have like the little, you know, the little. It's not a token. I don't remember what it is. The thing you buy from Stardust from
Yeah.
Mining Stars. The combo rune staffs, there's a few of them missing. They only have the ones from Superior. Like Lava is not there.
Yep.
The 250 mil Crystal Crown.
That would be
That's
an
actually the only reason why I didn't buy it, by the way, because it's not on the log.
That'd be an amazing gold sync to have that on the collection log.
Honestly, yeah, that would be a pretty good gold sync. We might piss off a few people though.
Oh, it pissed me off. That's for sure. I don't even like the look of those crowns personally.
I mean, if it's on the log, I'd buy it. That's
Yeah.
the only thing I'd do. I guess you can also even say bank slots. Like if you buy all the bank slots, should that be on the
See, that's the
log?
thing. If they're adding the God Sword, things that aren't even items, why not pay? Yeah, I know. They need to keep it to items only. That's for sure.
So would they have to remove the ones that are non-items?
I
that are in
think
the
they
log?
could do that. I think they should do that. In fact,
I
to
would be
keep-
so upset, dude. If my log slot goes down from an update,
yeah.
bro, I'll be so. That's like if you wake up. It's like if Higer wakes up tomorrow morning and he's 180 mil mining. Like what?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
No, but seriously, I think non-items, like what the fuck? Like no, I think that's bad.
I guess like if it's on the log already, they can grandfather it in. But
Nope, I'm against it. Keep it pure. Keep it pure. You know what? One of these days, I need to really I need to hear a bunch of arguments and then come out with my own conclusion of what the collection log truly should be, because you actually are bringing up some valid points. There's a lot of things that don't need to be added to it, but there's a lot of things they need to stay consistent with it.
yeah, but it's hard to be consistent too because it's like
It's very.
I think
hard.
every
You're right.
JMod when they work on their own thing, they kind of like do it. So there's not. I think that's why it's inconsistent. That's my theory on why Jagex is inconsistent. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows?
I mean, to be honest, everyone has their own opinion as well, so it would be impossible to please everybody anyway.
Yeah, but still, if Jagex takes a decision, like, what are you going to do about it? You can complain to Varrock or Falador. Okay. Cool. Next topic, or
Yeah, go for it.
all right, statistics discussion. So I did a lot of courses in stats and in uni, sorry, and I feel like I want to talk about it quickly because like a lot of people, and it's not like the case for, like even for me it was the case. A lot of people don't really understand stats. They don't like grasp the concept of statistics because it's not like embedded in your mind to understand stats. If you look back at like the human hunter-gatherer stages, you never have to understand stats. There's no point. It's either like this is here or it's not. So learning stats is very abstract, and there's one way, like one problem that really like shows that to you. And I'll, if you're okay with it, you can try to solve the problem, Sae Bae, if you want.
Okay.
So let's just say you're on a game show.
Okay.
You know what? It's actually fuck it. Let's make it cringe. Let's just say you're on a game show, and the host says there's 3 doors. One door has a master casket, and the other two doors are empty.
Okay.
And then he asks you to pick a door. So what door do you pick? 1, 2, or 3?
1.
Okay, 1. Does it matter what door you picked?
Right then?
Well, like right now, does it matter? What is the odds of you being right and getting a master casket?
1 in 3.
Yeah, that's pretty easy, isn't it? Like it's kind of self-explanatory. Okay, so the game show host says, "All right," opens door 2, and you see nothing.
Okay.
Then he says, "Would you like to split your vote, or do you want to keep it the same?" And why?
Oh, okay. Wait, I've heard this before. I would switch.
Okay, you heard it before, but
Yeah,
most people
I've heard this before a few years ago, actually. Isn't the reason?
But why would you switch?
Isn't the reason because you have to see it in like a different way? Like if there was like 10 doors.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, so you have to
exaggerate,
but you can't see it with just 3. It's like really hard to like see it.
It's hard to see with small numbers, but when you like exaggerate the problem, like let's just say instead of 3 doors, there's a million doors, and there's one elite master casket, and you pick door 466,274.
Yeah.
And the dude opens every single door except one. Would you switch? No shit, you switch. That's like yeah, like the odds of you sniping it right the first try is very unlikely.
Exactly.
So switching in the first case actually doubles your odds of being right, by the way. You go from a 1 in 3 to a 2 in 3.
That's so
instead of being a 50-50, which is what people would expect.
That's so weird because it seems so odd initially, like with just 3 doors.
It's such a weird problem too, because when I first heard it in uni, I remember sitting down going like, what kind of question is this? Like it's and it's, by the way, for those interested, it's called the Monty Hall problem if you want to research it a bit more. But yeah, when I first heard it in uni, I was so confused. I was like, what the hell? Like what? And then the teacher was like, everyone's wrong in the class. And then he told us like, figure it out, come back next class. And then I like thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Eventually I Googled it and found the answer.
Yeah. But no, that's so cool because it goes completely against like your intuition.
Yeah, it's just stats are never like no one fully understands. Like I'll give another example. Like I was in class and imagine you have a deck of cards, 52 cards, and I asked you what are the odds of picking 2 cards at random and it being the same not type but like the same number, like jacks or queens. What are the odds of that? Are you able to talk that like in your head like in a second?
Yeah, it would just be 1 in 52 times 1 in 51, I believe, right? And then you
no, that would be like 1 in 25,000 or something. It's
what was
the rest?
What?
No, keep going. Sorry.
Sorry. So you're just saying
you choose 2 cards at random,
but it must be like 2 jacks or 2 of this or 2 of this. So it'd be
it could 2 of the same, but any of the 13.
Okay, so it would be 1 in 13 times 3 in 51, right? You multiply those.
No, that's way too high. The odds are like super slim if you multiply those. The problem is easier than that.
Because you don't even have to. It would just be 3 in 51 because you don't even count the first card.
That's it. It's 3 out of 51. You literally ignore the first card.
Yeah,
you
that's
assume
right.
Whatever the first card is, it doesn't matter. The second one has to be out of 4 possible cards. There's 3. And out of 52 in total, there's only 51. So 3 out of 51. Okay. You got it right.
Yeah. So I always had a problem with people like saying, I think Rice Cup actually got like 2 Visages. And he's like, he got 2 Visages back to back. But the first one he would have just gotten. So it looks like this is a 1 in, technically, yes, it's a 1 in 25 million chance of happening if you were to have called it. I'm going to get a Visage this kill and this kill.
And the next one, yeah.
But you don't call the first one. You just got it.
But if you think about it, the odds of what was the monster? Was it like let's just say Black Dragon, 1 in 10,000? Okay.
Well,
for
it was
every
Vorkath.
10,000
it was 1 in
Visi,
5,000. But yeah.
Oh, it was 1 in 5,000. So for every 5,000 Vorkath Visi, someone got a back to back. Think of it that way.
Yep.
In the game. Like that's such a weird thing to think about too. But okay, I'm done with the examples. Sorry, I nerded out a little bit
I
there.
love these examples though. I think they're really fascinating to figure out. But yeah.
Okay, so now I go back to the next part. So when you're calculating, for example, like this is very math heavy for those who hate math, feel free to skip. But imagine if you're calculating the odds of completing something. So let's just take what example would you like to take? Like a Dagonai or like a Evil Chicken or I don't know what you...
You know what? Let me think of one that I'm actually curious on. Actually, yeah.
I'd have to like open a calculator though if it's something I don't know, but it's fine. We can do it.
Let's do evil chicken actually, because is it?
Okay,
Correct me if I'm
that's
wrong.
easy.
Is it 1 in 300 for each piece? Or for a piece? Excuse me.
For any piece, yeah, it's 1 in 300.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
and
right.
there's 4 pieces.
Yeah. So what would be the average amount of KC to complete Evo chicken?
So most
average amount of eggs.
Most people would say 1,200.
Yeah, that's dead wrong.
But
actually that's right if there was dupe prevention, which is a whole other topic. Want to add dupe prevention.
But I'm going to just guess. And the thing is, this is where I always ask other mathematicians or statisticians to do it, because I'm just like,
I'm not. You got to calc it. Yeah. You'll see. You'll be able to calculate yourself after this.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to throw out a number, and I'm going to say like 2,300.
Yeah, you're close. It's 2,500.
Okay. And how do you?
So you want to know how to calculate? Okay.
Yeah.
So the way to calculate is called the coupon solver problem. So it's if someone has, imagine there's like a bunch of different coupons you want to collect. How many coupons would you have to get before you get one of each different unique one? And it's basically the equivalence of saying I want to complete Evo Chicken, but in like a real life situation. So if you want to research that, you can. Now the problem with the coupon problem is it's freaking cracked. The math behind it is really intense. You need to do like either simulations or integrations to calculate, and you can use like solvers and so on. However, if your drop rate is linear, as in every unique has the same drop rate, you can estimate it very easily. And it's actually a lot easier than you think. So, you know the problem I said earlier about the cards with the 2 cards?
Yeah.
It's the exact same concept. So let's go through it like together slowly. So
it's literally.
Let's just ignore.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it. You explain it.
Okay, so let's ignore the fact that you have to do. Let's just assume every 300 eggs, you get 1 piece, always on rate, because we're assuming drop rate, right? So every 300 eggs, you get 1 piece. So we can put that aside. When I'm saying put that aside, I mean like we open a new parentheses with 300 on the side, right?
Yep.
So first unique you get, is it going to be a clog slot?
Yes, it's guaranteed to be.
It has to be. There's no, like, if it's not, then something's wrong. Yeah. You know. So first unique you can get is guaranteed. So how many uniques can you get, and how many uniques do you need?
So 5 of 5. So it's guaranteed.
Oh, it's 4 because it's 4.
Oh yeah, 4 of 4.
So 4 out of 4. Okay. So there's a total of 4 uniques, and you need 4. So 4 over 1. Over 4, sorry. So that equals 1. Now the second unique, what's the odd of that? The second piece, what's the odd of that being a unique?
75% chance. So 3 of 4. 3 out of 3 under 4. Right?
No, you have to flip it. You have 4 in total that you can get, and there's 3 you need. So 4 out of 3. So 4 divided by 3 is 1.33.
Wait, what? Why would? Oh wait, what? So what was the initial question? What is the likelihood?
Your
of getting
first.
it?
What's the likeliness of it being a collection log, basically?
Why would it be 1.33 is above 100% chance?
No, but I'm like, because I'm estimating it. Wait, let me re-explain this then.
Okay.
Make more. I understand why you're confused. Okay. 1 second. Okay, let's use the same math that I used before. So before, for the first one, we had 4 in total.
Yeah.
And we needed 4.
Okay.
The second one, we have 4 in total that we can get, but we actually don't need 4. We need 3, right?
I see.
The third one, we have 4 in total, but we need 2.
I see. And then you're adding up those numbers.
Exactly.
So you would so just for the second one, just so I'm right, you would do 300 times 1.33 repeating.
Yeah. And then for the third one, you do 300 times 4 over 2, just 2. And then the last one, you do 300 over times 4.
And then you add all those 4 together.
Exactly. And that's 2,500.
Interesting.
That's easy like that. But that only works if it's this, like if you do want to do this for chambers, it's a shit show. You can't, this doesn't work. You need to, like it's brutal. You have to do simulations.
Okay. So let me think. Yeah, that's really nice to know. So is there anything that's like you can't do it? Like you just mentioned chambers. Are there other ones that are not as complex as chambers that you can't do that with?
Well, it's only if the drop is inconsistent. Like for chambers, the reason why you can't do it is because the T-bow is 1 in 34. The ancestral is, I don't remember. The dex is, I don't remember. Like all the drop rates are different.
I see.
You can still do it by hand, but like I've never tried. It must be, it must be brutal. So you'd
Interesting.
probably do simulations, or you'd solve it through like a function, like a Wolfram-Amphra or whatever. I don't remember what it's called. You can use like online integrator solvers to solve it. But this works for if you want to do cert crystals, it's the same exact thing.
Very interesting. That's cool. That's a really nice way to solve it, actually. And I'm glad, yeah, you explained that very nicely.
It's cool. Once you understand it, it's really cool too because you can.
Just do it yourself.
And also, like, you can just learn the ratios. Like, if you have 3 uniques, the multiplier is 5.5. So right away, you can, if you're doing, like, if you're trying to complete Dagonai, you know right away, you do 5.5 times the drop rate of any unique. That's the average completion. It's 470 keys.
Interesting.
For Dust Mystic, you just have to do it, instead of 4, you do 5 out of 5, plus 5 out of 4, plus 5 out of 3.
So what was 4 again? You multiply that by 8 something?
I don't remember by heart.
8.33?
8.33, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. That's really cool.
It's kind of cool, and you can do that, like, you go really far. And by the way, what I just explained here, you can do the same thing for clue scrolls if you do approximations. And that's something I want to work on for the clog Discord. I want to create a sheet where you input what your clog slots are, imagine for easy section, and how many caskets you have stacked, and I'll try to predict how many clogs you'll get. I'll basically do the same thing as this, but I'll do like generic assumptions to save time and not like have your Excel crash, So that's something I want to work on the side, but I don't know if I'll have time to do that. Yeah. Maybe someone else will beat me to it.
I always find that kind of stuff fascinating. The thing I find really fascinating is the people that have come out with DPS calcs. I find those extremely satisfying and fascinating.
They're so well made too, dude.
I know.
They're very well made. They're like literally like professional job level.
Literally. And they're in their
really
free
crazy.
time.
Yeah. Well, some people are cracked, dude.
Literally.
You can just say it as is.
Yeah, we have some geniuses in the OSRs community.
Oh yeah, big time. Way beyond my level too. Nuts. So my next question here is about, actually it's funny because we were just talking about bird eggs, but so I mentioned earlier 2,500 eggs for average completion. Now if you calced for birdhouse runs, assume you do a birdhouse run, you tally out and you do whatever you were doing before, it's around 10 eggs an hour effectively, which is a lot more than I thought, by the way, which puts Evo Chicken at 250 hours doing effective birdhouse runs. Fun fact, it's actually 44,000 actual houses you have to do for magics, and redwoods are 3.7% better. I don't know why I remember this thing. God damn it, dude. Yeah, that's just fun facts.
It is funny, just like the amount of random RS knowledge we can just hold in our brains forever.
I'm like weird where if I talk something myself, I'll remember it forever.
Yep. Totally.
When I'm at work, sometimes I'm talking to people and I'm just shitting out reference numbers, 10-digit numbers top of my head, and everyone's just looking at me like, dude, why the hell do you remember that? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I just know. Okay. So
well, here,
yeah,
so sorry, 250 hours, and you said wait, and how long is the average birdhouse run? This is assuming 4 houses, right?
So I assume 4 houses, and okay. I think I assumed a little bit over a minute, a minute and 4 seconds per run.
I see. Because
I think from memory you get 0.21 something eggs per run on average. So every 5 runs you should get a little bit more than an egg. Okay.
Interesting. What's the most amount of eggs you've had in one run, by the way? Do you remember?
I've had 3 in one run.
Same.
It was 2 in the... I think it was 2 in the first one, and then 1 in the last one. I think I clipped it. It might have been in one of my videos at one point.
I've had 3. I've heard somebody got 4 in one run.
I actually calculated what the odds are to get 10 in one house, but I don't remember where I put that. I think it's somewhere in the Clog Discord. It was disgustingly rare.
So would you be able to calc quickly what would be the odds of getting a 5 birdhouse bird run? Or sorry, 5 bird egg bird run? Or is that
take
2?
Me a bit of... I can... Because the problem with calculating that is you have to... Because it's not like you get 5... there's multiple ways you can get 5, right? You can get 5 eggs from the first run and nothing else. You get 4 from the first one. You can get 3, 1, 1. You can get...
Exactly.
There's a lot of possibilities.
I see.
It's calculable, but do I really want to spend I don't know how long it would take me. Probably 2 hours maybe to calc that. I mean... I'm sure someone can do it faster than me though if they use like a sim or something.
Yeah. No, you're good.
I'm not good at programming, so I can't do that.
Okay.
But that would be interesting calc to know. I'm sure it's happened. I've seen 3 in one house on someone in Discord, and it was one of each color, which was kind of cool.
The fact that we've seen 4 Barrows item chests definitely
that's nutty.
definitely means there's easily been a bunch of 5 egg birdhouse runs.
It's kind of nuts too. Fun fact, by the way, if you bring a hunter potion, it's actually gives you a better odds for eggs.
Yeah, by how much do you know?
Oh, I chalked it, dude.
Like
I think if it takes you more than 4 ticks to grab your hunter potion from your bank and sip it, it's not worth.
See, okay.
I chalked that. I remember that.
Dude, this is another topic that I feel like I never touch on, but this is actually going to those this is going out to those like kind of beginner, or like not beginner, but kind of like more getting into advanced PVM and getting into like efficient PVMing. It's like, dude, losing ticks is massive. Like
it's huge.
It's horrible to lose ticks. Like, and when I say lose ticks, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, is when you have a 5-tick weapon and you lose a tick because you wanted to switch and get into some other gear or something, and you lose a tick where you could have attacked but you didn't. Like, in fact, one of the most depressing things I actually see is when like people lose ticks and then they forget to like turn back on their offensive prayers too. So it's like they're trying to be more efficient by like pulling out their ZCB. It's like, I'm gonna ZCB spec, and they lose like 3 ticks just right there. Or like, you know, I always see this at the phase, like the very final end of Wardens, when people are like just at like the phase where you're just dodging the shadows. And people literally waste 5 ticks trying to pull out their Void Waker into max melee, and then lose another like 4 to 5 ticks switching back to
straight
mage.
up better off T-bowing at that point.
I'm like, dude, you were literally just don't even switch.
That's the thing. Literally, like this speedruns and most content is literally just don't use ticks.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Don't lose ticks, and like obviously like RNG and don't make mistakes, but like
don't lose ticks and run it a million times, and you'll.
And also always be potted. Like if you brew and you swing your scythe, like you're leashing.
It's horrible.
It's like once you understand that, your gameplay actually improves a lot too.
Yeah. So I mean, and the reason I kind of bring this up is because I remember when I was first learning Saradomin as a noob, I had this weird obsession with like I have to touch the corner before I shoot again. It's like, and I see it with every beginning player. They get so scared of like attacking, like they box themselves into this idea like I need to be at the corner to head tag. It's like, dude, you're losing 4 ticks every time you're running there. Like just shoot. Like you wouldn't take as much damage.
That do their Inferno Cape and then their T-bow always noodles, but that's just because they're losing ticks. And then when you have like someone who knows what they're doing and they always get a 1-set even off task, you're like,
Yeah, no. Oh, that is actually one of the most brutal things is when you're seeing like a first person, like their first time at Zuck, and they are just attacking with their T-bow every 12 ticks.
But I don't blame them. Like it's a stressful situation. It's hard. Like I was the same way in my first.
I know
game.
everyone is when they're a noob.
But it's just like when something you learn, and once you learn it, you don't make that mistake.
Yeah, it's funny.
But yeah, anyway. So back to it. If you lose 4 ticks, it's not worth. But that means on an iron, it's like never worth, because like the time it takes to make a hunter potion, like, bruh. Yeah. Unless it drops it noted or something like this.
Or unless you just like the convenient, or unless you just like that kind of gameplay. It's like mining salts for those quick teleport server patches. It's never worth it, technically.
Yeah, you just make the POH thing. Yeah. That's true. It is convenient.
But it's just that convenience of like, okay, now I can actually do it. That's what I personally think making dig site pendants makes birdhouses way more enjoyable, because you don't have to go through the full process of teleporting your POH, running over to the thing. It's quicker.
You save a bit of time too, actually, doing that. It's actually efficient to do that.
That actually might be the case. You're right.
But you have to like, I think you have to like do 0 time enchanting and all that, which I don't do, of course.
Yeah.
AFK bank stand.
We are such nerds. There's people still listening. Like, why am I still listening to this?
Bro. I was fully prepared for that though. I'm okay. So
okay.
Yeah. So my question about the after like 7 tangents was, would it be worth because I know I didn't know much about Forestry like the second phase, but apparently they're adding like new events.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to add an event that gives you bird eggs? Like to have an actual active source of bird eggs? Now, of course, the reason why I said 10 eggs per hour before is because if the rate is anything above that, then you don't do birdhouse runs anymore. If the rate is anything below that, you would still do birdhouse runs. That's like the cap.
Yeah. Well, it also depends on what your woodcutting XP is and what your hunter XP is, and if you care about.
Oh yeah, if you care about that,
Yeah,
that's true. That's a different situation.
Minor, but yeah.
But like I'm a clogger. I don't care about that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, they've already completely devalued Evil Chicken with
the birdhouse runs? Yeah, but it like devalued, like it was literally insane. Okay, I remember this calc too. How long does it take to complete Evil Chicken only through Miscellanea, doing 10 maples, 5 teaks?
I heard it was 10 years.
It's not. I calced it. You want to hear the answer?
Yeah.
It's 24 years.
Jesus Christ.
So if they wouldn't have did the change, it would take 24 years for Evil Chicken.
And that's average.
Yeah, that's going on raid. You could spoon, of course, and whatever, and go dry.
Get really dry, yeah. But then you would also, like, if you really cared, you would just chop whatever, just trees nonstop.
But how much XP would you have to get? I never did that calc. Would it be like in the bills?
Probably.
Or like in the trill?
Probably bill. I don't actually know, how many eggs you get per hour chopping and what the.
Because every log you cut, there's a 1 in, I think it's 200 chance you roll a bird egg nest, and then there's a 3 in 95 chance you get an egg if you have the rabbit foot.
So what is that? 1 every 6,000 logs?
Does that seem right?
Sounds about ish.
Let me whip out my calculator. So if I do one mistake here, I'm gonna get flamed.
Yeah, I think it's about 1 in 6,000, right?
Is it 1 in 200 for a nest? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's around 1 in 6,300. You're right.
So let's just say you're chopping teaks. Then, if that was, let's just say you're doing 2 tick teaks.
Well, you have to do 2,500 eggs. How much XP do you get per teak? Do you know? Is it?
I think it's like 89 or 85. Is it 85? I think it's 85.
I'll assume 85.
So 85. So we're looking at what, like 5,000, 500,000. Wait. No, 50,000 X. I'm losing it. 500,000 XP for an egg. Right, bro. Jesus Christ. Is it 500,000 XP for an egg-ish?
I just calced for Evil Chicken outfit completion through teaks. You get 1.3 bill XP. So you have to do 200 mil 7 times.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oh, that's so funny. I would have to double check it, of course, not napkin math, but
this is another tangent. What were your thoughts on them changing Jar of Darkness?
Okay, so I don't like devaluing log, and maybe I thought Jar of Darkness was reasonable because it was kind of disgustingly rare. But at the same time, it set a precedent where now everyone's complaining about devaluing other things, which is actually the next topic, which is 2K CM Cape, for example. Everyone's arguing in the Clock Discord right now about that. And we can talk about that too.
Yeah.
But it's thin ice, I find. If you devalue one thing, people think it's a precedence, and then they start asking for other things. And also one thing I noticed too, in 2017 era, all the skillers were super uptight about any devaluation, and now it's literally me, dude, about clog.
Yeah,
it's kind of
it's
crazy.
Just it makes sense though. I mean, this game is all about the flex at the end of the day, and you just also have to keep in mind so many of these things are not going to be completed. Collection log's not going to be completed, so the idea, and I was opposed personally to the Jar of Darkness being changed. I just thought it would be cool if you came out with new content where it's more of a dedicated grind to getting totems. But
I think Jar was just way too excessive.
It totally.
If it was 1 in 500, they could have done that. But I do agree that better sources is always a better solution.
Yeah,
the same goes for bird eggs and other things.
Yeah, they clearly fucked up. Clearly that Jar is out of control. But it's a really cool thing. If you have it, boom, your account is hella valuable now. It's just cool, It's just this idea that okay, you've spooned this, you got fucking lucky. You're not going to complete the log anyway, but
okay, I'll give you this an example. Okay, so you know how the Jar was 2,500, the pet was 65.
Yeah,
that's if the Jar from Grotesque Guardians was 1 in 115,000. That's the same equivalence. Just to put it in perspective on
Yeah.
how fucking dumb that was.
No, it's actually stupid. It's just absolutely ridiculously stupid. But at the same time, I actually thought it was kind of neat that there's just this stupid busted item that if you get it, you're just balling
Yeah,
out.
I didn't mind either if it didn't change it. I was just sad that like I used up all my totems before like that's the other thing too I don't like. Like the meta is always the hoard shit. Like I know like
That's a problem. That is.
I it's like at the same time I don't want them to do retroactive changes because then that kind of sucks. Like for example, Marnie hasn't used a single bird egg because he thinks we might get like dupe prevention on evil chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly,
or they
like
add
if that
more evil chicken or something, just
fuck, don't say that, dude. Don't ever say
light
that.
evil chicken, not the dark version, the light version, I don't fucking
And
know.
you have to use eggs at a different shrine.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No,
Well,
they can do
it's
that all the time. They literally can just do that.
That's true, but it's like I don't like them. I don't like I like stacking to an extent, like for a month or two, but I don't like hoarding. I find it kind of defeats the purpose. Because what if you quit or you get hacked or something? You never end up using.
Yeah. You just gotta see the game as like, let me just have fun. Let me not try to over analyze and think of this game as my entire life.
I do the same thing now. Like when
It's hard.
I had like 80 eggs or something,
Yeah.
and I was missing one piece, and I remember telling myself I'll just keep it in case. Like there's no way I spoon. And one like stream I was like, you know what? Fuck it, we send it, and I got the fucking top, and I finished Evo Chicken, and I was
Holy
like, dude,
shit.
if I didn't open this, I would still be doing birdhouse runs today. Just copiuming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But,
tough. I mean,
it's-
what are your thoughts on like third age being devalued? Do you think that'll ever be like significantly devalued?
I think we'll get clues that'll be faster to get.
Yeah. But do you think like rates will be changed because people will start like
dude,
saying
that would
this
be
is-
so sad if that happened, dude.
I know. It's like the collection log is
It's not okay. That's one thing too. The clog is not meant to be like something that you should complete. It should be something that is a list of everything you can do, and you do whatever you want.
Yeah.
But I feel like people have the impression that it's like a completion collection log, but
That's
it's not.
exactly and that's the problem with the Jar of Darkness being changed. If there
It
was
set the precedence.
if there was
which is
no-
kind of sad because I voted yes to it, and I noticed now that like
Well, and that's fine because the collection log was the thing. I'm just saying if we could imagine if there was no such thing as the collection log, which at one point there wasn't, nobody cared about the Jar of Darkness
that's true.
because there's no arbitrary number that you get a little number for it. So the collection log itself has kind of made this where we have to make everything easy to get, which I don't know. It's not like that's inherently bad, but we have to understand that that's what we're doing.
Yeah, it's just people have to understand the precedence it's setting.
Yeah.
And I was arguing in the collection log Discord about 2K CM change because everyone there is saying we have to change it, make it regulars, and like I was getting really upset because the 2K CM cape is like the one goal that I'm looking forward to because it's like a long term. It'll take me years, but I'll do it slowly. I'll do a CM here and there, and maybe I'll never finish it, but it's still a goal that I see myself doing passively, And if they do the change, it's what's the point? But we can talk about that. You want to talk about 2K CM cape?
Yeah, I'll just share my opinion initially. I don't think it should be CMs only. I think it should be all raids.
Oh no, so we have different opinions. It should be fun. Okay, sorry, I fucking talk too much. So what I'll do is I'll give the pros and cons, and I'll give you my opinion after, so I'll be fair. So for the pros, there's two main arguments I've heard a lot, which was consistency on all three raids, which is a very valid argument, by the way. And also, CMs are long. Another argument I heard that they're too long compared to regular chambers. In terms of cons, which is against the change, I've heard timeline issue, which I'll explain. Basically, when CMs came out, when chambers came out, there was no CMs and there was no 2K cape. And eventually they added CMs, and for some reason they decided to add a 2K cape with it. I don't know what the reason was, but I think it was a good idea, honestly, for Tob and the other raids too. But they added a 2K cape afterwards, so it's more of a timeline issue where CMs came out after chambers already existed, so they added the 2K cape on CMs. Now when Tob came out, there was no hard mode. There was just Tob. And I guess they assumed that the 2K cape idea was good, so they implemented it on Tob as well. Then hard mode Tob came out, and I mean, if they didn't combine it, it would have been kind of silly. Or if they made it only count to hard mode, that would have been really stupid too. So they had to combine them both together. which made sense. And then Toa, they did the same thing. So it's a timeline issue. The first raid, the hard modes and the regular modes was released different time periods. The second raid, they were released at different time periods as well. And the third raid, they were released at the same time. So that's a timeline issue. Also, it's a giga devaluation. I think there's 75 players with the 2K cape right now. I might be wrong. And there's only like 4 or 5 irons. I haven't checked in a while, so I might be wrong on that too. 4 or 5, I'm not sure. And so, so those are the 2 arguments. I personally think we should not change it because, and I know it's like a hot take. I know most people are against me, which is perfectly fine. Like, you're allowed to disagree. I think if it gets pulled, it's passing, and they're changing it. So I'm just giving my opinion, knowing full well that it will get devalued if it ever gets pulled. But yeah, for the timeline issue, I think it should stay. I also find CMs are not as hard as people tend to think they are. If you do teams, and it's a very procedural raid, you do A, you do B, you do C. Your gearing is always the same. You make your same potions. And once you get confident and you understand how to gear fast, you can do CMs quite fast. Like, for example, Sally's been getting like 25-minute trios pretty consistently, which is, like, it's still slower compared to Toa and Tob, but it's still relatively fast. And
so that's where the argument's kind of like flawed, in my opinion. Just like, if it's already, easy or whatever, it's like we're trying to convince everybody, it's like, oh, just do it. Like, my whole take is just for the consistency's sake. And because we're not just going to be stuck with 3 raids either. Like, if we do 4 raids, like raids 4, raids 5, it's like, it would be cool as if you do 2,000 of them, that's the precedent that's set. And honestly, it's still fucking badass if you've done 2K CMs. Like, that's impressive as hell regardless.
Well, that's what my solution is. I wanted to offer a solution to this issue. And what I wanted to, and I might get, people from TOTUS might get pissed off, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. But what my solution would be is you change the CM cape, you combine them. However, you add a trim variant on the cape if you've done 2,000 of the hard mode, challenge mode, or expert mode variant. But if you do that, you have to make sure it's on the clock. Because if it's on the clock, then we're in the same situation. The only reason why people are upset about this is because it's on the collection log. If the 2K CM cape was not on the clock, no one would give a shit. It would be like a weird flex, like the hat from Bounty Hunter, Exactly. It would just be a weird flex item.
Nah,
so that's my proposal.
Yeah, that's fair. You brought up some good points, and obviously we both have our differing opinions, and there's no right or wrong thing. I personally just think we should just stay consistent with it. If you've done 2,000 raids, you're good. It's what we see with TOA is like, dude, you can do. Obviously, TOA is way different than Chambers, where Chambers is like you can do just the easy version of Chambers, and you still get really good purple rate. With TOA, it's significantly buffed the purple rate, but it's like if you want to do 150 normal TOAs and do 2,000 of them, then go for it. But you can also make a shit ton of fucking money and have arguably more fun with your boys doing efficient CMs, going for times and stuff like that. If you wanted to do like the more efficient things, I just think just keep it at 2,000 of any thing, and that could be the cape. To be honest, the whole 2,000 thing is already just kind of weird in and of itself. But if that's the road we're going down, I really think you should just right now, instead of making it even worse down the line, where people, now you have like 1,000 people that have done 2K capes, and then you change it potentially. So again, I'm pretty indifferent with it because I really don't give a fuck. But I still think my OCD is saying just change it to everything is 2,000. Like, just get
that's why I'm saying
2,000.
my arguments. I'm against it, but I fully know it's gonna change eventually. Yeah, and that's why I'm actually putting CMs for last in my goals, because I know that if this change comes in, I want to be sure that like it's not when I'm like 1,200 or 1,400 CMs deep. That would be painful, and that's why I'm offering the trim variant, because I would probably still do CMs to finish the 2K cape if they changed it, just because they're like no scouting. That's really the only reason, and it's also like kind of fun with friends to do it. I wouldn't do solos. I hate solos, but I would do like trios and 5-mans.
Yeah.
But that's the hot take discussion we have to discuss today.
The real way to do it is just don't do any of that stuff until like Raid 6 comes out, where you just have these just destructive weapons that just make everything a fucking breeze, and then go back and do the 2,000.
That's always the meta, dude. You just wait, just log out, wait for like new raids, and
Yeah,
get better
the
gear.
true meta is just log out of this game and wait like 15 years, and then just
That's
realize like all clue rates have just been completely devalued and just yeah.
well, imagine doing freaking next with Arma and Armadillo crossbow. Now you have Fang and Missouri, Lightbearer, Voidwaker, like
Yeah,
big
so
changes.
moral of the story is just log out if you're going to be an efficient player, or just see the game as fun and just do what you
And
want.
have fun, yeah.
Just very
That's,
hard for some people. But
Always the meta,
yeah,
unfortunately. Okay, next topic I got
yeah,
here.
go.
True Soul Altar.
Yep.
What I want to suggest actually is the True Soul Altar. Of course, they should definitely add that one day. But I would think it would be cool if you could trade a blood essence for like an essence of a different rune.
Yeah, it would just be cool if it was a catalytic essence. So every place you go, like if they
Oh,
were
it
to
would
just,
be used everywhere. Okay, I don't know why my brain just melted for a
yeah.
second.
Well, I was just saying elemental and catalytic, just like the thing they call everything that's not elemental.
The elemental, yeah.
So
That would be cool too, yeah.
I
That would
mean,
be kind of weird at ZMI though. It would just proc on everything. But
yeah. Well, it'd proc on all the catalytic ones. I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
maybe you could just add an exception to it doesn't work at ZMI. ZMI already is just incredibly busted, and it's just because there's a weird multiplier, and then there's other things with multipliers.
yeah, it's
that are just
compounds on each other.
nuts. Yeah, that's the other problem. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on a tangent right now. That's the biggest fucking problem with gear having strength bonus. Gear, in my personal opinion, obviously we cannot change it, so I'll keep this short. I talked about it on the last episode, but gear given strength bonus is the stupidest thing ever, because now you've completely pigeonholed yourself into only having like one or two speed types of weapons. Like just the fact that you can have no weapon at all, you can be punching something and have 70 fucking melee strength is ridiculous. And so now if you ever want to come out with a 2-tick weapon, it's got to be like a
It's gonna
negative.
be cracked.
It's literally got to be negative strength, some artificial weirdness. And you also have a problem with things like Arclight, which is boasting 70%. But like that is ridiculous. Like you should not. Oh, it's fine. It's whatever. But there are serious problems with this game that are just going unaddressed, and they're going to continue to get worse. We're going to come out with like Torva 2 in like 3 years, which is going to be like plus 30 strength for the full set wearing, and then like Arclight's just going to be out of control, busted, and any weapon that's 3-tick or faster is just going to be like out of control. They literally cannot add 3-tick weapons right now, which is such a shame, because
Well, they have the ham joint, but it's basically just your fist.
yeah, it has to be 0. Yeah, and even that gets to the point of like, okay, this is actually really fucking good. Like it's getting to that point where it's actually going to be like this is the crazy thing, is we actually could, if weapons themselves didn't change and only gear got progressively better, ham joint would eventually hit a point where it's better than every weapon, just because of the speed
there's also
difference.
accuracy, which is the thing that kind of holds it in place. It's not best, it's not everywhere. But one thing they can do too is they could focus, instead of focusing on strength, they can focus on accuracy, like they did with the Fang. But then they would have to increase the defense of monsters, which I think is cringe. I hate that.
Yeah,
But that's one option, one solution they could potentially explore.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me personally is like you have to calm down with gear giving strength bonus. Like gear, I'm sorry, I know we've already gone down that road and people are blinded by it and they think like you can't change it, but it's like that is the reason we can't have variety in weapons, is because gear is giving strength bonus. You can't have different speed weapons because they're all just it become way too powerful way too quickly.
So you should. How should they solve that? Should they?
Well, you can't, because the community would
You'd have
just
to revamp the
scream
whole
no.
thing.
Yeah, it would literally just be weapons are giving strength, armor's giving defense, because that's literally what armor does in real life and in almost every game. Is armor's not give a fucking helmet is not giving 8 strength bonus. Why the fuck would a helmet, putting on a helmet, all of a sudden make you that much putting, like, what is going on? Why is that?
Because at least with like defense gear, you can basically you just be wearing Justy everywhere, and like the the boots from like Grotesque Guardians like that. Like I get your point. Like I get your point for Arclight, because the arc light is already super powerful and it's just gonna get worse. Any strength bonus you add gets compounded by like 3 on the arc
Yeah,
light.
but it's the same thing
And
with any like speed difference weapons. Like if we can't ever
yeah,
add
if
a
you
3
compare
tick, and we can't ever add a 2 tick because it just skews so heavily. It's just being multiplied by an insane amount. And that's the shame of it all. So personally, if it were up to me and I could have like the perfect game I wanted, it would be no gear is offering strength bonus ever, which means you could literally play the game like Dark Souls and you could just wear you could be butt ass naked with a weapon and your weapon is what's doing all the damage. So weapons can become completely destructive. You can legitimately have 1-tick weapons, 2-tick weapons, dual wield weapons, all these amazing variants of just badass stuff, and you wouldn't be gate kept by what your gear is providing you. So gear would, and the other thing is armor would actually have damage negation. That's what I would want. I would want you to literally take less damage by wearing this armor. You're super heavy with this stuff. Agility could be you actually dodging things rather than it being all defense related. I don't know. There would be a ton of shit I would fix personally, but we can't have that because it would just destroy current metas and it would completely ruin the game. But that's what I would say.
well, they'd have to do like a full-on revamping, and also it would be kind of like, would that apply for mage and range or just
Yeah,
really?
everything. Gear should not be given.
So that means you'd be doing a one-way switch for everything you do.
I mean,
You bring a shadow, a scythe, and a T-bow.
You could add accuracy. Like you could add accuracy, but you couldn't add range strength to gear and mage strength to gear. I think
that would feel so weird, dude.
Yeah.
I don't think the game would survive if they did that.
No, it would be a complete shit show. It would completely ruin it. Like you would log in and have no fucking idea what's going on, basically. So this is why I say it can't happen. But if it were up to me, I would do the full the clean, pure reset of really being able to revamp what weapons can really do in RuneScape and making things more just streamlined and it makes sense. I don't know. That's me though.
They can go hard though. They could add like weaknesses where you get like a bonus damage. They can add like spells have different strengths. They can also have range here, different types of styles. They can play around with the attack styles quite a bit in this game.
Yeah,
but
there's still.
I think it's a slippery slope either case if they play with that, because if they make it look bad, like if you log into the game and now your T-bow has 3 styles and you have to check the monster, like I'm sure people would not like that.
I know, and that's
like, imagine doing a CM and like for tech, like for Vasa you have to be on accurate, and for this boss you have to be on long range, and well, like with a different style name, of course. But
no, you're
it would
totally
just feel
right.
Weird.
Just the fact that ruinous powers was overwhelming as hell. Like I didn't even want ruinous powers. I didn't
either. I was happy when they canceled it.
Me too. I'm like, this, whenever huge game changes are made, it's scary, and it's like this game is foreign now. I don't like it anymore. So
I just didn't like that they were getting so much power creep from one place. I think they could definitely split it up in like a different raid, and they could definitely explore in the future, I think, but not from like a quest boss.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Anyway, that just the last thing I'll say is like in the good old days of RuneScape, where I'm talking like Rune and Dragon was the best stuff you're wearing. Guess what? There was no strength bonus attached to any of that stuff, and you actually had variety in weapons, and like weapons were what did everything.
Oh, weapons, Rune Scimitar.
Yeah, and then Bandos was like the first power creep. It's like, let's add 4 strength bonus to wearing a fucking rock on your chest. Anyway, let's continue.
Oh, that's all my things. Now we're on the Twitter topics. How do we do the Twitter topics?
Oh, oh wait, was that it from the other ones?
Well, the other one was like the Toa quality of life plugin expectations, but honestly, like, dude, it's Baba Room. That's really all I gotta say.
Okay. Let me ask some of these Twitter topics. So, well, here, this is a quick one. This is from Bad Man. He basically says, "What did you used to do before creating an Ironman?" Which you kind of already covered, but what made you decide to make an Ironman?
I think like mostly just Bodhi and Foe, but I mentioned that earlier. But I like doing shit on my own. I always like doing everything on my own. Like if I'm at work and I have something I can't figure out, I like to figure out on my own. I don't want to ask someone to do it for me or like someone else to help. Like if someone else helps me, only if I'm like desperate. But I like to do everything on my own with everything I do in life. So that's why I kind of I feel like this game mode fits me pretty well. And also, it's kind of more satisfying when you get gear and items and clogs. Everything is more satisfying on an iron compared to a main. And any main who disagrees just hasn't played an iron. It's like basically all I can say.
Clog has definitely made main more appealing, though, for sure.
Yeah, I do. I think clog for mains because of clues seems a lot more fun than iron clues. Like I'll for sure give them credit for that, just because of the metas or implings besides for elites, which is cool.
Totally. But there's nothing that's going to hit quite as hard as having a full set of third age on a fucking Ironman.
Nah, that would be cracked.
That would
be really
be
cracked.
Awesome.
I have like pretty much a gilded set. I have like the well, not the full set. I know you have a full armor set, but I have like a mismatched set, which is kind of cool.
Bruh. That when I got that, I think the last piece was the kite shield. I could not believe it.
That's been crazy, dude.
I could not believe it. Like, just my gilded luck, first of all, has been insane. And
well, your luck in general in third age and gilded is pretty good.
My God, that's literally part of the reason I love Clue so much, is because I've actually gotten pretty spooned. I just look at my gilded.
Dude, I remember you started streaming like hunting third age, and I popped in and I was like, dude, that's kind of cool. This guy's hunting third age. And then 2 days later, you tweet third age Vambraces. I'm like, I CBA, dude. What the hell is this?
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Just put it in your title, and Jagex will see it and plug it into your RNG, right?
Surely.
No, but seriously, like I just see, like I look at my gilded, and there's no, I don't have 3 of a particular gilded. Like I've never gotten 3 of one. There's only been 4 things I've gotten dupes of, and like the gilded in third age luck is just insane on my account. So, but yeah, being able to walk around with full gilded is pretty fucking awesome.
It's a good flex, especially on an iron.
Yeah, it's cool.
I might hunt one piece of third age one day. I can see myself doing that like long term if I get burned.
Just go for
just
it.
doing jellies or something chill.
It's only like
600 hours.
Yeah, I think it's like 500, 600 hours.
Which is a lot of time, but if you do like AFK jellies, it seems kind of chill.
Yeah. Oh, if you do AFK jellies, it's more like 900 hours. Yeah.
But I'll still. I mean, that's a lot of essence, though. That's the issue.
Yeah. Okay. Going back to the gym is Evmeister asks favorite and least favorite compound and isolated lift in the gym.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll just say favorite like overall, like in general. Like I really love deadlifts. I love all 3, like deadlifts, bench, and squats. I prefer squats the most. And I stopped doing deadlifts actually like a year and a half ago or a year ago. I don't remember. It's been over a year. I stopped doing deadlifts because I was like warming up, and I don't know if my form was bad or if I went too fast, but I definitely did something wrong, and I pulled like a nerve in the lower back, and it was like painful for like 2 weeks until it healed.
Fuck.
And after that, I was like, you know what? I'm done. Fuck deadlifts. I'm done. And I haven't deadlifted since. And all my friends that are like chiropractors, like probothorax or physiotherapy, they all tell me like deadlifts are not the best workout. And I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. I'm done. I'm not here for powerlifting anymore. I'm just here for like, relaxing and for pleasure and to stay healthy. So I stopped doing deadlifts.
Damn. Yeah.
Which just sucks because they were so much fun. Like every time I had a shit day where I was feeling like a little upset or angry, I would do deadlifts and it would just like make me feel better. But instead, I do squats.
Yeah, that's good to kind of realize like your body's not. I don't know. It's got its flaws. Like if you get injured like that, it really goes to show like you got to be careful. You can't be lifting like too heavy, and you got to be. Yeah.
And I have an issue where like I always try to like ego lift when I beat a PB or a PR, I always try to like one up it like right after. And I get it, but like the injury risk there is so high, like it's so stupid to do that because if you get injured, you lose like 4 months of progress.
Yep.
Done. And I actually injured my wrists. I was doing shoulder press. I was going really heavy and I kind of like dropped it like backwards a little too fast. And my wrist started hurting a bit, and it kind of took a while to heal. And I couldn't do. I had to take a break from the gym. Actually, it was kind of depressing. So now I'm like a lot more careful when I work out. I try to avoid injury as much as possible. Like also one thing I learned, like I'm not 18 anymore. Like when I was 18, dude, I wasn't warming up. I was just going to the gym, squat rack, and going for it. But now it's like
You need
I
to
don't.
warm up and stretch.
Yeah, you have to be smart about it. You're not young anymore. I'm only 25 by the way. It's not like I'm that old, but
Yeah.
it's still I start to feel it. It's not the
Dude,
same.
I mean, just like in the past year and a half, I've literally, especially these last like 6 months since I moved to Oregon, like every single morning I will get up and I'll do a full body stretch, like starting with my neck all the way down
That's
to
good.
just my calves and my ankles and stuff. Because if I don't do that, like I'm literally tense every morning. I can feel it in my calves, like especially in my calves. Like I need to stretch those out before I go for like a walk or a run or anything, because I will literally pull something now. And I'm 28, so
Yeah, you got to be careful, dude. You got to think long term.
yeah.
That's it. I got to get back into running though. Running is definitely a good hobby to get into, but I haven't ran in like so long.
It's fun. It's fun if you like take it, if you just do it like chill. Like I've realized I really enjoy running if I just go out when I have extra energy. I'm like, well, and I live right on the bike path, so it's easy. I don't really need a schedule. I just, if I'm feeling like I'm getting, like when you start like jittering your leg because you're just like
Yeah,
you
you feel
got
like
energy built up.
energetic.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
like, dude, I'm just gonna go out there and fucking run until I'm tired, then walk for a little bit, and then run again. And then when I'm tired, just walk. And then it's just really organic. It's not like I'm forcing myself to do anything. It's like I'm just gonna fucking run until I'm tired. And that's
yeah,
been
that's
like really
definitely
good for me.
a good habit too. Can't
Uh,
overdo it, but also do it whenever you can. Take
yeah.
advantage, and don't overdo running. It can
Yeah. You don't
it's
want to
not
be
necessarily
hurting yourself.
positive.
Just too much cardio and too much of anything in general is bad for you.
Yep.
Thoughts on if OSRS Mobile has encouraged players to be more active?
Uh, I mean, I don't think
I feel
mobile
like
was a bad thing. I really enjoy mobile, but I don't use mobile very often. Like, I only do mobile when I want to like do like AFK skilling or if I'm like giga lazy and I feel like chilling. But
I never.
I guess it definitely like promotes people playing more. But then again, in the past, people were using remote control desktop to play on mobile. So I
Yeah,
guess like
I never play RuneScape Mobile, even though it's
it's
good
some
now.
things are nice though,
They've
not
updated a lot
everything.
of they've updated it a lot, so it actually feels decent to play it now. But I still just, if I'm not on the computer, I'm not playing RuneScape.
Callisto on mobile is giga chill.
Oh, I bet.
And like I've done a few like raids on mobile, but that's only like, my I lose electricity or my power cuts out or something, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta finish the raid and whip out my phone. It's always fucking difficult. I don't know how people do it. Like there's one guy in our clan, he got an Inferno cape on mobile, and like honestly, like there's no way I could ever do that. That's a crazy achievement.
Let's see. Old Ultimate or UIM Needles asks, curious how Jimrat thinks the Ironman game mode has progressed for the better or has stayed true to its roots versus what needed to be changed or catered to from day one.
I don't think I'm the best position to answer that because I've only been like actually like actively HLC for the past like 2.5 years. So
Hmm.
like, and when I was when I started playing, like I was, of course, I played near release, but I wasn't following anything. I was just logging in here and there and wasn't really involved much. But in a clog perspective, that's I think the only thing I can talk about. Like, I think ever since Bodhi started clogging, clogging became super popular and more people got involved, which is a good thing, by the way. Like, it's not a bad thing at all. But it does make it so more people are involved and they want the content to become easier, and they complain, and then we get devaluations like starting off with like Baguette change and the Jar of Darkness, which by the way still Baguette change was a 36% buff. I remember that too for some reason.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, now we're talking about 2KCM Cape, Konar. Maybe we'll get Dew Protection one day, Dew Prevention, sorry. And it definitely is a slippery slope. And like I remember back in the day, people were complaining about like 6 Hour Gutten being botting, and we definitely evolved as a community from back then. But I don't think Ironman integrity is fully there either. I know in your podcast with Batman, you guys went quite in detail there, so I don't feel like I have to cover that too much.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
it was a good podcast, by the way. I like that one.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Ariadna, so we've already covered why you got into clogging, but they're also asking favorite section of the clog, of the collection log.
Raids, not even a question.
Really?
I love the raids. I don't know why,
Let me see
dude.
it.
I think it's the 2K caves just make it like so much more prestigious.
Yeah.
Like when I finished 2K Top, I was actually sad. Like I was actually sad when I finished 2K Top Cape. And if I wasn't a clogger, I would probably be topping right now. And if there was a 5K Top Cape, I would probably be like 1,000 away from getting it by now. I love Top, and I just love the raids. They're fun. Even though I hated them on release, and now I kind of enjoy it. It just grew on me, I guess.
My favorite's definitely clues, obviously.
Yeah, I know you like
Section.
clues. I like clues if they're passive. I don't like actively grinding them.
Mm,
Like
I
I don't
see.
count Callisto as actively grinding them because you're like doing, but like doing ham members, eclectics, jellies, like it's like I don't enjoy them as much. But passively is really fun. I like that.
Let's see. J Flow asks, "You joining Iron Clan if we win the Clan v Clan event?"
Dude, I just gotta say, this guy spooned an orb on the first day, and that shit was 240 points on the comp. Like, and we've been a 200 point like behind since the like for the last like 18 hours, and it's literally all this orb. But the answer is no. Sorry. I like '07 Iron. But I think both our clans got really close from this event too, which is kind of cool.
That's cool. That's cool doing Clan v Clan events.
Yeah, I was very scared at first because like you never know if the other clan's gonna be toxic or whatever.
Yeah.
But so far it's been no issues. It's been really good, so I'm happy.
That's fun. Horn Tugger says, big fan of the series. What program? Oh yeah, we already covered the.
Yeah, the 4 days a
yeah,
week.
what you're
I
doing.
guess he wants maybe more like the what workouts I do. Maybe I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. If you have anything
So
else to add.
I do 4 days a week. I do 1 day legs, 1 day chest, 1 day shoulders, 1 day back, and then I add the subgroups in each category. So like I'll do calves with legs, I'll do but like arms with chest, I'll do traps with shoulders, and with back I used to do deadlifts. Now I don't, of course. So instead I do like I don't know what it's called, but you grab a weight and you hug a weight and you just like lean back and forward in like the machine. It
Mm.
works your lower back without actually having to deadlift. So. But that's what I do today. That's my like maintain program. My like D-Gen program was like 6 days a week. I would basically do 2 leg days, and so I would do five, and I would also do a day where I would only do arms, so it would be six, and I would just cycle through it. It wouldn't matter like what week it was. I would just cycle through it. So if I worked out more commonly one week, I would go through it faster than other weeks if I was going less often. So.
Mm.
And I would also like sometimes switch it up. Like if I show up at the gym and all the squat racks are taken, I'm like, oh shit, okay, I'll do something else today. So that was nice too.
Okay, Danoon asks, what would LGR like to see for a future clue scroll update? Last major clue update was Mimics and Beginners early 2019. Surely we're due something new.
Yeah, I actually thought about that and shout out the noon. I always say his name and he laughed at me last time, so I just won't say his name. I tried earlier, but I think I failed.
That's his fault for shaming you for
It's
it.
his fault.
Yeah.
No, he's funny. I like that guy. Yeah, so I think clue expansions are definitely a slippery slope because any new clock slot in a specific clue resets everything in terms of I know it technically doesn't if you look at the big picture, but mathematically it resets your progress.
Yeah.
So that is very painful. Now, I think a better route for clue expansion is to have an alternative where I don't know how they would do it. They'd have to like figure out a way. But currently masters they give you 5 to 7 rules. Well, maybe there's something you can do that instead of doing 5 to 7, it gives you 6 to 7. So you get like not an additional roll. I think it would be like 0.6 additional rolls on average. But you get more rolls basically. That's the solution. It could be an item from sailing or I don't know what they would want to do to implement that. They can decide.
See, this is
I think. Oh, go for it.
This is
Sorry.
the curse of collection log. It's the idea that do not add anything more because you're fucking ruining my grind.
Well,
This is
the
curse.
difference between a clue like adding items to an existing clue and adding new content.
Yeah.
That's why.
No, I
Like,
understand it,
but I
but
do agree that there is gaps in my argument from earlier,
like
saying
like
that I
like
add shit.
yeah, like here's the problem. When they added Druidic, it was exciting as hell.
Yeah,
But
but no one was thinking about the clock back then. Too.
exactly. And so, but now if we were to add really badass third age, which I think third age boots and third age crossbow would be cool. Like now there's going to be this whole rage fest of like
The
freaking the
cloggers
fuck
are gonna be
out.
angry.
Yeah. And it's
Honestly,
just like,
like
God damn
I'm
it.
never gonna go all in on clues, so I don't think it really matters to me. I just feel like as a community, like I should protect it. But
Yeah. No, that's fair. I mean,
uh,
people have their own
you
ideas.
know,
That's just objectively the curse of collection logging is like the more people get close to completion, the more they're going to vote shoot down every update. It's just like, no, I'm already so close. No, vote no to everything.
but I guess like new third age items wouldn't be the end of the world because it's not like the only person that's gonna suffer is like freaking Marnie, which honestly, like he's already lucky he can suffer. Uh, but
But
if they add like new
that's
items
the
to like
problem because we're
easies
still
and
in the
so
we're
on,
still in the early days. So give it, 8 years
give it
and then
10
it's
years.
like, yeah.
I'd be curious what the clog high scores would look like in 10 years.
If we're still
Everyone
playing
would
in
be
10
burnt.
years, we need help. We need like
Dude,
professional help.
if I'm still playing in 10 years, bro, like, oh my God, dude.
I'm gonna be playing in 10 years. That's the sad thing. I'm definitely
No.
gonna be on episode like 600 something of the Sae Bae cast and just
Like,
like
you'd have no one playing the game. You'd have the same two guests on because everyone else burned.
Sae Bae cast number 630 with who would it be? Fuck. Hey Jace.
Hey, Jace, yeah.
Hey Jace part 500.
Part 76.
Oh, yeah, part 7.
And then you're like, how's the third age pickaxe grind coming along?
See, this is the crazy thing is like we already thought we would have been done by childhood, and then we're all playing throughout our whole 20s. People are already playing throughout their whole 30s. Like it's not gonna stop. Let's be honest.
Dude, for April Fools, my intro was I spent like a disgusting amount of time making this, which didn't even get many views because people thought it was an April Fools. But I start off like greetings gamers, welcome to episode, and I said like 654, and I photoshopped my UI. So my the character summary tab, you saw like 4 bill XP, and I put 2376 total as if we got a new skill, and I put a bunch of new quests, and I put I think I put 2 clog slots away from completion.
Oh
And I
my
opened my
God.
clog and I photoshopped the clog too. And all I had left was the third age pickaxe and I think a Druidic piece. And I'm like, yeah, so last episode we killed 10,000 Serachnis and did this. Didn't get the pickaxe. Now we're gonna do more Serachnis.
Oh my
I thought it was so
God.
funny.
That's
I think I
good.
spent 5 hours making that too.
That's fucking
Uh,
awesome.
that'll be hopefully not me in 10 years. But we'll see. Who knows? Oh, actually, a few things too though.
Go for it.
Grandmaster clues could be cool. They could add new uniques to it, but they'd have to like maybe add like the master uniques instead of like maybe they can add third age more commonly, or like just double the rolls of a master clue instead. So it's basically makes everything 2 times more common. That could be a cool option they can explore. Also, second age, third age pieces. No, wait, second age pieces. Is that how you would say it? Second
Yeah.
age pieces.
Yep.
That would make me cry, dude, because I think they're more rare in RS3, are they? Or are they more the same rarity? But yeah, that would be brutal to add. It would just add like hundreds of thousands of hours to a clog.
fucking
But yeah, that's the
go.
only thing I had to mention. Then you can argue the clog is incompletable if they add second age
I'm
pieces.
already arguing it. But that's with
Well,
the
you can
assumption
convince me.
yeah, but I'm already under the assumption that as soon as somebody gets close, there's another update that gives out
That screws them
another
over.
another 2,000 hours to it. So okay, okay, Camping Online asks, I don't understand this, you have to explain it. Can you settle
Yeah.
the heated debate once and for all? Is a Discord collection log item called a blog or a flog?
Dude, I'll be honest, dude. Like, I'm sorry, camping, but okay. So basically, for context, like the Discord collection log, the Discord clog, the clog Discord. Sorry, what am I saying? It has like a feature that someone coded where every time you interact, you can gain a clog slot virtually, and it tells you like you've gained like a purple suite or whatever. And I don't really like it because it freaking pings you every time. There might be a way to disable it, but I'm not a fan of that plugin. It pings me too often. But I guess it's a virtual clock, so I guess both cases are wrong. Sorry, camping. So it's a vlog.
James says, why does your CC spam question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, or every time someone gets a collection log /drop?
Yeah, dude, that one is funny because like a few videos ago, like a long time ago when I first started, and I was only getting like a few hundred views. Like some dude commented that exact. I don't know. I have to check if it's the same person though. I don't think it is. If it is, that's even more funny though. But the dude literally wrote like, "Why does your CC spam? It's cringe." And I literally wrote, no, he wrote, "Why does your CC spam when you get like a?" I don't remember what the item was. I think it was like a clue scroll unique.
Yeah.
And every time someone comments something cringe, I always meme them. So I replied with, "I'm sorry, I offended you. I wasn't aware that this item wasn't worth granting. Would you happen to have a list of items that are worthy of spamming the CC so I can refer that to the rest of my clan and they know what to spam for?" And then dude never responded, so it was kind of sad. But I think our clan is just very casual. People like to have fun. And you know how like when other people around you do something, you tend to copy them? It's like
Yeah.
a few of us always spam for clogs because it's funny. And then the rest of the CC started picking along. And now it's like, it's unstoppable. Like every time someone gets something, it spams. So
yeah, it was
it's
the same.
I think it's funny, but yeah.
It was the same thing Olympus would do. Olympus would
Space bars.
space bar. Yeah, just whenever there was like
That's funny.
any sort of like game update, the whole clan would just click space bar enter. Just like
I think that's funny though. That's
Yeah.
more.
It actually was funny because it's not like aggressive. It's just simple.
Yeah, it's like skip or like no one cares or something.
Especially
Yeah,
when
we spam question marks.
Dude, especially when Iron Higer was the first to do it. Like he would actually be the first a lot of the time. Like it would be some
Bro,
little
incredible
panel.
reflexes.
They'd be like, the Dead Man Mode tournament is on its 1v1s right now. And Iron Higer space.
Dude, do you think he had it pre-typed?
Probably. You pretty much are just waiting to hold enter because you'd get like fucking pinged every like hour with Dead Man Mode events.
Oh, that's
my
funny.
God. Good shit.
Yeah, we have a trend where like some guy in our clan, Heffy, he always question marks everyone. He's like, if you say something that's like imagine you ask a simple question like, how should I get to a Canifis herb patch? He'll question mark you. He won't even answer you. He'll just question mark you.
Yeah.
And it's like started another trend too in our clan where people just spam question marks all the time.
The worst part is like there's actually people with genuine questions and now they're scared to ask because they're just gonna get question marked.
I know that's the sad part.
But
That's why I don't like it.
I remember being in Iron Clan and like, listen, this is just how it goes. I mean, it's like being a little brother and your older brother picks on you and whatever, but then you become the older, you know, it's like advancing in school. Like as soon as you're the senior in high school, you can pick on the freshmen and the freshmen get picked on, but then they can pick on when it's their turn, you know, everyone gets their turn. It's a circle of life. You're a noob initially and you become a sweat if you dedicate your life to the RuneScape. But one of the funniest things in Iron Clan, I always remember this, is like some guy was like, how many max hits does a amulet of magic get?
Oh boy, dude.
And he got flamed so hard. Just a bunch of question marks and stuff. And it's just like the dude, I think, was being dead honest.
He just didn't
too.
know,
Like,
you know?
I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, this is
Like
brutal.
if you haven't played the game before, that's like kind of information you'll take you time to
I know.
grasp, you know?
When I was killing wyverns, like people got to understand, I was a total fucking noob of this game. Like you progress in the game if you play enough. I was literally killing wyverns because I remember when I first started playing this game, I was looking up money making guides and I'm like, oh, wyverns got updated. They have crazy drop tables now. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go get 72 Slayer. It took me forever. Finally got it. Didn't even know what a Navas accumulator was. Literally had no idea what those backpacks were. So I was literally ranging with a rune crossbow and like rune bolts, and they were hella expensive at the time. And I was using a fucking obby cape. Like I didn't know. Like I was just like, okay, this is probably the best cape I've seen people wear obby capes. I'll just get one of these.
Has defense bonuses.
Yeah, I was a total noob, and you just learn. You know, you learn.
That's how it is. We all start somewhere.
I got flamed heavily there, by the way. And look what it did.
Yeah.
Turned me into a giga nerd.
Now you flame others when you see people wearing that.
Exactly. You gotta teach them.
Return the favor.
Exactly. Okay, a lot of these other ones I think we've already kind of addressed in regards to certain things, but if there's any,
I wanna address Saint Shiba's one because he commented that and he's like, bro, do you want me to delete it? And I was like, no, it's fine. But he asked, what's your opinion on the GIMP shop? Hi Shiba, YouTuber by the way. He's a clogger, but he's a main, so you know. I'm sorry. So I got distracted. But yeah, so I think GIMP shop is a major loophole, but it is really funny, and I actually started a side series for the memes. I had 2 ideas for side series, and I decided to go with this one because it fit me better. But what I did, and I'm sure people might steal my idea and maybe beat me to it because I'm still like a month away. But what I did is, and if they do, it's fine. Like, I'll just assume credit from this YouTube video, from this cast. But what I did is I made a level 3 GIMP. I de-gimped it to a green helm, and I dumped 1 bill on the GIMP shop, and I bought gear for Tob. And now I'm AFKing sand crabs until I get like 85 meaties, and I'm gonna go rush Tob. And any purple I get, I'm gonna sell it on the GIMP shop. What do you think about that series?
I just find the whole the whole group Ironman thing is such a convoluted like mess. Honestly,
I think the regular group Ironman was fine, but the green helm definitely has.
It's such a mess, and the fact that people are literally willing to pay just bank for just random items. I'm like, what is going on here?
The people that sell, like the people that manage a game shop, they're making bank, dude. Like it's insane.
Like who?
And it's
who
not just
people?
like a few people. Like everyone's buying shit. It's nuts.
I'm like, dude, the only people that care about this have got to be giga noobs. And the fact that they are so rich is just proving that they're just either real world trading a bunch or they're just literally buying metric fuck tons of bonds from Jagex just so they could share a twisted bow with their team. Like, oh my God.
I think it's people that play mains casually and they want to play Iron, but they don't want to commit because Iron Man mode is a big time commitment, and it's true. So they do green helms and they can speed it up. Which honestly, if you're having fun, I don't really care. I just find the GIMP shop funny as hell, and as long as that never gets in like Iron Man mode, like it's okay. Just like that's why I'm making this series, just to kind of like meme on it and also have fun because I can do Tob again without feeling guilty.
Yeah.
I had another idea for a series, by the way, and I'd like to propose it to anyone in the community if you want to try it. But it's going to be really AIDS. So it's anti-clog locked. Now you can do an Iron or main, but if you do an Iron, like my condolences, bro, it's going to be brutal. But basically, you can never gain a single collection lock slot, whatever you do. You always have to be at 0.
Holy shit.
And that also includes not doing content that has a chance. So like if you see a tree, you can't just chop it because there's a chance you get a... You can decide if you want to do it, like if you get a clog, you restart. Maybe that'll be better because you can rush early game faster. But the way I would do it is you can't do anything that gives you clog. And as a final goal, you can obviously max. It's possible, but it's going to be giga cringe. Because remember, like any monster you kill, they have an RWT table. And that could give you shield left tap and your series is over. So you can't do it. But what I would suggest as a final goal to not make it too long is you defeat Jad. Now, you might say, like, you know, Lone, you get a fire cape. What the fuck are you talking about? If you locate your orb, Divine Pot, the same tick you kill Jad, you get the kill, but you don't get the cape. So you stay a true 0 clog slot.
Jesus
That would be my
Christ.
suggestion.
Wait, question. If you kill... Oh, yeah. You need to actually own a fire cape to do the Inferno, correct?
Yeah, that's the other problem. I was thinking of doing Inferno, but you can't.
Yeah.
You need a fire cape. Unless you like make an exception afterwards if the series pops off or something. I think that would be a pretty cool series. And then you can also talk about like how maxing would be giga AIDS.
Yeah,
because you can't like wood cutting. Yeah, and you could do like Tempros and just never loot it. You can do like Winterton and destroy the crates. Like it's doable. It's just like fuck, man.
Yeah,
it's cringe.
I have a snowflake idea that I'm not gonna share, but it's kind of AIDS. And I'm gonna probably be making a little series on it. I'll probably make an episode or two, and I'll just kind of see how it goes, and then we'll see if people enjoy it or not. But I'm excited for it. We'll see how it goes.
Would you tell me off stream what it is or
nope.
off?
Nope.
Shit.
I can't. I can't because and I also can't tell the reason why I can't either. But.
Okay, it's fair.
You'll see.
But you should always try it, and if it doesn't pop off, just give it up. And if it pops off on YouTube and or if you're having fun, just full send it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Like it's cool.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other things, or should we move on to some shout outs?
I think we can move on to some shout outs.
All right. 3 shout outs, Lone Gym Rat.
All right, I'm gonna cheese it.
Okay.
So I'm sorry in advance. I'm gonna shout out 3 communities and then just like name drop a bunch of people. Because I know for a fact if I don't mention certain people, they're gonna get really butthurt. Just like pet hunters. So I'll start off with the community I'm in, the 07 Iron Clan. I think I really got to shout out the entire clan. I joined in like 2019 as a giga noob. Freaking such a noob back then, dude. Oh my gosh. And I got promoted to staff eventually when I offered to like host events and all that. And I've been like gaming ever since. Got my Infernal Cape in that clan. I got my Zuckham in that clan. I was the first person to a Zuckham in that clan as well.
Beast.
I think I was like the 6th to an Inferno. Now we have over 75 Infernal Capes in the clan. It's insane. I think we have 6 Zuckhelms now too. And yeah, I learned how to PVM. The people that taught me how to chambers in that clan, I taught them how to Tob years later. It's really cool. And yeah, I got to shout out Sweep. He's the owner of the clan. Very professional, takes good decisions, manages the clan very well. RNG, help me RNG. Dude, I actually met this guy in real life once. Can I tell that story? Is it
sure.
fine? I might. So we were talking. We were doing Tobs together, and he was telling me how he's going on a trip with his friends. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Where are you going? And he's like, I'm going to New York, going to Boston, then I'm going to Montreal. And I was like, bro, no shot. He's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm 20 minutes from Montreal, dude. And he's like, oh my god, that's so cool. So he told me the dates, and I went to pick him up. We went to my place. We drank like 7 beers, talked shit, smoke a cigar, chill, talk about Tob and the game. It was actually really fun because it was the only in real life friend. Because I have one in real life friend that plays, but he's like a giga casual. Like he maxed, got an Infernal Cape, quit.
Yep.
Haven't seen him since.
Well, that's I would say giga casual. The fact that he got an Infernal Cape.
That's true, but like I had to like backseat him really hard.
Yeah. Okay.
He was streaming his runs, and I was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? But he got it relatively quick, I think, so I guess that was good on him. But he wanted to pet hunt, but he burned from pet hunting too. I think he was doing like Herbie or something. But yeah, it was nice to meet RNG in real life. He was a chill dude, and we've known each other for like 3 years too. So, and also shout out Iron Stevo. I mentioned him earlier. He's actually a trackpad gamer, and he got an Inferno Cape on his trackpad, like on a laptop with a trackpad.
Yeah.
And I shit you not, it's true because he was streaming. And I was watching his mouse movement, and I was doing his timers, and it was literally like a trackpad, and I was freaking out. This guy is a demon. And he also helped me a lot in real life, too, with my career. Like, when I was in tough spots in real life, he gave me advice and helped me out with that, so that's really cool. So I appreciate Steve-O for that. Taught me some great in real life advice, too, about work and all that, so if anyone's curious, they can DM me, I can talk about it. Pharaoh as well. We raced the Zuckhelm back in the day, and we both ended up burning out, which is funny. And him and Pharaoh and Rescue taught me Tob, which is nice too, and CMs. And there's also Abe, he's carrying us for the sheet, for the spreadsheet, doing all the work. UG as well, we pot edibles together sometimes and chill. And then there's Aiden 9227, we kind of poached them from Olympus. Then also Iron Lamb, or UFL, he invited me to the CC. And also the other cloggers, like Master Barter, Browntree, Curry, Salty, all the gamers. So that's my first shout out. I know I told you I was going to cheese it, so I warned you, I guess. Has anyone ever done that before? Am I the first one to be this cringe?
No, I think people have done it before. Maybe not as many as that, but yeah.
I have to, bro. It's like these people, like, oh man, I have to. Like, I feel bad if I miss like at least one. So
yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Also, shout out Clog Discord, the collection, the Lock Hunters. I think that's how they called. A very good community there. Bunch of gamers. All the top page cloggers are there. They chat around. They give advice. They have good guides. They're also working on an each sheet, which I'm working on. Really good resources too. A bunch of nice people. So I'd suggest joining if you're not already. And lastly, which is a unique, I don't think many people know about it, but it's called the Pineapple Community. Cringe name, but I didn't decide it. It's basically a bunch of like low-level content creators. And I say low-level, but they're all like in between 1,000 and like 10,000 subs. And they kind of like all help each other out with improving on titles, thumbnails, and giving advice for videos and so on. And I really took like my thumbnails and my titles to another level with them. Like I would send them pictures of my thumbnails and they're like, bro, what the hell are you doing? Like, no, like do this instead. And since my videos have definitely performed better, so I do appreciate that. So shout out friend, he's another Iron Clogger, Saint Sheba, a main clogger, camping online, Karasis, Telecon, Hanani, and Scully, they all helped me as well for thumbnails. And then also I want to give a shout out to Settled. The podcast you did with him like a while back, and you talked about YouTube. That was like a really good perspective because I think in terms of like YouTube content creation, Settled is like the GOAT in my opinion. He's like whatever he does just perfectly. Like even the series he does, like the Talman one, I think it's cringe. But the video editing is so good, I still watch it, which is really crazy. So shout out to Settled too on that. But he's not in that Discord. He's just additional, I guess. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, Lone Gym Rat. This was amazing. This is almost 5 hours.
That's kind of nutty. I didn't think I was gonna hit 5 hours. God damn.
All right. For those still listening, down in the description, of course, we're gonna have LGR's Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Anything else you want linked?
You don't have to put the Twitter in. I don't use it.
Okay.
And I barely stream. I only stream like here and there for openings and stuff. So.
Well, we'll have your Twitch there anyway, and we'll keep your YouTube. But go subscribe to him, boys, for me. And let me think. Man, episode 126. Isn't that kind of cool? It's kind of like Max Combat.
Max Combat. That's what someone was telling me earlier.
Yeah, I think it looks cool. Like 126 is definitely like a memorable number in the eyes of RuneScape players.
Thanks for having me, by the way, and hopefully we can do this again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really nice talking like deep game discussion. I always love it. Okay, thank you very much, Lone Gym Rat. For those still here, if you guys want to support the cast, there's a Patreon link down in the description. There's no completely yet fully scheduled guest for next week, but I am working on getting solidified. So if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, down in the description, you can be up to date with the next guests. And yeah, that's it for me. LGR, any last words?
No, peace out, Girl Scouts. Enjoy grinding. See you around.
Peace, everybody.